Chapter 1. Spots in my vision, ringing in my ears, an unbearable headache. All of it hit me all at once, and my body was suddenly covered in cold, sticky sweat. I was frozen in terror, and my heart was pounding in my throat. But I can do this. I'm strong. It's now or never. "Drop me off at the next stop, please." I spat out the phrase I had memorized, although my voice did crack at the end. I began shivering, but that would soon pass, as soon as I got off this bus full of people. Which would happen very soon, as long as the driver heard me. He didn't. And I didn't have time to work up the nerve again. These situations annoyed me so much that I started to get even more dizzy. I had worked up all my nerve and mustered the will to head towards the door, when I realized that we had already passed the stop. "Hey, dumbass, they asked you to stop," shouted the chubby woman who was sitting closest to the driver. "Why didn't you say anything? You know he missed your stop." What could I say? I made it, thanks to that kind woman. The bus stopped right in the road, and I hopped out of the open door. Freedom! I just had to get through the dirty bushes by the side of the road, and I would pretty much be at my destination. What a joy to be free and alone. I hate my life so much. Why today of all days, when I have this nosebleed, do I have to pay my utilities, and then their site has technical issues and won't accept my online payment? "You're humming real good there," some guy standing in line behind me shouted right in my ear. "What you staring at?" he yelled at me, looking me up and down. I felt like groaning out loud, or smacking the guy, to stop him from staring like that, but it wasn't worth it. There was nothing for me to do but turn away. I had no desire to talk to such an idiot. Although I did want to say something. That son of bitch, though, pushed his belly right into my back, and even though I took what tiny steps I could forward, he kept running into me. What a dick. Okay, I have ways of dealing with people like this. I started coughing like a crazy person, and whispered, a little louder than I normally might, "This goddamn tuberculosis." The guy stepped off as if blown away by a strong wind. I could finally breathe, and even the people in front of me started pushing their way closer to the counter. After half an hour, I finally made it up to the counter I was trying to get to. The lady on the other side of the screen spent a bit of time looking at me, then told me in a nasally voice that they had a 5% fee, and the amount I gave her wasn't enough to cover the amount. When I asked her about the possibility of paying online, she just smirked, as if to say, "Come on, what do you expect?" Anger, heightened by annoyance, began slowly filling my mind. It's too bad that you can't sometimes just punish these jerks and assholes physically in this world. And it's just that reason why they keep multiplying both in our country and all over the world. Last time when I lost control a year ago, I got 2 years probation. So now I have to control myself. I mean, probation is something I don't give a damn about, but on the other hand, I have to see my probation officer once a week, and there's people there. "What you waiting around for, pipsqueak?" grunted some new freak trying to cut the line, almost touching my ear with his lips. Jesus. If he didn't step off, I would knock him right out, I swear to God. But I ended up not having the chance to fly off the handle and knock the jerk's teeth out. A terrible pain flashed through my head, and the squealing in my ears was so bad that I fell to my knees, holding them tight in my arms. I suddenly had an inescapable desire to leave the place as fast as I could. My mind had immediately connected my current condition with being in an enclosed area. It has been a long time since I've had an attack like that. Damn, I'm going to go nuts, and definitely can't do that. I don't want to spend part of my life in a single room with other people. Maybe if I was alone, though. While I was breathing heavily and trying to get myself back together, I noticed something strange. The same thing was happening to everyone else. Everyone who was standing in line with me, and even the lady who was sitting on the other side of the counter, they were all running towards the exit. But I had no such luck. Some pudgy guy knocked me down while flailing his arms, and the frenzied crowd began trampling over me on the floor. Everything ended just as suddenly as it started. The ringing in my ears died down, and my headache passed immediately. It was only the pain over my whole body that reminded me of what just happened a few seconds ago. The world has changed. Fight, think, move, learn, develop, and survive, or die. Shit. I couldn't figure out what this text was that had appeared before my eyes. I was getting grabbed on my leg. Did I say that was okay? I swung out wildly, and a couple of teeth fell onto the tile floor. That's it. That was the last straw. I was seeing red. Then came a fight where people were attacking me and each other. But I couldn't give a rat's ass about the others. Let them kill themselves for all I care. Just don't touch me. I fought in a frenzy and will state proudly that at least 5 people weren't going to be able to get home without help today. And now, on the verge of losing consciousness, trying my best to stay aware, I was hounded by the question. What the hell was going on? Okay, I knocked out a couple more people, but the rage inside me had nowhere else to go, and I finally had the chance to let it out again. Level up +1. Great start. And even better, a fast one. As a reward, please choose your class up to level 10. Ah, damn. My therapist told me not to lose control, or I might end up an idiot. He jinxed me, that bastard. Okay, again. I barely managed to get my eyes to focus, and the words disappeared. Then sounds came back. I just noticed that when I was reading that bullshit that all the sounds around me had faded into the background. It could be dangerous to lose focus like that. I had to stop. There had been complete bedlam in the room so far, but I was somehow pretty far from the door, which is why I didn't end up in the crush. There was a whole heap of people fighting at the doors now. Some of them had pretty much lost their minds, while the rest were just trying to protect themselves. At first, I clung to the barred window. What was interesting to me was that almost everyone was pouring out into the street. In a little bit, I tried to do that myself, but I was stopped by the powerful paw of some bearded douchebag. But I am grateful to him now. If I had been out there, they would have eaten me alive. They were getting mowed down mercilessly there. And it had been less than a minute since everyone around me had lost their minds. Something like 1/3 of the people had turned into mindless murder machines all at once. Their eyes became dull, their minds clouded, their faces turned lifeless and emotionless. Like zombies. I never thought that fantasy writers could so accurately predict how those monsters would really look. I was quickly convinced fully that they were really the Walking Dead. It was when I saw a woman, torn in half, lie for a moment on the pavement, her face embedded in the bloody concrete, suddenly lift her head up and drag herself along by her arms next to the living. I had to find shelter, and then I could watch how the zombies were tearing those unlucky people apart. And I was in a pretty dangerous situation. But I wasn't making any noise, and I hadn't attracted any attention yet. Grah! Or maybe I had. That same big guy from earlier was now staring right into my soul with his glazed-over eyes. Blood mixed with yellow spit was pouring out of his mouth, and he, clattering his teeth together, was shambling over toward me. Oh, I really wanted to break his skull right now, but without any tools handy, I might not be able to manage it. So I climbed into the comfortable little room that had been stunk up by that lady earlier. I don't know how she breathed in there. But I had to evolve, to become accustomed to even an atmosphere that hostile. That's how I would build up a resistance to poisons and toxins. Only after I had taken shelter in that relatively safe location did I turn my attention to the fact that there was an exclamation point flashing in my peripheral vision. Yeah, I was losing it. No matter, even a nutcase should be happy. And I had to figure it out. Okay, now for the most interesting thing. Behind this metal door, nobody should be able to reach me. So I didn't need hearing or sight right now. An exclamation mark, a menu, an interface, a system. Incomprehensible bullshit. I tried all the voice commands I could think of. No good. In fact, not good at all. My voice, even though it was pretty loud outside, would draw in those monsters. They had begun pounding on the door and knocking in the windows. Those sounds attracted even more of the dead, and I was left sitting in a corner of the little room, hoping for the best. And for this exclamation mark itself to do something. It would be worth it to close my eyes and try to calm down, as if everything was going okay. The exclamation mark became clearer after that, so I concentrated on it and was able to get to it. I used my hand, imagining that I was pressing it with my finger. You got a starter set. Tool, standard. Skill, standard. Item set, standard. Use it wisely. Level up +1. Great start. And even better, a fast one. As a reward, please choose your class up to level 10. Great, I already saw this, but now I could at least read it and understand it all in a calmer situation. And the first part caught my eye, the part where I, as far as I could tell, got some sort of gifts before I even dealt with that angry lady. But now that I had actually read the text, I wasn't going to leave the menu, just get rid of all these lines. To do that, all I had to do was wave my hand and wish them away. I hate cluttering up my desktop. After the lines of text disappeared from view, a few icons appeared. A little man, a vaguely glittering bag, and a gear. I decided to check them all in order. First, the man. Name, Alexander. Level, 1. Class, stats, body, 9. Mind, 11. Spirit, 2. Available stat points, 2. Skills, active, passive. Additional available skill points, 2. Abilities. I didn't understand anything, but it was very interesting. And it all seemed pretty logical. I didn't have any questions about the stats. It's too early to talk about spirit. I have never considered myself to be a religious or spiritual person, so the number makes sense. I certainly have never been very spirited around people. So I could improve whatever I wanted right now. But of course I wasn't going to do that. It seemed to me that any improvement would be like a hit on my body, and I had already been hit enough today. I wasn't looking to do any more experiments. It was also too soon to deal with the skills. I didn't have any, but I had gotten something like that in the starter set. I just had to figure out how to actually get it. As for the abilities, that was a little insulting. I must know how to do something, right? I mean, over 30 years of life, I had to have learned something. But I would worry about that later. No time now. The thing was that I could press on nearly anything, especially to change the name. The question mark seemed to be hinting at that possibility. But why did I even need a name? I was sure that Alexander guy was done a long time ago, so I could just copy it. Or maybe I really was one of the first who figured out how to open up the interface. Nearly everybody was too busy right now with running away from or fighting with the zombies. They didn't have time for exclamation marks on the edge of their peripheral vision. And they definitely didn't have time for messing around in the settings. And before that, you would have had to finish off one of the dead to unblock the function itself. Considering that less than a minute had passed since this all started, I might really be the very first one. When I was in school, there was a kids' movie about a ghost that came on television. Ever since then, my classmates had called me Casper, referring to the fact that I was like a ghost too. I was always antisocial and tried to stay away from everyone. Sure, later another movie came out about ghost hunters, and my nickname changed a little, but that's a whole other story, one about broken noses and so on. But Casp worked for me. It even sounded like my last name. Even second counted now, so there was no point in thinking it over. I still had to choose my class anyway. I was sure that there would be limited choices, and the best one would go to the person who got first pick. Name. Casp. Done. On to the next thing. I pressed class and couldn't understand what was happening for a few seconds. My whole vision was filled up with a gigantic list. I had to scroll down to see all of it. The first ones were grayed out. You had your standard warrior, archer, fire wizard, and so on. But more importantly, not all of them were fighting classes.
Some were actually pretty peaceful, like the weaponsmith, tailor, and even metalworker. Everything you would get in a normal RPG, just updated for real life.
For some reason, I wasn't really surprised, since everything was actually like a video game. Even though it was happening in real life, I wasn't going to let it bother me because while I was doing that, other people would be making progress, including my opponents. Then came the green ones. Almost all of them had the number 100 next to them. It looked like they were limited in number. There were a lot that were like the ones on the earlier list, but a bunch of new names showed up too. All sorts of druids, rogues, and other crap like that. One that stood out was the junior teleporter. That meant there was a senior teleporter, and even stronger ones too. The green ones were clearly stronger than the gray ones. I could tell right away. Then came the blue ones. The list wasn't much shorter, but almost all of them now had the number 50 next to them. It looks like they're being snatched up pretty fast. Well, I would really like to be a master of fire magic. But first I had to finish looking through this list. After the blues came the purple ones, as expected. There weren't that many of them, and not too many copies. Only 20. Here you had wider specialization, like the archmage, who probably would have command of different kinds of magic, whatever you wanted. I don't even want to talk about the martial classes. It was frightening to imagine what kind of slaughter Titan, the metal tamer, whatever that meant, could get up to, or what a Death Rider might do. Here was where the system strained belief. But the list didn't stop there. If you kept scrolling, you got to the most interesting stuff. The gold classes. Almost all of them included the word master. And what wasn't there a master for? Whatever you wanted, for all types and tastes, take your pick. Master of blades, of magic, of life and death, of thought, of nature. I think that's better than an archmage. At least a narrow specialization lets you master your profession to the full, or your class, in this case. Some of the choices just disappeared as I was scrolling. That made sense. There was only one of each. People had dealt with their enemies, and now they were started to choose their rewards. And it had only been a couple of minutes. It was coming down to seconds now. The more choices you have, the harder it is to pick. But there was nothing for it. I decided to just, for whatever struck me first. Giving up the chance to get a gold class? That would be the height of stupidity. But the list was melting away before my eyes with every passing second. Master of Shadows. That's it. That's the one for me. But I didn't get it in time. It disappeared less than a second before I made up my mind. That means it just wasn't for me. There wasn't much left, but a plain title caught my eye. Ghost. In comparison with the other masters and whatnot, it looked pretty weak. I mean, even the purple ones were more attractive. But there wasn't anything left that fit me. Name, Casp. Level, 1. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 9. Mind, 11. Spirit, 2. Available stat points, 2. Skills, Active, Passive, Additional. Dematerialization, Class. Available skill points, 2. Abilities. Okay, now it was much more interesting. So how long had I been sitting around with my eyes closed? Bang! Jesus, motherfuckers! It was time to come back to the real world, with a crash ringing out. And far too close. While I was messing around in the interface, a huge crowd of walking dead had broken in from the street, and they were already pounding on the door to this little room. Somehow, even though the smell of dead flesh was all around, they had still noticed me. The door was solid, since they kept money in here. And nobody was getting in through the window, since there were thick steel bars forming a grate. But there was also nowhere for me to go. Once I made sure that the door was well and truly locked and that there were no immediate threats, I sat back down on the floor. I had to get some information. How much time had passed? No more than 5 minutes.
I had already figured out by now that people, even if they had severe injuries, would become rabid beasts after death. Meaning this was either some contagious stuff, or that you just had to give up the ghost to become one of the walking dead. This was a software update. Well, was it really that bad? Just to make sure, I got out my phone. The internet, despite the fact that everything had just started a bit ago, already seemed to be full of awful videos from all over the world. The exact same thing that was happening here was happening in the largest cities in the world. Just chaos, destruction, and panic. I spent a few minutes watching videos. In one of them, a police officer was shooting his weapon at everyone over and over. His arms and legs were all bloody, and you could see that he had been bitten, with a mound of bodies all around him. But a few seconds later, his ammo ran out, and he was overcome by the mindless crowd. The next video showed a scene taken from a quadcopter. It was hovering above a massive square packed with people. The quadcopter had managed to record the beginning of everything since the recording had started earlier. Right away, everybody grabbed their heads. Everybody writhed around in pain for about a minute. Then, all of a sudden, they all fell to the ground, spasming around. But in a short time, some of them stood up and looked around in surprise. But everything changed in a single second. The ones who had fallen sprang up, growling, and began sinking their teeth into the living. What a cool video. And if I had a beer and some chips, it would be totally awesome. I would have kept watching, but I didn't really want to right now. Still, I saved it for later.
It would be interesting to see whether anybody managed to get out of that mass at all. The next video proved that you didn't have to die to be turned into a zombie. Some dark-skinned guy got bitten really bad, but the survivors managed to pull him to safety. Judging from his injuries, he should definitely have been able to survive. But in a few minutes, he first passed out, then started convulsing, and finally started attacking the ones who had saved him. That was when the video cut out, but I don't imagine there was going to be a happy ending for them. I would go through all that information later. Now I was just trying to figure out how far this chaos had spread. Now I knew that it was across the whole world. Every corner of our planet was infested with zombies, and no help was coming. Bang! I hoped they were banging their heads on the wall out there. Another hit, and so strong that plaster was falling off the ceiling. The concrete around the door was starting to crack, letting me know without a doubt that I couldn't just sit here forever. I would find a solution in the interface somewhere, I was sure. Let's start with my reward. Where could it be? In my bag. After pressing it, I was brought right away to my inventory. A short note told me that I could jam whatever I wanted in there with a few limits, like size. But I could keep as many rewards as I could manage, although everything else was limited to about 20 pounds. Not too much, sure, but still pretty good. I found my first reward in my bag. It took the form of a small ball. Getting stuff out of my inventory was easy. I just had to will it, and I got it. Simple. A small gray ball appeared in my hand, about half an inch around. It seemed like the item should be enclosed inside. To make it appear, I would just have to want it, pressing lightly on the ball. It crumbled into sand, and in its place the object appeared. "It's like a holiday. Like Misfortune Day or something," I said, shaking my head. Simple knife. Nominal. 50-50. Description: not to be used as a weapon. What's with this 50-50? Is the system saying that it can't guarantee that this is a knife? Like, it's like a knife, but maybe not? 50-50 that it's just a thick piece of metal, rusted. And instead of a handle, it's just wrapped in a dirty rag. It might even be made as uncomfortable and fragile as possible on purpose. No, I think the numbers show its durability. I could stab it into the wall, and then the number would go down, I'm sure. But I'm not going to do that. You couldn't say there's a bunch of weapons in this little room, but there is a mop, and that's all right. And the little window that nobody would ever get to me through. I tore off a bit of my shirt, making something like a rope,
and used it to tie my knife tightly to the shaft of the mop. I wasn't about to break it because I didn't want to lose any length. I grabbed the shaggy part tightly and stuck my spear through the little window. The most forceful one immediately started clattering his teeth. I jammed my weapon right into his mouth, but it had no effect. I had to try a few more times before the freak shut up and fell down. I didn't level up, but I never thought it would be easy. The next one came to the window immediately after the first. I had to hit him a few times too. The only way I could kill the dead with this makeshift weapon was to hit them in the eye. But that was pretty hard when my opponents were shaking their heads and gnashing their teeth. The spear lasted long enough for 4 of the dead. Then I had to rewrap it. The knife was coming loose and was threatening to fall off, getting stuck forever in someone's head. It was a good thing that the zombies were still fresh and didn't stink too much. In fact, it stank the most in here, but my damp brown rag wasn't all too disgusting.
While I was messing with the spear, they started banging on the door again, and hard. It was scary to imagine what kind of monsters were there, but I would rather deal with them through the window. Level up +1. Oh, awesome. I had to kill 5 undead to reach level 2. Now I could increase my stats and get a skill. About that. A little gray book about 1/2 inch by 1 inch in size was sitting on my hand. Let's take a look. Power Pass. Description. Gives a permanent +1 increase to the power stat. I'm no expert, and I don't know what kind of skills there are, but I felt like this thing I had in my hands now was nothing but some bullshit. That was putting it lightly. I hadn't seen a skill called Power, but I'm sure that this is directly related to my physical development. Anyway, I wasn't going to mess with it now. I would deal with it in my free time if necessary. I had to spend these points, since that would have a direct effect on my chance of survival. And I did want to live, for real. But preferably in complete isolation so nobody could ever touch me. Ever. Communication through text? Yes, please, always. I would even be ready to switch to messenger pigeons. But phone calls? Or, God forbid, real-life conversation? Not for me. Bang, bang! And now this extrovert on the other side of the door was obviously dreaming of a personal meeting with me. The door just about flew off its hinges. It was holding on by the last remnants of spray foam, and through that I could clearly see the bastard who was so stubbornly trying to get in. Now he was backing off for a running start. The sounds of heavy steps could be heard, along with the crunching of the bones of zombies who had fallen along the way. Another hit! I covered my face with my hands so pieces of stone wouldn't get in my face. But the door didn't break, it just bent inward. The guy's strong, massive hand, disfigured by bites, stretched toward me, and in response, I jammed my spear into his eye. Take that, you overgrown woodpecker! Bullseye! But no good. The dead guy was too solid. My knife bit it, and I was left with just a bare wooden handle with a piece of my shirt on it. It was that same greasy jerk who tried to run out the building before me, the one who hit me in the face, even if it was accidental. I just now recognized him. It was difficult, considering his face had been partially gnawed off. But he had grown significantly since our last encounter. His paunch had pulled in a little, his shoulders were wider, and, as far as I could tell, he had gotten taller. Now the bent knife was sticking out of his eye, but it didn't bother him a bit. He was looking at me with one empty eye, stretching out his hand, helplessly gnashing his teeth, all while constantly hissing somehow. I grunted, hitting him as hard as I could with the mop. But I just managed to break it in half. So I was left with a sharp stick in my hands. The dude tried to grab me once more, but I dodged swiftly and jammed the sharp end of the stick into his remaining eye, putting my whole weight into it. Level up +1. Yeah, that'll teach you not to smack your belly onto whoever you feel like. A fair number of walking dead had gathered behind that guy, but he was completely blocking the way. The door would fall eventually. Its final attachments were just barely holding on, and it was about to crash down under the excess strain. So my first order of business was to get the sharp stick, and then the knife. Simple knife, 5 out of 50.
Almost out. But I could still straighten it out. Maybe that would give it a couple more durability points. Thwack! I had leaned it against the floor and knocked it with my foot. But the only thing left under the sole of my shoe was gray sand. Clearly, you wouldn't get any durability by trying to fix things.
Just the opposite. And now I knew what happened to items when their durability ran out. That's good. You can never have too much information. The scraping on the other side of the door was making it shake. The dead hadn't gone anywhere, and they were just as eager to feast on my flesh. Aha! It was much easier to work with the sharp stick. Nearly every hit ended in the death of a zombie. 1, 2, 3. After a while, I stopped counting. The mountain of corpses around the door just kept growing, but the number of walking dead on the other side didn't get any smaller at all. Just the opposite. The sound of the battle in the building had started drawing in more and more of the monsters. Crack! Shit! I couldn't help but shout. Of course, my stick, which had served me well and true for the past few minutes, was starting to get short and blunt. And then it broke. Bad luck. One half of it was left in one of those monsters' eyes. The other one? Hell if I know. I took a quick glance around the room, realizing that I only had a chair and a safe left as weapons. The first one was not the most convenient, and the safe weighed more than 400 pounds. I would hardly be able to swing it around here, but I could definitely knock it over. I summoned all my strength and leaned against it, pushing in bursts to try to knock it on its side. Towards the door. At first it stood like a statue, but then, unsticking from all the cockroach shit, it finally gave up and began falling where I needed it to go. Maybe I didn't think this through. Since the room was pretty small, the safe smacked up against the hanging door, with all of its weight pulling down on it. The door couldn't handle it. Its hinges snapped, and it fell into the outer room, letting in a stream of zombies. The dead were waiting for it, it seemed. Now that they had access to fresh meat, they roared, lurching forward, shoving and cutting each other off. There was only one thing I could do, and that was to throw myself on the floor and hide behind the fallen safe. "You'll never take me alive, you bastards!" Their cold, gnarled hands started grasping at my clothes, trying to pull me out of my hiding spot, while their hungry mouths closed around my shoes, slowly but surely squeezing at them, gnawing through the leather. "You beasts!" I shouted. My fear had receded into the background, leaving only anger. I smacked him with my heel, and he let go of my leg. His teeth scraped against the floor, but where one dead guy was, now there were two. Realizing how hopeless my situation was, I started to feverishly rack my brain for options. I couldn't move the safe anymore. It was staying where it was. And I couldn't run away. There were at least 5 of the dead in the little room, taking up all the remaining space. I had no weapons. All I had was my stuff and my skill, son of a bitch. Not the ones from books, but the one I got with my class. The cold, gnarled hands were grasping at me, pulling me back by my legs. A girl, disfigured by terrible wounds, was leaning over me, trying to sink her teeth into my neck. But at the last moment, I was able to hold her back by putting my hands against her chest. She was unbelievably strong. Every second her busted-up mouth got closer and closer, but I had decided that I was going to see this to the end, no matter what. If she bit me, I would tear her throat out myself. But first, dematerialization. Chapter 2. Dematerialization. Class skill. Description. Upgradable skill. Upon activation, your body turns into an immaterial substance. Your ability to affect the outside world increases as you level up. Mana is used in accordance with the distance and speed of your movement. As soon as I activated the skill, all the sounds around me, they didn't go quiet. Rather, they faded into the background. They weren't that important anymore. My consciousness simply stopped paying attention to what was happening around me. But I still had my habits.
I was still lying on the floor, trying to push this dead girl away with my hands and kicking off the other deadies with feet as strong as I could. It took a minute for me to realize what was happening. That was when I finally got that they weren't paying me any attention, and no one was trying to attack me. What's more, my hands and feet were going right through my enemies, dealing no damage at all. The zombies were acting like I wasn't there, just going about their own business. I mean, no offense intended, but feasting on my flesh just wasn't in the cards for them today. So what happened? Was I dead? To make sure I wasn't, I first tried to stand up. But that's not what happened. I managed to get up, but actually just floated up into the air, right under the ceiling. My hands. I held them out in front of myself, realizing I couldn't see them, or any other part of myself. I was overcome by a wave of panic, but I couldn't do anything except look around. I couldn't even scream. Not that it would do me any good, since the room was just as full of dead as before. I gradually came to my senses. There was no reason to panic. I had not died, just activated my class skill. And, to put it lightly, I loved it. Ghost was not just a word here. I had truly become a spirit, and the dead, stupidly, couldn't see me at all. But would living people see me? I hope not. Honestly, I would prefer not to see them either. The description said that the mana usage was based on how fast I moved. But what mana? I think the system is using terms that we are familiar with from games, so we don't get confused. The question was where to find it. Before the dead guys broke down the door, I had wanted to check all the tabs on my interface. There was only one button I hadn't pressed. The gear. As expected, the settings were hidden in there. Too bad the difficulty can't be set, but I can still set all sorts of information bars on the edge of my vision. The settings also let me decide how often I wanted to see messages. The default was set to rarely. I think if I want to, I can look at the logs later. The most important things can pop up in front of my eyes, but all that stuff like how my damage I do per hit, I don't want to see it in a fight. A health bar. One for mana. Character levels. Awesome! I didn't expect there to be this kind of functions. If I turned them on, then I could see my opponent's levels, how much damage they had taken, and also their names or species. So now I know that it's not just human beings in this struggle for survival. Menacing sparrow archmages. That sounds dangerous. Or a military pack of deadly corgis. I spent a half hour messing around in the settings and ended up turning on almost all of them. Now I would get almost complete information about anything that I focused my attention on, whatever that meant. One other thing was that I had 2 bars on the edge of my vision, health and mana. The first was expressed in percentage, while the second in some units that I didn't really understand. I had 10 of them now. That was all I needed to know. My health wasn't full, only 90%, but that was way better than, say, 20. And I didn't feel any pain at all now. I felt great. It was all gone, all because I wasn't even breathing now. I didn't need air here or anything else. So what's that? Right. A familiar object caught my eye. Among the heaps of corpses, I could see a gray ball. My crappy knife was probably in there. I couldn't let something useful go, though. I had to get it somehow. If I shut off my ability now, the deadies would be on me in a second. I certainly didn't want that. Even though I couldn't see my extremities, I could still feel things like normal. I put my hand on the wall. Coarse, cool concrete. I felt that as if my hand were not transparent, just naturally. But I only had to push a little, and it was like my hand fell into a void, and me along with it. There was a moment of darkness, and then I appeared outside. Whole crowds of zombies were wandering around outside, and there were some people sitting in a tree next to the building. They had no intention of coming down, though. The dead below were on guard, ready to fall onto fresh meat at any moment. But I couldn't help them in any way. I was not about to put my ass on the line again. Anyway, where were they going to go? Well, I could easily track how they ended up here by following the corpses along the way. Curiosity won out, and I kept floating. I moved slowly, checking my mana bar periodically. I could probably speed up a little. The mana had dipped down by 1, but if I crawled like a snail, everything was fine. There was no change. Or maybe my mana came back faster than I could use it. The people couldn't see me. I flew up to them, waving my hand in front of their faces, but they looked through me, not even suspecting I was there. Everything was just as before. Nothing had changed. "Igor, you have to draw them away," I could hear someone whining. "Only you can get away." "And then they'll eat me," answered Igor, I guess. It was clear that he definitely didn't want to sacrifice himself. "And I don't have a lot of mana." A weak excuse, but I understood. Nobody wants to die for everyone else. "You said you had enough," shouted a girl, not convinced. "Yeah, when I thought we were going together. I thought we would break through. And why haven't you learned a skill yet?" he asked, turning to the squeaking girl. "You should have picked one a long time ago." "I'm keeping a slot open. You said that you shouldn't learn a second skill until level 10, she said, annoyed. "Yeah, one active and one passive. I'm just wondering about the additional ones." Igor went quiet, thinking, but perked up in a second. "But if we die, what is the point in wasting this slot?" I stopped listening. I just nodded knowingly to myself. It was a good thing that I hadn't used that unimpressive gray book to gain a strength increase earlier. I could definitely find something more interesting. And if not, well, the book wasn't taking any space in my inventory. Let it be. With a class like this, strength was whatever. Later, they started discussing a plan of escape, and some guy suggested that they break through using one of his abilities. But nobody was dying to risk it. So, since he was strong enough, they decided to send him alone, to draw away the zombies. No, I wasn't going to help them. Except maybe Igor, poor dude. But it was better for me to stay without a body. They were really no better off than me. There were 5 of them in all, and 3 of them had the number 2 blinking red over their heads. The others were still at 1. That means, so far, they must have finished off at least 17 zombies? That seems about right. They must have managed to get rewards from some of them too. I thought so, since normal people rarely carry around clubs, swords, shields, and other medieval shit. They got them as rewards, no other way. So why did I just get a knife? Maybe that start pack was just the weakest reward. Or I was just really lucky. How many rewards have we lost? That phrase, spoken by some little fat guy who got up the tree God knows how, reminded me why I had even flown over here. The rewards. I needed to figure out how to get them into my inventory at all. I used up another mana point so I wouldn't lose any time, flying down to 2 zombies laid out on the ground. I didn't think they were people, given that their skulls were completely split. Near them, I found a little gray potato. I thought it was done, that I should move on, but upon closer inspection, I could see the words "Food, Norm" above it. I couldn't find anything else worthwhile, so I set to experimenting. First, I tried to pick it up. My hand passed straight through the reward, leaving me with nothing. Son of a bitch. So I opened my interface. I had already somehow gotten used to the zombies walking around me. Sometimes they even passed through me. That was not pleasant, since I could feel everything. Their bodies were already starting to rot, and the feeling of their skin was not great. I'm not even going to talk about how they looked. Thank God that their smell didn't penetrate into my little underworld, otherwise I would have been completely nauseous. The little backpack icon wasn't doing anything for me. I looked into my nearly empty storehouse, trying to click things with my tongue, but no good. The gray thing was the only thing left in my inventory. Okay, time to shit or get off the pot. I tried to remember how I got the last rewards out of my bag, and decided to do everything in reverse. So, I had to put it down? Okay, I need to get a hold of my mental commands. My hand was on top of the reward. I closed my eyes. I tried hard. I couldn't do it as a ghost. I didn't even blink, but kept looking at the world through eyes wide with surprise. I had a completely different point of view. Okay, done with that. The potato felt weird to the touch, like it was made of sand, not like I was holding onto a vegetable. I concentrated on the task and... Ha! I didn't even have to dig it up. Got it. I checked my inventory just to make sure and found 2 potatoes in there. Whatever. I couldn't stop there. I flew from corpse to corpse, taking everything that was just lying around. Almost all of them were gray, but I did manage to find 2 green potatoes. The rest were all gray. There were 10 balls and 5 books, and 20 food sets. I didn't know yet what was in those sets, but at least I wouldn't be dying of hunger. "The rewards are disappearing," shouted someone in the tree, drawing the attention of another herd of zombies. "It looks like they go away after a while," Igor said thoughtfully. "We should have picked them up right away." "Yeah, sure. A trick of the system, nothing else. Complain to tech support. They didn't need the rewards anyway, so why should I look a gift horse in the mouth? I didn't feel like a thief in this situation at all. I was just salvaging stuff that had been thrown away. I was done with that street, so I decided to return to my own place. There I took out a couple of deadies, one of which was very strong. Something green definitely should have dropped from him. I hoped it would be a book. But I would be okay with a decent spear, or even some kind of armor, or a magic wand. Ah, you could imagine anything while flying towards your prize, but I couldn't fly fast. Sometimes I forgot about my limited mana, which is why the bar had fallen to 5. The building where I had fought off the deadies was an outbuilding of a multi-story apartment complex. I had managed to go all the way around it while looking for rewards. I decided not to waste time and headed directly through the walls. I was never going to get used to these new feelings. It was like I was neither alive nor dead. All my feelings were totally different. My hearing had become kind of weird, muffled. There weren't any real sounds at all, just information about what was going on around me. And the weightlessness. That was, for sure, the best. I didn't feel any weight, I didn't have to breathe, and there wasn't any pain, either. Controlling where you go was super easy, too. Wherever you want, that's where you go. You didn't have to learn anything. It was as intuitive as possible. The first room I passed through was empty. The exit door was wide open. It looked like, when everything started, the people had been able to run outside. It was no good to deal with zombies stuck in these concrete boxes. Oh yeah, like it was any better to become one of the walking dead in the great outdoors. And I had gotten lucky. Just luck. That fat guy and his rude smack had probably saved my life. Well, I had repaid him fairly for it, at least. I ran into some inhabitants in the next room, a grandfather and grandmother. Both of them, as far as I could tell, had been bedridden. There was no way they could have escaped in time. But that didn't stop them from turning into zombies, quietly and peacefully. It would be humane to end their misery, but I had no intention of risking it. I still had to find a safe place to open up some of my rewards, see what these food sets were made of, and up my stats with my available points. I floated around the little room a couple of times, checking every nook and cranny. I even thought about materializing so I could conclusively prove my theory, but I wasn't about to risk it. Everything was still looking pretty bleak. The zombies that I killed through the little window had all given 1 reward each. They were just weak little potatoes, and one green one, but they all did. But I didn't get anything from the others. Not a thing. Not even one reward. The little gray book that I threw on the floor here while escaping the invading deadies didn't count. Oh, system. You're a stingy bitch, aren't you? I used the system's knife to kill things through the little window. It may have been tied to a stick, but at least the pointy end was from the system. The others I finished off with the splintered end of the mop. I didn't get it from one of those little spheres, so the system decided that I didn't deserve any bonuses from it. So here I am, without any gifts. Well, there it was. My first thought was that soldiers could get by pretty well with rewards. No, they would get their own experience. Maybe less than normal, but still. A machine gun was always better than a dull knife, to say nothing of tanks. But they would have a hard time without rewards. Sooner or later they would run out of bullets, and then they would have to do it by hand. Around that time, the ones working with the system would show up, surpassing normal people in every possible way. And everybody would have different skills, too. After collecting all the rewards and double-checking everything, I flew away from the building. At first I was heading towards the door, but then I remembered that I didn't need it now. Where to hide? Right next door was the multi-story apartment complex, an utterly impregnable fortress, so I should get as high up as possible there. It took me half an hour to make it to the 9th floor. If you speed up just a little bit, then right away the mana starts sinking at a crazy rate. Every time I had to stop myself. What would happen if I ran out? Would I materialize again and fall down? Or would I just stop moving? In any case, it would be better to check that in more comfortable conditions. From up here, I could see all the neighboring environs. Here and there, zombies were lurching around, with survivors still screaming like before. There were people on the roof of a 5-story building. They were basically just sitting around, afraid to show themselves at all. That made sense. The dead could sense the living, but at a distance they could only see you. I thought that was logical. But sitting around and waiting for someone to save you was stupid. They should be brave, figure out their interfaces, and show those zombies some real resistance. Otherwise, they are all going to die awful deaths. But I am no teacher. I am just a ghost who wants to find a comfortable place to unpack my potatoes and get stronger. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. But there wasn't a lot of safety around. The first thing I did was to fly around to the whole upper floor, which wasted a lot of time. Totally empty. Now that I was sure nobody would barge in on me, I picked the room with the heaviest door. And as a bonus, behind that heavy door was comfortable, expensive furniture and appliances. Nobody had been in this room to begin with. It was locked, which meant nobody had run out in panic. After flying around the corners of the room a few times, I was finally convinced that I was safe, and I could finally relax. There would be no uninvited guests. But how should I materialize? I knew that I just had to shut off the skill, but what was the best place to do it? Under the ceiling? Then I would hurt myself when I fell. Lying on the bed? What if I ended up in the sheet? It would get stick in my ass. In the end, after much thought, I decided to come back right above the bed, about half a foot. I mentally reached for my skill, commanded it to shut off, and, just as planned, I fell onto the soft, comfortable bed. "Sweet," I said. It was nice to feel myself within my own body. There was some pain, but also a bunch of other feelings along with it, like smells, sounds, and fatigue. I had really been missing them. But then again, when you're flying, you're not really thinking about it. And on top of that, hunger was back. My stomach, grumbling like a wave of zombies, was gently but unavoidably reminding me that it was time to open up my little potatoes. I decided to start my experiments with a gray one. I had more than enough of them, and it wouldn't be a big deal to waste one. I might have been able to get some food from the previous residents, but I wasn't interested in that. The food would run out sooner or later, and then I would have to use these food sets exclusively. The little potato turned to dust, and I ended up with a bowl of buckwheat in my hands. Looked like it was boiled, and not very appetizing. I didn't try to understand the logic behind it. I took a fork and tasted the food. No salt or seasonings, just food. It would keep you from starving. If I hadn't eaten for a couple of days, then this buckwheat would be the food of the gods. But right now, like this, I didn't want it. In the next little gray potato, I found a potato, also boiled, also in a bowl. It was the bowls that I cared about more now. The tableware was made either out of plastic or something similar. I think it was probably single-use and would be recycled after use. You definitely couldn't use it as a weapon, meaning that it had no value to me. A green one now. That was more interesting. The boiled buckwheat was without seasoning and not even warm, but after activating the green food set, I had a plate of hot mashed potatoes in front of me, covered in some sort of gravy. I fell to eating that food right away. I wasn't even going to think about opening the gray potatoes anymore. Not when I had things like this. If I had these little potatoes all the time, I would never get married. I mean, I would never get married anyway, but it tasted great, with a decent portion size. I ended up going through 2 of the potatoes. The second portion I didn't even finish. I didn't have the appetite for it. I fell onto the bed, closed my eyes, and dozed off. "Damn it!" I shouted, practically asleep. "The stats!" Before I could rest, I had to deal with all of that. That was my first priority. After activating the interface, I clicked on the tab I needed and got to work. Name, CASP. Level, 3. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 9. Mind, 11. Spirit, 2. Available stat points, 6. Skills, Active, Passive, Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points, 6. Abilities, everything was the same. Nothing had changed. I got a couple of levels, and since then I hadn't killed a single deadie. I needed to do something about that. "And what should that be?" I said, squinting. "Body. Let's press on it, what the hell?" Chapter 3. Stats. Body, 9. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 4. Constitution, 3. Mind, 11. Intelligence, 5. Reaction, 3. Perception, 3. Spirit, 2. Repository, 1. Conduits, 1. Available skill points, 6. You could improve all the goddamn stats, and you could improve them as much as you wanted, except those with just one thing. Using my available points, I could develop even my left pinky toe, as much as I wanted. But to do that, I would need to gain some levels, meaning there was no time for sleeping. While you sleep, your enemies work. I had 6 points in total. I needed to invest them wisely. I couldn't mess it up, since every new level would be harder and harder to get. The math was easy to do. The first level required you to kill 1 guy. The second level required 5, and so on. Plus, the harder the opponent, the more the experience. Yeah, I would call it that. Our world was already like a game now. No reason not to get my terms from them. I got everything about the body stats. If I pump up strength, I will hit harder, or run harder. Dexterity would affect my speed, probably. With it, I could run much faster, and I would get flexibility and all that stuff agile people have. So, Constitution. I could run longer. That was also a useful skill to have in this new reality. The mind ones were pretty easy too. Intelligence would affect my ability to think and remember. Maybe more, too, like my ability to communicate with others. Ha! No thanks. I managed to survive without that before, somehow. But spirit, that was all new to me. But once again, I could try to figure it out with logic. Repository must have an effect on the amount of mana available to me. Right now, I had just 1. If I had 2, then I would have twice as much. Conduits was some strange stuff, but I was pretty sure it would have an effect on my magic damage. So if I were a fire mage, I would be using those conduits left and right.
The faster you can get your mana through them, the more you can burn. Or something like that. In all probability, they would do something for my skill, too. If I pumped them up, there would be some sort of reactive pull, so I could move faster if I wanted to. That was all good. Where should I put my 6 available points? I would like to have more, but unfortunately, what I had was what I had. At first, I thought about skipping mental development, since it was already my biggest stat. But then what? Without it, I couldn't use my skill in time or avoid the rotten teeth of those zombies. It was necessary, for sure. I would put at least 1 point in it, and then see what happened. I definitely didn't have enough strength. Yeah, I was a ghost. And yeah, mostly I would never need to attack my enemies with raw power. But right now I had to split skulls without using my skills, since I hardly had any. I would put 2 points into it. And another one into dexterity. I had only 2 left, but there was nothing to think about now. Although I might not be shooting fire out of my hands, the distance and speed of my flight at least still were completely dependent on my mana. I really needed to be able to move, which meant that the rest were going straight into repository. Breathe in, breathe out. It was time to start. Spending my points was not that fun. I had to waste one even, since my whole body was racked with unbearable pain. And that was just a reaction, but would be no good to yell. I decided at some point to instead activate my skill to hide from the pain. And it worked. As a ghost, I couldn't feel pain at all. Unless there was phantom pain, or some kind of ghostly pain. The next time would go more smoothly. I would definitely invest my points one at a time, but I wouldn't get any more discomfort from this sudden strengthening anyway. I was suddenly reminded of the smart black guy meme. Your body can't hurt if you don't have one. And now my spirit was suffering a little. That was a weird feeling. When I put the points into repository, it started feeling a little uncomfortable. I was afraid to imagine how much I would be writhing in pain now if I hadn't used my skill. Each increase took about 5 minutes, so I would soon be able to materialize again. But there was a problem. I was planning on going to all the places that were difficult to reach and taking out zombies in the most convenient places for me there, like from trees. Why not? But how could I get on a tree if I couldn't even fall onto a bed normally? It was too dangerous to get my body back while I was flying, so it was time to start practicing. I began by materializing as low down above the bed as I could, maybe an inch high. It went just like last time. My body fell onto the soft bed, and I immediately wanted to go to sleep. That's what happens when your belly is full. But I had eaten, and I would continue to eat. I wasn't going to get fat anyway, and now the obesity problem was decisively solved around the whole world. I mean, fat people just can't run away from zombies. I dematerialized again so I wouldn't drop off to sleep. My goal now was to be able to do a specific pose. The next room had 2 nice soft chairs that would work great for that. I did the same as I did with the bed, but before materializing, I folded myself up as though I was going to fall onto a chair. My body came back exactly in that pose. Exceptional. There was only one last experiment left, and then I could get started on thinning the herd of zombies. I didn't know what would happen if I materialized within, let's say, a wall. Would I be torn in half? Or would the wall be shattered into pieces? It would be better to check that in advance. I decided to use a curtain for that. I turned into a ghost and flew right up to it, just barely touching it with my pinky finger. Worst case scenario, I would lose a bit of skin and clip my nail. The moment that I went through something solid, I felt amazing. They were completely different feelings than those I had while just flying through the air in empty space. Okay, now's the time. I put my finger against the fabric, but I had to force it a little to go through it. And now, nope,
I simply couldn't get back to my body while I was in a wall. The system didn't allow me to materialize when there was something more solid than air around me. I would test it out with water later. No rush now. Turns out I was worried about nothing. I could feel every object, and to pass through them I had to actually want to. So I could lean on walls, sit in chairs, and lie in beds normally without worrying. And I could appear in any pose I wanted without fear. So, for example, I could grab onto a tree branch to stop myself from falling when gravity started working on me again. So I appeared in the chair. I was sitting there, naked, thinking about what I should do about clothes. As soon as I became a ghost, they flew away. My only hope was my inventory. I could keep clothes in there, but that meant I had to get dressed again every time, which wouldn't be too convenient. In any case, there was nothing to be done about it. I wasn't going to stop using such a cool power. It allowed me to work as comfortably and safely as possible. So I would somehow get by without clothes. After putting on some pants I found lying around, I set about looking through my rewards. I had a whole bunch of them, some of which I had already managed to use for food. I gave the books a once-over. A number of skills that I could learn, limited, extremely. Just one active and one passive until level 10. Afterward, I was under no illusions that the limit would be completely removed. At most, I would get one more of each, and I wasn't about to take up any of my precious slots with this gray bullshit.
Even less so, given that I had everything I needed to survive and improve. That was thanks to my surprising and extremely rare class. So much. I was the only person like this on the whole planet. So those books could go in the trash, or rather in my inventory. They didn't take up space and they didn't need to eat. Let them be. I could exchange them for whatever if necessary. But I had to do something about these little balls right now. It was an unpleasant surprise for me that those little knives dropped fairly often, at least one out of every 3 times. I had 3 of them from 11 spheres. Trash. I could throw them away without issue, but I wasn't going to since I could use them to get more spheres, or I could palm them off on someone in exchange for… what would I need? Nothing. I had everything, and if I didn't, I could just take it. I didn't need to ask anyone for anything now. But besides the knives, there was something interesting. Ring of Mana, mana +5, normal. At a glance, it was just a normal copper ring. Nothing special except the writing that the system showed right over it. Of course, I was going to put this on right away. Gloves of Reaction, reaction +1, normal. Greaves, Constitution +1, normal. Boots, normal. Oh, now this was just insulting. Boots. Just boots, and nothing more. Vest, normal. Could you not give me something better than just to cover my ass? I thought. But I checked the new thing. It fit like a glove. The material was leather. There was nothing else to say about that rag. Even the buttons were sad. Ring of Intelligence, intelligence +1, normal. Helmet, normal. Oh, come on, I said, not holding back. System, tell me the truth. You're doing this on purpose, right? The only thing I could do was yell at the sky. I was sincerely hoping that the rest would be just the same trash. Spear, 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 I started saying, closing my eyes tightly. I gave the mental command for the last sphere to open, and something heavy appeared in my hand. Something like a spear. God damn! It turned out to not be a spear, just a long stick. All the Asian monks in movies used things like that, and they did really well with them. But we are not in a movie, and the metal end of this stick wasn't going to confuse me into thinking so. Staff, nominal, 250/250. Well, at least it was durable. I didn't know if it would be worth it to attach the knife to it. Yeah, I think it's worth it. And not just one. As soon as these knives run out, this staff will turn into just a staff.
and then it'll just be a sad imitation of a spear, and not even for very long. The previous owners of the room were not used to working with their hands. I could even find cables for the house, and there was no reason to attach the knives with rags. That would fall apart after about 5 hits at best. So I would have to fly into the other rooms and found something that would work there. The spear went into my inventory, no problem. It weighed almost nothing, a couple pounds, maybe 5, no more. The knives went too. But there was nothing to do about the clothes. I would just have to hope that the system worked. Well, at least I could work with this. I put on everything that I just got from the rewards and turned into a ghost. The things didn't fall off. I couldn't feel them, but my mana boost remained at least. Now I had 35 points, meaning I could fly as much as I wanted, just not too fast. Plus, with an increase in my stores, I should also get an increase in my regeneration. The first thing to do was go back down. I went floor by floor, hoping to find something to tie my knives on with in one of the rooms. But I still had to get down for sure, since there were deadies down there, and also the living, who might not have been able to get the rewards from their kills. I found some cables on the 5th floor. I had had to do a full search of each room with my skill off. Even if I could look into the cabinets, I still couldn't see anything if the doors were closed. So I had to do it like I would have before. I found pliers and blue electrical tape on the 2nd floor. I stopped searching there so that I could work up my weapon. I wasn't going to hide it in my inventory while I was going around even in my immaterial state. The important thing was that the cables worked. To save time, I attached a knife and tested it out with my skill. Everything was fine. The system recognized the weapon as part of the system, and the knife didn't fall off. But I wasn't about to stop at just one knife. I needed a trident. 1 prong on one side and 2 on the other. It wouldn't be that comfortable to hold, so when the first point broke, I could immediately start using the other 2. It would be better not to create stuff in this situation anyway. Swinging a normal knife around, though, was too dangerous. I could get bitten, and then it was over. I would be dead. But what happened if I turned into a ghost after that process started? Would I become a zombie spirit? I didn't want to check. But something told me that my immaterial body would not have to fear infections and injuries. A Shaolin spear, son of a bitch! I grinned, staring at my weapon. It was light, deadly, and most importantly, part of the system. From the 2nd-story window, I could clearly see hordes of zombies. Now they were just wandering through the streets in search of new victims, and sometimes they even found them. But mostly they couldn't reach them. People could often be seen up in the trees, but they had no chance. The hundreds of zombies lying in wait below them wouldn't let them come down. There were some people who had locked themselves in cars. They were also goners, given that glass wasn't that hard to break. For now, they hadn't been noticed, but it was just a matter of time. An SUV was flying through the yard. Its metal bumper easily mowed down the zombies in its path. Without stopping or changing course, it drove through the playground in the yard and disappeared behind the neighboring building. That meant the city wasn't yet dead. There were some who were fighting back. It was pretty sad that the SUV was not part of the system. Otherwise, I would have followed it and picked up the rewards. I could, it's true, look for damaged deadies who hadn't been totally killed yet. There was a fair amount of them. But around them were ones that were fully healthy, totally ready to tear off my flesh as soon as I appeared. No, I had to be careful. The majority of the zombies were rushing after the rumbling SUV, so the people were starting to jump down from the trees, trying to find more dependable shelter. And some even managed to. A boy and a girl even ran into the entrance of my place. Conveniently for them, the electricity hadn't gone out, so the magnetic locks still worked. It was worse for those who didn't have keys. They tried to break through the doors, but that just drew unwanted attention to them, and after a few seconds of chase, the yard was filled with screams of pain. Yeah, not cool. And half of the people stayed sitting in the cars and trees anyway. Idiots. They should have taken the chance. Now there wouldn't be another one. First, I had to satisfy my curiosity. I flew off to see how the group in the tree was getting by. They had a chance to save themselves, and I wondered if they would take it. No, they were still sitting in the tree, trying to convince poor Igor to jump down first. I even was struck with the idea of helping the guy. But in this situation, I would be exposing myself to too much risk. No, let them tussle on their own. I kept looking for a convenient place to kill zombies. Just one would make no difference. To get rewards and experience, I would have to do it en masse. The perfect place would be something like the little room I was in when I first killed zombies, just with a somewhat stronger door, or maybe not even one at all. Then I could just stand there, repeatedly stabbing deadies in the eye, or in both at the same time. But no matter how much I flew around, I couldn't find a good place. Or it was too far from the hordes of zombies. But still, I did pick up some rewards while I was searching. 3 spheres, 1 book, and 5 gray potatoes. I also studied the zombies a little. They were really lurching around. That guy who had broken the door to the little room was definitely not first level. Even now, just wandering through the streets, I sometimes came across second-level ones, and even occasionally a third level. Those ones usually had some kind of abilities. For example, I came across one guy who was at least a head taller than everyone else around. He easily tore the door off a car, dragging out a screaming girl right in front of my eyes. Of course, she tried to fight back, even stabbing the guy in the eye with a knife, but to no avail. His massive paws grabbed onto her hair and pulled her toward him. Blood sprayed everywhere, passing right through me. I felt uncomfortable at its warmth, turning away, flying off somewhere else. A bad scene. But the world had changed, and I would have to see a bunch more like that one. I kept flying, looking into the entrances of homes, shops, and other buildings. But I just couldn't find a good place. Some were taken by the living, others zombies had already wandered into. Doors were wide open everywhere, and finding a secluded place was turning out to be harder than I thought. Should I climb up a tree and stab deadies from there with my spear? Honestly, not a bad plan. But I am not a monkey who can hold onto a branch and use both hands to hit with. My strength may have increased, but I still couldn't get by with one hand. A van! It was parked pretty close to my hiding spot. I liked that room on the 9th floor, and I would sleep there from now on. It had all the luxuries, a nice bed, and good, comfortable chairs. And if I needed something else, I could bring it later. It was too bad that my inventory was kind of small, but nothing was stopping me from making multiple trips. I had to come back to my body on the roof of the car so I could get my hearing back. The zombies were rumbling around, rushing to their prey, but even through all that noise, I could easily make out a whole cannonade of gunfire. It was being shot from something powerful and rapid-firing, definitely not a hunting rifle. But I really didn't know if it made sense to use firearms in the current situation. It was effective, sure, but it made a lot of noise. And that noise could draw in both the dead and the living, and the latter was what I would be more afraid of. It's not like they were paragons of humanity before, and now they might go even more nuts. Hit! I stabbed at the first, quickest deadie. It landed right in his eye, killing him on the first hit. The zombies were flooding in from all sides, but none of them could get up onto the roof. The van was starting to shake from the force of all those hungry beasts, but that didn't see a bit. Level up +1. Level up +1. How many have I finished off? 2 dozen? 3? Yeah, around there. Killing deadies like this was pretty nice. They lifted up their heads and opened their mouths, and I just methodically slammed my spear downward. If that didn't work, I just did it again. The first knife fell apart at about the 10th zombie. It couldn't handle a second-level one and crumbled into dust. I had to turn my weapon around and use it as a bident. It was perfectly serviceable like that. I might have to use more strength, though, since the deadies were starting to get back up after the first hit more often. I also was forgetting that I had to get the rewards. so I had to keep moving constantly. If the corpses piled up in one place, I wouldn't be able to move them. To do that, I would have to materialize, and I wasn't about to do that if I didn't have to. I left the strongest one for last, which was pointless, totally pointless. I jammed my weapon into his eye, and the last 2 knives crumbled into dust, causing no significant damage. A 3rd-level opponent was no joke. These beasts got stronger skin, and their strength and speed increased. Thank God they didn't get any smarts, or that would be way worse. I had already decided to let that one live, but I was really wondering what kind of reward you might get from a monster like that. Thankfully, he wasn't unique, like some of them. I had sometimes noticed deadies in the horde that were different from the others. Some of them were very thin, standing out for the suddenness of their movement. On the other hand, there were also slow ones that were bigger and stronger. I was sure there would be others soon, too. The evolution of these beasts wasn't going to just stop now. But I have to evolve too. Hit! I slammed my stick as hard as I could, but just got recoil in my hands, again and again. The zombie's face was nothing more than putty. There was no blood rushing from his wounds, but it was still an unpleasant sight. I slammed my staff over and over into the beast's eyes, nose, and mouth, and eventually I heard a loud crack. Just a little more. The bridge of his nose had broken. Now I started aiming better. I forgot about everything that was happening around me, just poking my stick into one place over and over. In about 5 minutes, my enemy fell limp like a rag doll. And next to him was a green sphere. Not a book, but still good. In any case, I had promised that I would not use any books that were less than blue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the space if I found something really cool.
"Stand back, asshole!" shouted some man from inside the van I was standing on. In his hands, he had one of those trashy system knives, and he certainly looked like he was trying to show that he was prepared to use it if the situation demanded. "The van is mine, so the rewards are mine too." Fine. They're yours, if they're yours. Who am I to argue? I had no desire to talk to that guy. While I stood up there and watched, he leaned out and started digging through my prizes. Whatever, do it. Less work for me. Chapter 4. "What the hell was that?" the man said, finally losing his composure completely. Zombies were starting to be attracted by his cries, but it wasn't the first time for him. By using some sort of complicated ability, he knocked down first one and then another zombie in one strike. You could hardly notice his knife flashing before it cut through the skull like butter. The man's indignation didn't come from nowhere. It was because as soon as he found the rewards I got, they immediately disappeared. And not just nowhere, but into my inventory. If you want to take my stuff, now you got it. And clearly I had taken all of his. There weren't a lot of them, but still, better than nothing. "Where are you, you bastard?" He wouldn't shut up. He even tried to wave his knife around to hit me, and wow, were his eyes bulging. But it meant nothing to me. The knife just went right through me, and even the ability he was using didn't cause me any damage. Yeah, a slight bit of discomfort, but only for a second. But I couldn't do a thing about it either. I tried to hit him a couple of times with my stick, but it passed right through him. I needed either a specific weapon or a higher level. My ability would definitely level up with me. It said clearly in the description that I would have a more powerful effect on the material world over time. But for now, I found a bottle and put it in my inventory. While the guy was picking through the corpses, I could at least mess with him a little. I mean, I already got all my rewards and could fly off any time. I didn't have any intention of killing him. He didn't do any damage to me, although he could have. I couldn't hold on to anything, but my inventory could help me a lot. I hovered above the guy at about 10 feet and dropped the bottle out of my inventory. It materialized right where my hand was and fell right through it. "Son of a bitch!" he shouted, as soon as it shattered on his leg. At the sound and his yell, the restless undead started rushing in again, but this time in even greater numbers. I watched gleefully as he climbed on top of the van,
the same place where I had just been not too long ago. He sat there calmly for a while, but then he started grumbling. He clearly thought that I had gone off somewhere, but not yet. I had been filling up my inventory with rewards, and this poor sucker had another surprise coming. And that would be when he had finished them all off and climbed back down to collect what he earned from all his hard work. Okay, fine, let it go. I could move on. Plus, it was starting to get dark outside. How did I know that? I looked at my watch, and whatever else, my sight hadn't changed. Since everything around was in a kind of washed-out black and white, it was exceptionally obvious that nothing had changed. In fact, something that was really cool was that I didn't feel tired. It was too bad that as soon as I went back to normal, all of my physical needs would return. I didn't get all these green potatoes for nothing. I think it's time to finish everything up and head for home. I needed to sleep a few hours, eat something to keep my strength up, and open my rewards. It was very probable that the man had come at me so aggressively because of how I looked. I had a gray helmet, a strange leather vest, and a bare ass. Well, also boots and greaves. No sooner said than done. I needed to go home, fill my stomach, get some sleep, and open my rewards. At the very least, I absolutely needed some underwear from the system. And from which little gray ball would I get those? What about from a green one? Self-washing ones, perhaps? While I was heading back to my home base, I picked up a few more rewards. Mostly little potatoes, just gray ones. But I already had enough green ones, so I would leave these for trading. Sooner or later, unfortunately, I would have to get in contact with other people. No matter how much I didn't want to, I couldn't get by without them. At the very least, there would soon be people who were doing crafts. Producing system items. That was clear just by the kinds of things I had seen on the list of classes: blacksmiths, weaponsmiths, leather workers, and other medieval bullshit. And also from the gathering of resources. Honestly, I hoped that the majority of people had picked stuff like that, because if everyone was going to be a warrior, then our world was doomed. I sat down in an armchair, and only then did I really feel how tired I was. I had collected a whole buttload of rewards, but I would open them up after I slept, if you please. I would either have to use them or throw them away. My inventory was not that big right now, and I didn't expect it to expand when I leveled up. But it had to be possible to expand it, right? There must be some way to do it. The green potato treated me this time to a plate of boiled crabs and a cup of beer. That was really unexpected. But right now, I was feeling like something a little less fancy. Like a beef cutlet with pasta, and a little bit of mashed potatoes. But the next potato gave me a little vial. A normal vial with some red liquid, about 4 ounces. Everything was clear right away. I concentrated on it, and the writing came up over the object. Health potion. Description: restores health and strength. Heals deep wounds, broken bones, and burns. Removes all infections from the body, including the zombie virus. That was all. It made sense to assume there would be bigger and smaller potions. Here I had a mid-sized one, probably because it had come from a green potato. I put it in my inventory so it wouldn't bother me. In any case, I might well end up needed it at an inopportune moment. If not to heal my injuries, then at least to save me from the zombie virus. All of a sudden I thought about a person crawling through the desert, asking the universe for another chance at life, for just the tiniest bit of water. And then he finds one of these potatoes. And it has crackers in it, or crab without beer. You got it, it's done. Not a damn thing to do about it. I had to choke down the crab and the beer, but what could you do? Those were the sacrifices you had to make due to this messed-up system. Since I couldn't just eat food like that, I went into the living room and turned on the TV. I hadn't watched one in nearly 10 years, so it wouldn't surprise me if the news were now talking about a rise in an unsavory demographic in our country, and in foreign countries. Not zombies, but gays who were marching in parades. But no, most of the channels were unavailable, and the ones that were working, somehow, were just showing live feeds from street cameras in different cities. And everywhere was the same. The streets were jam-packed with the walking dead. But I already knew about that. Suddenly, I came across a channel where they were broadcasting live from studio, like before. A woman was talking about what was going on. She was advising viewers to stay indoors and wait for the government's response. "The hell you saying, dumbass?" I couldn't help but shout. "We need to destroy the zombies while they are still weak." I couldn't handle this. I needed to find some kind of easy movie, or just a regular show. And there still were some. The glass of beer had made me a little drowsy, and the crab was settling in my stomach, leading me to doze off. It was only at the very last moment that I snapped awake, remembering to set a trap in front of the door to the bedroom. I grabbed a bunch of expensive-looking dishes from the kitchen and spread them out over the floor. That way, if I had any uninvited guests, I would definitely hear them. Plus, I was a light sleeper. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I was out. I didn't fall asleep so much as lose consciousness. Thwing! What the hell? I flew up to the ceiling and started looking around. It was dark in the room, but that didn't stop me at all from seeing the faces of the people who had broken into my room. "I'm telling you, he was right here!" A man, followed by two others, was trying to justify himself. "Did you see him in that room, drinking beer and watching TV?" "Yeah, we saw. No need. He must be hiding somewhere," bellowed an older man from what I could tell. He looked pretty strange, wearing a real cloak and a wizard's hat. But under that mage's outfit was a normal guy in an Abibus tracksuit. "Split up and find him." I didn't know what they were here for. To rob me? What did I have to steal? And they probably hadn't figured out how many rewards I had. And the more rewards you had, the stronger you were. I was curious and looked at their levels. 2, 4, and unknown. It didn't say. Obviously too high for me. The guys didn't waste any time. Unlike me, they went around destroying everything. They had managed to get some abilities, too, and they were fairly well armed. And I didn't mean with little pocket knives. The guy who first came into the room had a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Boring, but effective. And he had on a coat with metal plates, gloves, shin guards, and a helmet. Some of that was definitely from Earth, but some of it, like the coat, was definitely from the system. The other one, who I had considered to be old, was armed with a staff. He had a lot less armor, but the stuff he had on was more than enough. It seemed to me like it was an accessory from the system for all magic users. Well, whatever. They've gotten really lucky. Or they had killed a bunch of zombies while he was in here feasting and watching movies. I needed to follow their example, otherwise I would just stay a ghost who couldn't do anything. But I could argue with that too. They had mostly attacking abilities, it seemed, and I wasn't into that. I could only appear and disappear, nothing else. Which would not help me in the slightest in group battles. The third was holding a bow. The stupidest choice. Unless it was from the system, then okay. You could use it if nothing better came along. If he had the invisibility skill, then it would be better to kill him first, even if he was a good guy. But what if? No. If an item was being used by someone, then I couldn't put it in my inventory. Alack and alas. So unfair, you could cry. If I could have, then I would have stripped them bare in 5 minutes. But no, patience was key. I had to know what their goal was in coming to this room, and also how. They certainly hadn't been running through the streets, since the zombies were thick as flies. "Hey!" shouted the swordsman from the living room. "He really was drinking beer, with crab!" "What?" The dumbass with the bow came in. "Anything left?" "Yeah." The guy grinned, and started digging around on my plate after throwing his sword on the couch. "But not much." They both started picking through my leftovers, so I couldn't help but take advantage of the moment. You can't eat crab with one hand. So they had to put their weapons aside. And that was what I took advantage of right then and there. But unfortunately, I couldn't get everything in my inventory right away. The sword itself weighed 5 to 10 pounds, and the shield even more. The bow was lighter, so I stole that weapon first. I mean, I didn't need a shield. They could keep that. Maybe I was robbing them for nothing, and these guys had actually come to save me. But these were times of war, and it was better to treat everyone you met as though they were your enemy. And in any case, if they turned out to be fine, upstanding citizens, I could give back what I had stolen. It was only fair.
Hey, where did you put my sword? The ex-swordsman had realized after 5 minutes. What the hell did you take my bow for? I didn't touch your shit. The dumbass started arguing. You lost it yourself, and now you're blaming me. Give me back my bow, prick. I was enjoying watching them squabble like dogs, but they didn't yell at each other for very long. The wizard walked into the room, and both idiots immediately shut up. What's wrong with you idiots? He barked. You lost your weapons, you get new ones, what of it? And that is what happened. Right away, the fighters had new weapons in their hands, no worse than the old ones. I wondered just how many copies they had in their inventories. Nobody is here. Let's get going. It will be dawn soon. He stopped talking and started waving his arms around. After a few seconds, a hole in space appeared right in the middle of the room. It looked just like some sort of distortion that you could see the outside through had appeared in the air. And who was I to keep myself from using that portal? In fact, I was the first to fly into it. The warriors followed after me, and the wizard himself came out last. A portalist. I didn't pay that class any attention at the very beginning, but I definitely wouldn't have said no to something like this. I really had no idea what color class he was, but he used his skill so well. Much cooler than me, that was for sure. We were on the roof of the building across the street. A normal 9-story one, nothing special. And you could see a beautiful view of my window from here. Now I knew how they figured me out. They just saw the flickering of the TV from my window. But what had they wanted with me? Surely they didn't come to try and evacuate me. "Where to now?" asked the swordsman to no one in particular, like nothing had even happened. "Right over there," said the dumbass, pointing at the building across on the other side.
You see it? Someone is definitely there. I didn't know what kind of ability he had, but I definitely couldn't see anything. He probably had improved sight or something like that. But I couldn't give a shit, since his sight didn't work on me at all.
The 3rd floor from the top? Asked the portalist. Where the pigeons have shit all over the windowsill?
No, to the right.
Got you, I see it.
The wizard nodded. Give me 10 minutes, then we roll. Why wait? Ah, he was letting his mana come back. That made sense. But I had my mana all the way up, and I remember which window it was. So I saw no reason not to get over there ahead of them. I had to hurry and waste a little mana. Too bad, but otherwise I would be going at a snail's pace. So I got there in about 5 minutes, and now I had time to spare. Already while flying over there, I could tell that there really were people in the room. At least one person. And he, like me, was watching TV. Specifically the same news that I had been watching. 2 people were sitting, eyes glued to their computer screens. The thick curtains were shut tight, but if you looked carefully, you could still see the light glowing. That archer of theirs really was sharp-eyed. You couldn't argue with that. A girl and a boy. They were young, maybe even high school students. Or they were. There were no weapons in the room, but it was clear they weren't ready to be eaten by zombies. They were staring at their monitors with eyes full of hope, not paying attention to anything around them. Right now, they were saying that the government would be communicating very soon, and that there was no reason to panic. They also said some useful things, like about how the zombie virus spreads. Now that I was interested in hearing. The most infectious thing was the spit. That meant that if you were bitten, then you would definitely turn into a zombie, and the bigger the wound, the faster the process worked.
The anchor also mentioned that if you cut off, let's say, an arm that had been bitten in time, then you would not turn. Also good. But they didn't say anything about potions at all. After watching that part of the broadcast, I finally looked around more attentively. I mean, wasn't that why I flew over here? It was a pretty meagerly furnished little room. Nothing excessive, just what was immediately necessary. As for weapons, they only had a small knife from the system, lying all by its lonesome on a stool in the kitchen. If enemies surprised them, even zombies, they would be goners. First, they would have to run to the kitchen, and only then could they start defending themselves. Stupid kids. Not like they were going to survive. But I wanted to see what the 3 strong fighters were going to do, and to know why they were popping through all the neighboring rooms. So I just hovered up in a corner, choosing the most comfortable place, and waited. When I was a ghost, time felt different, and waiting stopped being such a chore. I was sure that I could stay in this corner for years and never get bored. Maybe I could change my own perceptions. But I would think about that later. And also about whether I was aging while I was in this spirit world. The portal opened without making any sound. There was just some sort of anomaly in the air, and then my acquaintances dropped out of it. They didn't waste time standing around. The first thing they did was to attack the unsuspecting boy. One hit with the shield, and he dropped to the ground like a rag doll. The girl wanted to shout, but the archer wouldn't let her, covering her mouth. But they didn't kill them right away, and that was good. But I liked the look of this situation less with every passing second. "Hey, let me take this one first. The room over there is empty," whined the archer, looking hopefully at his boss. "Go to hell, I'm first," grunted the swordsman, distracted from his search of the knocked-out boy's body. So, they wanted to rape the girl. Was that why they were jumping from room to room, looking for survivors? That sounded about right. So, while they were busy with her, I could steal whatever I wanted. "No, there's not a lot of time until dawn. Then how are we going to look for them?" the portalist said, shaking his head. "The boy is for me, and girl, whose turn is it? I always get this confused." "Mine!" the fighters answered in unison, looking very angrily at each other. "Idiots." The wizard shook his head. "Fine. How much do you have in your inventory?" he asked, pointing at the dumbass. 25. "And you?" he asked the swordsman. "I have 20. That jerk is always trying to screw me over." He started, about to keep yammering, but the older man cut him off. "Fine, enough jawing. You kill the kill. That will be 25. I don't think she'll have more than 10. I stopped listening. Everything was clear, along with their motives. I had never intended to get involved, but now, all of a sudden, there was a good reason. Your inventory expanded when you killed a person. And these douchebags were busy increasing their inventory space. That was why they came to me. And they intended to kill these kids for the same reason. They wanted it so much that they didn't even intend to abuse the girl. Well, it was true that your inventory was no laughing matter, especially for me, when I could carry around heavy objects and throw them on my enemies' heads like a flying bird. "Hey, boys," I smiled. "You forgot your sword. I have come to return it to you." Chapter 5. The fighters didn't slow down at all. As soon as I introduced myself to them, the swordsman immediately jumped toward me with unbelievable speed. I didn't even know that a person could leap so powerfully and so fast. His shield was visibly glowing, letting me know that I might not be able to survive a hit from it. It was definitely some sort of charge skill. But I was ready for exactly that move, and managed to vanish into the air before he could catch me. He flew through me, continuing to move by inertia, and smashed his shield into the wall. There was a loud sound and crack ran through it. So much power. And judging from how fast he turned around, the swordsman hadn't taken any serious damage from running into the concrete. This was not a simple ability, and definitely not a common one. He might have managed to get a singular class. It was totally possible. "Find him!" bellowed the mage. He was also getting ready to fight, putting his staff in front of him. And how was he going to attack me? Teleport me to Siberia? That would be inhumane. "He left again!" screamed the archer. He had already forgotten about the girl, and she crawled backward, shrinking into a corner. "Idiot, you could easily run away." "You're wrong!" I appeared for just a moment and threw the bow at the wizard, disappearing again immediately. Too bad I couldn't throw the sword at them. I would need it to kill these assholes. But I didn't just do that on a whim. You really needed to learn fast in this new reality. And my victims almost immediately took the bait. "He can't move," concluded the portalist. "He shows up right where he left." He swung his staff, and it passed right through me. "And he's not invisible, or this would have hit him, which means he can't see us or hear us, so get moving, dummies." He moved over to the side a little, and his lackeys followed suit. That was so I couldn't toss anything at the place I had picked before.
Well done. They had at least a tiny bit of brains.
"You haven't left yet?" I said, showing up in the same place I had before.
But I nearly paid for my boldness, since less than a second later an arrow passed right through me. The swordsman didn't stand back either, and I felt the coldness of steel around my back. He had tried to take me out. Okay, now they thought that I couldn't move. They were standing in a semicircle, ready to deal the finishing blow the next time I showed up. True idiots to think like that, since how could I have followed them? If I couldn't move, then I could not have gone through their portal without being seen either. But they wouldn't have time to think about that. The first thing I had to do was take care of the mage. He was the one who would be most likely to run away if things came to that. No sooner said than done. I flew around him, settling right behind him, so that the archer couldn't get to me, and the guy with shield couldn't use his ability. Okay, let's go. Silently. Thwack! On to the next one, before he catches on. I used 5 points of mana and almost instantaneously moved to behind the archer, materialized, and immediately thrust my sword under his shoulder blade. Just in case, I pulled the weapon back out and hit him again, this time full across the neck. Inventory increased plus 30 pounds. My sword was stuck, but I didn't even try to pull it out. I simply disappeared along with it. The archer hadn't even been able to cry out, with a fountain of blood spurting from his sliced-up neck, but I was already flying off to the next enemy. The swordsman had decided not to give up without a fight, and had started waving his weapon all over the place. As soon as I materialized, he would hit me, and there was nothing I could do about it. But I had nothing but time. I could afford to wait. But this was strange. Why did my inventory only increase 1 time? What about the wizard? Right when I started to think about that prick, he opened up a portal and fell into it like a sack of potatoes. The swordsman didn't even hesitate, and, forgetting the danger he was in, threw himself toward the hole too. Inventory increased plus 30 pounds. But I was right behind him. My sword went through his throat from top to bottom. For a second I caught his gaze, seeing only fear and surprise in it. What do you expect? You thought you could go around killing everyone indiscriminately, and there would be no punishment for it? His body had just begun falling to the floor by the time the portal closed. The wizard had had no intention of saving anyone else. He was only saving his own ass. I could have just let him be. Had given him a serious injury, and he would expire soon enough. But I couldn't forget about potions. He would drink one right off and be right as rain. But I didn't need one. Now my inventory would let me pick up everything. I had 2 bows, 2 swords, a shield, and arrows. Everything was mine now. I had no desire to spend any more time watching those helpless students, and definitely not to help them. Unless... Here, take this. I put the normal staff into the girl's hands. Tie your knife to it and you can kill zombies a lot easier. She opened her mouth to say something, but I had already disappeared, heading upward. The spear had just been taking up space in my inventory, and I would have had to throw it away anyway. But it was better to give it to someone who could do some good, rather than just get rid of it. On top of that,
I might be able to get something from that innocent couple. They would freak out, start improving their stats, and I would have 2 powerful people in my debt. But I would have to come back anyway. I had taken the weapons, but I didn't have time for clothes. I couldn't leave such valuable stuff for just anybody to take.
Plus, they might find some pants from the system. I didn't like showing up among people anyway, but even less so with my bare ass out. The wizard was on the roof of the building next door. To open a portal, he had to see his destination, or at least remember it. So he went back to where he came from. I had to use some more mana, which was already at half. On the way, I noticed that the wizard had started shaking a little. He drank a potion, and then got to his feet. He had probably taken a second one already. I had to hurry. And any time he could jump far away, and then I would never catch him. After a minute, he tossed another potion into his mouth. Now I could see him in detail. I had a rounded bottle in my inventory. That, from what I understood, was a mid-level potion. The wizard had only low-level ones in his inventory. They were in low, narrow flasks with about an eyedropper's worth of liquid. Not much more, I thought. Right in front of my eyes, he drank down a vial of blue liquid. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out that it was restoring his power. Portals definitely took a lot of mana, and opening multiple ones in a row would not be possible. Also, it looked like he was fully healed. He was walking around the roof, but he didn't seem to view himself as a victim now. He was thinking about how to get away as fast as possible, and he was worried. I followed them into that apartment, meaning nothing could stop me from flying here, too. The wizard stopped for a bit, checking how much mana he had recovered, then, nodding to himself, began waving his arms around. A crack suddenly appeared in space, growing in size with every passing second. A single step, and he would be free. He would avoid punishment, and I would not get my well-deserved reward in the form of an inventory increase. Thwack! My sword hit him in the back, but once again he didn't go down on the first hit. In fact, he turned around, bared his teeth, and some sort of spell started forming on the end of his staff. It was a purple sphere, about the size of a tennis ball, which appeared within literally less than a second, and I was only able to disappear at the very last moment before it passed through me. This time his attack had an effect. Even though I was in my spirit form, I clearly felt injured. It wasn't pain, but some other strange feeling, like a part of me was dead. The sphere flew off for a few feet and exploded with a loud bang. I was hit by the shock wave and thrown to the side. As soon as I shut my skill off, my legs buckled and I fell to my knees. My whole body was in pain, but I could not find any sort of injury. My spirit hurt. There was no other way to say it. So in my spirit form, I was still not immortal? That's what it looked like. And only magic could hurt me. And it had to be on purpose, right? That swordsman had jumped through me with his glowing shield, and I didn't feel anything. Plus, my health bar, which was flashing on the edge of my vision, was only now at halfway. Let's get back to that later. A flask appeared in my hand, and with a deft movement of my finger, I popped the wooden top and threw the contents into my mouth. I felt better immediately. And what a flavor! Amazing! I had never had anything like it before. It was like a sour liquid with a touch of something sweet and fruity, along with mint. It woke me up, refreshed me, and brought me right back to normal. "I would think twice if I were you," wheezed the mage when I got to my feet. He was out of mana, and most probably potions, too. And he wanted me to think? "You need me. Only with my protection can you—" Smack! Inventory increased plus 50 pounds. Right in the eye. That would guarantee that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Protection. What did that mean? It sounded tempting, but not today, thank you. Now I know that it was best not to put myself in front of spells. And it was really good that I had learned it right now, when my opponents aren't that strong. Because soon there will be strong wizards,
capable of frying everything around them with just a glance. Inventory 125 pounds. Now this is good. I could carry a whole bag of potatoes around. But first things first, loot the body. I didn't find system pants on the mage or among his accomplices, but the leader was wearing a cloak, and it turned out to be 100% from the system. Wizard cloak, norm. Conduits, +2. Sorcerer's hat, norm. Storage, +1. What was storage? I think it's something to do with mana. No, I'm sure. This is just a sorcerer's hat. It sounds pretty lame, but it's still better than this normal, useless helmet. It doesn't protect me from hits, or even give me any bonuses. There was no point in the cloak right now. Even though it did a good job of covering my naked ass, now I could just become a high-level exhibitionist. The terror of parks and shopping malls. He appears and... Opa! And gone in a flash. I didn't get anything especially good from the fights. Even the coat that the swordsman was wearing turned out to be total trash. I got nothing from them except the shield. I couldn't even wear the coat under my cloak, since there was a limit to everything. No more than 10 rings, only 2 bracers, and just 1 coat. And cloaks counted too. Wizard's staff, rare. Mana usage minus 10%, concentration. 300 over 300. Now this was more interesting. It was the first rare item I had ever held in my hands. With the wizard dead, I threw it into my inventory without a second thought. Now, having collected everything and being hidden a story up from the terrified students, I could say it was the most precious object in my collection. But what the hell did I care? Should I tie some more knives to it and poke zombos in the eyes? The sword would be better for that, and I could only wrap it up on one end since there was some sort of bulb on the other one. Now I was just thinking about the fact that I had killed someone. Not just one person, but 3. The heroes in movies always say that after you kill someone like yourself, you change as a person. That it's hard to kill. It follows you for the rest of your life. I didn't know how I could keep on living now. Ha! I laughed at those movie memories. The only thing that had been holding me back before was the law, and now that was all gone. You could and should kill bastards like that. The world would only be a better place for it. In any case, my inventory had increased, and I could carry the staff around like that without using my hands. Sooner or later it would come in handy, and since it wasn't a mouth to feed, it was fine. Now I had a new goal. I was a hero who cleaned up the dirty streets of this city. A nameless, faceless savior, ready to come to the aid of all those in need. I'm kidding, of course. My inventory would just increase faster with these punks, and I could get by pretty well. There was no point in dealing with those simple idiots. They just sit and do nothing, waiting for help. And killing those fools? Well, it's not the most fun thing. But in addition to my inventory, I also needed experience. Too bad, there was no getting around that. And people would either hide their best skills in their inventories, or they would use them on themselves anyway. But I, until now, you could say, had been going around completely exposed. There was just trash in my little gray book, and I hadn't picked up any others. To get something valuable, I had to kill strong monsters. Maybe not even that. The monster had to be stronger than me for me to get a good reward from it. The system was probably a sick son of a bitch, so it thought that way. With my mana having recovered a little and strapped on all my equipment, I started out on another flight. Along the way, I popped into the room 1 floor below. There, the guy had come to his senses and was now discussing a plan of action with the girl. Dumbasses. You should throw the bodies out the window first, otherwise they're going to start to decompose. But you don't even want to get near them. But it would be easier to just switch rooms. There's no end to free ones around. But whatever. My priority was to head home. I no longer felt like sleeping. That was ruined by those 3 assholes. I barely felt like eating either, which meant it was time to hunt. Plus, the sun was just beginning to peek up from below the horizon, and I could see quite well where I should put my attacks in my material form. It was cool to hide on the roof of an SUV, but this time I would have to use some other method. Theoretically, I could show up for just 1 second, make an attack, and once again fade into thin air. Nobody would be able to react, of course, if I wasn't there in the flesh. I could make use of the cars that had been totaled in pile-ups. The apocalypse had started pretty unexpectedly, and the drivers had lost control in a second, so there was absolute chaos on the streets. A large number of terrible accidents, with bodies mangled and torn. And you could find corpses in the cars themselves, or zombies trapped inside of the metal. And right here in the yard was a great little place. The playground with a fairly raised area. I could climb up to the very top and beat back anyone who tried to get to me in relative safety. The mound itself was made of wood, which was just perfect for me right now. Thankfully, there was nobody on the top. I materialized and smacked the highest step with all my strength. It cracked, but didn't break. But it did attract the attention of the deadies. 1 hit. Another. I could break the next one, too. While I was dealing with the steps, the zombies were slowly starting to come up from both sides. One side was a gentle slope, while the other had the remaining steps. I could only calm down once I had broken the 3rd one. Now my rear was well protected. The deadies couldn't jump. I mean, they can't, right? Now there was a crush starting on the mound. The zombies were being drawn in from all over the yard, scrabbling with all their strength and jostling against each other. Bow, normally. 300 over 300. Huh. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Probably because it wasn't a weapon, but just bullshit. But it couldn't hurt to do some training. It might even come in handy. There were 20 arrows, but I could get more later. I have nothing to say about the quality since I didn't even figure it out, but the pointed ends were sharp, so they should easily pierce through a skull. Thwunk! The first shot went wide, or rather, into the chest of the nearest monster. It was too soon to expect precision aiming, but in a pile like this you would definitely hit at least something. The next shot was true, since the deadie had managed to crawl up pretty close. I could have reached him with my sword even, but it would have taken too long to switch weapons. The arrows started shooting one after another. Most of them missed, but I still laid out 5 deadies. The worst thing was that there were minors among the zombies. Children. They couldn't avoid this fate either. And although the regular dead were just faceless to me, a gray mass, it was different with the kids. I felt bad for them. But it was paramount to remember that they had turned into monsters. There was no cure for them, and you just had to come to terms with that. The sword came down on his head with a sickening sound, splitting his skull in half. The zombie fell backwards, sliding down the hill and taking his comrades with him. That gave me time to turn around. No worries, nobody could get up the stairs. Another hit. And one more zombie goes down. Behind me, everything was still all clear. "Where are you going?" I asked one of the big ones, a really big one. And he was still coming. The plotter decided to try to get to me too, and, tossing aside his smaller companions, climbed up toward me. Swack! The sword bounced off of solid bone, causing no damage to the zombie. The next hit was useless as well. The thick bone just couldn't be cut like that. I had to switch to the extremities. His powerful hands were dragging along the wooden slope, and his nails were leaving deep scratches in it. The weapon smashed into his shoulder, and the beast suddenly jerked it toward himself right then. "You weren't expecting that, were you, prick?" I shouted, grabbing another sword from my inventory. My previous one had been thrown aside, but that was just for now. I only had to deal with this animal first. The beast was almost here, and having waited for the right moment, I started hacking at his neck like a butcher. 1 hit, 2, and 3. Here came the sound I was used to now. the spine. Gathering all my strength, I continued on my task. Hit again, and again. Level up +1. I only stopped when his massive bulk slid downward, and his head thudded to a stop below my feet. Was he dead? Definitely. I had gotten a level, after all, and a little green book had shown up below. I thought about finding more of the turned like that in the streets, taking them all out with a single precision strike. But I didn't have enough power for that yet. Foosh! I instinctively activated my class skill. But before I did that, I felt something touching my hair. A thorn, made of bone. It almost got me in the head, and was now stuck a few inches into the wooden wall behind me. Was it someone's ability? No, I couldn't see any people around. Just this bellowing herd. There was a good number of deadies around. It had been a fair amount of time since the beginning of the apocalypse, and now the streets were full of them. And the noise was attracting a bunch of zombies here, too. Having estimated the trajectory, I headed deep into their midst, looking for the new beast. And he was not hiding. As soon as I faded from view, the shooter immediately turned around and went about his own business. He looked visibly different from the rest of them, and that was because he had a new organ which created thorns and shot them in front of him. There was some sort of growth around his neck, with a short tube sticking out of it. It was that tube that shot bones wherever its owner wanted. He was a bit shorter than a regular zombie, and his physique also left something to be desired. This was caused by his slouching. Apparently, he needed to lean over to shoot. How he managed to aim was anyone's guess. So what should I do with him? No idea. There was a ton of deadies around me, all standing pretty densely together and with no intention of dispersing. Realizing that their prey had disappeared, they headed back out to the street in a harmonious mass. I did want to kill the beast, though. He was strong, which meant his rewards would be substantial. But there was no way I could just appear and hit him with my sword. The deadies around me might be able to react and bite me in that time. But was I not a ghost? I had to use that to its full potential. And my increased inventory, too. On top of that, I had 2 swords and a staff. I just had to hope everything would turn out how I thought it would. I flew up about 15 feet, took aim, and got a sword out of my inventory. It appeared in my hand, but in a dematerialized state. Thanks to the system, all system items appeared like that when I was a ghost. But that was no problem. I just went a little higher, took a sword in each hand, aimed again, and turned off my ability. All of my insides were suddenly gripped with the feeling of freefall. But that didn't last long. I threw my weapons down almost right away and turned my skill back on. Phew, I sighed, somewhere inside my own mind, with relief. And even though the swords missed, not hitting their targets at all, it was just a matter of time before I worked out a good method. For the next 20 minutes or so, I flew above my victim like a hawk, constantly dropping swords onto my enemies. Once one of them hit, but not in the head. The sword pierced his shoulder and crumbled into dust. It had worked so hard, and had finally reached the end of its durability. The second sword was just barely holding on, so I headed back to the children's playground. I dug some arrows out of the corpses there. There were about 15 of them. The rest had disappeared God knows where. Simple arrow, 530. Now I got it. They were just breaking up against the deadies. Where could I get more of them? It made sense to be from the rewards. They might even come in handy, so I should make a stockpile. Even though I might be a little short-sighted, I still might be able to use this shitty weapon once in a while. Like in my current situation. It was an awkward weapon. Really awkward. I spent a long time searching for a place to shoot from. I had to fly away from the crowd and try to track down my target among the groaning dead. I couldn't think of anything better than getting on top of a car. And why not? The normal deadies couldn't reach me there, and I could easily shoot at the freak until I got him. Or until my arrows ran out. And if nothing came of it, then to hell with him. Let him walk. Thwing! The first arrow hit him in the chest and turned to dust. The injury was nothing to the monster, which was too bad. He turned toward me immediately, bent down, and shot a thorn.
Right then, I turned my ability on, and the bone weapon zipped through me, embedding itself into the concrete wall of the house behind me. How long would it take him to reload? Let's find out right now. Thwing! The next arrow didn't hit its target before the zombie's sniper returned fire. I went right back into the spirit world and stayed there until the Deady forgot about my existence. Clearly, he could reload faster than me, so I wouldn't be able to rain arrows down upon him. But this time, I got him in the neck. I just had to shoot a little higher, and then it would all work out. For the next half an hour, I was in a hopeless position, taking shots and then immediately disappearing. But all for naught. This weapon was totally useless. I couldn't shoot with it, and the only way to kill Deadies with it would be at point-blank range. Or at most, like 5 or 6 feet away. Fine, I said, pissed off, when an arrow hit him in the neck without even grazing the spine. Just a little more and I would have succeeded. I had wasted so much time, and all for nothing. I had just 5 arrows left, and I was pretty sure that I wouldn't be able to hit the monster in the head while staying at a safe distance. But at that moment, the shooters stopped. I immediately floated up near him, trying to think of how I could beat him, so I needed to see everything in detail. He started looking around, searching for something, while his compatriots were just still lumbering ahead. After about 30 seconds, he turned back towards the tree that those guys were sitting on, bent down, and started shooting. "Ah!" shouted a man's voice, and with the sound of a branch cracking, he fell to the ground. Down came his hammer as well, hitting one of the Deadies. The zombies immediately fell on their screaming prey and started tearing the poor bastard into pieces. It was weird, but the zombie's sniper was shooting blind. At least I couldn't see anyone from here, since the thick leaves did a great job of hiding everyone sitting in the tree from outside eyes. Or at least it was impossible to see them from the street. Having hit his first victim, he sniffed around and bent down. Thwack! With a hiss and pop, a new volley shot out of his neck. He peppered the top of the tree, but there were no sounds of pain this time. He missed, but only because the tree climbers had already started abandoning their hiding place as fast as they could. The first to land was Igor. He pointed his hands at the zombies crowding around the guy on the ground, closed his eyes, and in a moment they all flew away in different directions, as though an explosion had hit them. Some kind of telekinesis, it had to be. Now I got why they had wanted him to go first. It made perfect sense. One use of his ability, and he had opened up a path to victory. They just had to use this little opening and not waste time for no reason. "Oh, Jesus," I said, surprised when they grabbed their bitten-up friend and dragged him along with them. They would never get away from anybody like that, and they were just increasing the risk of being eaten. But that was their choice, not my problem. And my problems had taken care of themselves. All the Deadies were running toward the tree, and the sniper, left all by himself, was starting to take aim at a new victim, snuffling his nose and darting his eyes over everything around. But his own companions were getting in the way, and he was not able to take a shot at the living. And he never would be. Fwunk! I couldn't miss at a distance of 5 feet away. The arrow pierced into his temple a good 4 inches, and the Deady fell over. But by then I had already faded into thin air, stretching my hand out to the blue reward that had fallen from the monster. "My precious," I whispered, when the blue sphere dropped into my inventory. What could it be? I was very curious. It was probably a legendary spear or a system machine gun, but it was definitely something valuable. But what it was exactly, that I would find out soon enough. In order to open up my prize as soon as possible, I floated upward and headed to the nearest building. Chapter 6. Firebomb, rare, 1/1. Description: 1 use. Activates when in contact with a solid surface. Creates a powerful explosion of flame in a 60-foot radius. Duration of fire: 1 minute. Well, there you go.
I wanted a spear, and instead I got a Molotov cocktail. Thankfully, you didn't have to light anything, you just threw it, and it did everything by itself. The only thing that worried me now was how far I had to throw it. 60 feet was no joke. That was like 7 stories, give or take. Whatever. If I had to, I could throw it. In size and shape, it was pretty comfortable, similar to a glass ostrich egg. It weighed a pound, or thereabouts. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it. If you didn't know what kind of thing it was, you would never take a knick-knack like this for a weapon. After putting the egg into my inventory, I set about the not insignificant task of gathering my spoils. But before that, I head down the paths those guys had gone. They left some rewards there that I could pocket right away. There wasn't that much, mostly just gray potatoes, but it was still good. I mean, I could use them to force people to help me. Why not? Food was prime commodity now. The military would start killing deadies with their weapons, and there wouldn't be shit for rewards then. And then, to hold on to and clear out stores of provisions, it would take time and strength. And there was no guarantee that anybody could pull that off now. It was actually pretty interesting to follow behind those guys. At first, the concrete was marked with clear tracks of blood. That was where they were dragging the wounded guy. That lasted about 50 to 100 feet, and that was where most of the rewards were. They weren't getting distracted, just cutting a path through. I also found evidence of the abilities they had used. A wall of one of the houses was covered in soot, with some white gaps that looked like a person's silhouette. Someone had shot fire and burned the deadies. Their corpses were still lying there, all mangled up. I shouldn't forget that I am not invincible. My class certainly did let me get away with a lot, but any other asshole might have a way to get around it. Ah, you said it. Okay, the big guy's body was there too. Next to him was his hammer, which had been used to smash his head in. He had turned while his friends were dragging him, and he managed to bite someone. There were still more bloody tracks ahead. Dumbasses. They learned nothing from the first time and were now carrying another slow-acting bomb with them. But they might be able to defuse it. They could get a potion from one of those potatoes. I think the ones that come from the gray ones will save you from infection just fine. I had to stock up on them for sure. The bloody tracks deviated towards an entrance. The guys had run inside and slammed the door shut behind them. Thankfully, there was still electricity, so the magnetized metal door worked like it was supposed to. Probably one of them had a key. Since I would hardly find any more rewards farther along, I flew back to the children's playground. Last time I had just picked up arrows and left the rewards where they lay. Nobody was going to steal them anyway. Traveling through the streets right now was suicide. Everything was just as I left it. There was just one problem. Some of the rewards seemed to be buried under a pile of corpses. Damn it, I couldn't move them. Then I would have to reappear, and then the dead would attack me. But what if... I suddenly had a great idea. But to test it, I would have to increase my inventory space right away. Right now it was full of all sorts of crap, but only partially. I did have some useful stuff, like my sword, staff, shield, 2 bows, and some arrows. That was about 20 or 30 pounds, and I could use the rest however I wanted. I would need to find an easy zombie for experience, one who had recently turned from a child. I concentrated on the task at hand, pushing away my pity and sympathy. And there we go. The body, about 70 pounds, disappeared into my interior pocket. I wasn't about to try that with the ones who were wandering around and biting people, though. I was sure that the system would not allow that much weight. But sooner or later, I would literally be able to knock down my enemies with corpses. A little green potato was hidden under the kid, and I picked it up immediately, throwing the body a ways off. So, in total, I had more than 50 gray potatoes, 3 green ones, and about 20 item spheres. As for the little gray books, I had a fair amount of them too, about 30. But all of them, without exception, were useless. There were both active and passive skills among them. I could put enough points into them to make them effective, but I didn't want to waste any. In my case, haste would make waste. I was lucky to have gotten a class that let me wait without worry to find something more useful and fitting, and that was what I was going to do. But this stuff left a lot to be desired. I couldn't even get my hands on a pair of raggedy pants, to say nothing of a weapon. The couple of arrows and sword that was ready to crumble into dust at any moment didn't count. So what did that mean for me? I had to keep farming. Getting rewards. But before that, I needed to rest and recuperate, and also open up all my item spheres. From those 20, there had to be at least something. This time I got borscht for dinner. It came with a spoon, a piece of bread, and sour cream. And I must say that I really liked the dinner. Even though I used to sometimes just indulge myself with fast food, basically eating whatever, this fine, fatty borscht with fresh-baked bread was no joke. To save time, I started opening the spheres while I was still eating.
Knife, 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 sledgehammer, knife. Damn it.
Right now I have a pile of trash in front of me. Out of 22 sphere, I got only 5 useful things. The knives could go right in the trash. I wasn't planning to give them to anyone, and I certainly wasn't going to use that crap. But I did get a quiver with 20 normal arrows. They were new, sharp, and durable, and I would learn how to shoot them eventually. I also got a sword, just like the last one. Nothing special, just 3 feet of sharpened steel weighing 4 or 5 pounds. Not that sharp, but still. If you hit hard, you can still break a skull with it. And most importantly, one of the rewards was shorts, 10 out of 10. Normal-ass shorts. But they were not normal at all. You could tell right away that they had been sewn by one of the fanciest designers in modern Europe. My own underwear were twice as long as these shorts, and they were red too. But better than going commando all the time. It might be more convenient, I guess, but I still preferred not to. Ring of Force, 1/1. Description: single-use item. Upon activation, releases a directed wave of force. Effect distance, 5 feet. Okay, that makes sense. I think it is something like Igor's ability. The guy who tossed away a whole heap of deadies like magic. In some ways, it wasn't that useful, but then again, I wouldn't even have to leave my ghost state. Of course, it would only work once, but it still sounded pretty awesome. And the last sphere had a pendant raising my mana total by 10 points. But that was whatever to me now. It was recovering a little faster now, and I also had 6 stat points too. What did the last fight show me? That I didn't have enough to fight with those monsters functionally, and mow them down with my weapons? Yeah, no shit. And definitely not enough skills. But whatever. I don't have what I don't have. But I could go through my stats. Mana. I had a lot more of it now, but I still definitely didn't have enough. Whenever I did quick or even sudden movements, I lost a ton of it. Right now, I could move about 150 feet in 1 second. But if I did that, it would be a huge expenditure. And then I would be at 0 and turn corporeal again. I put 3 points into mana right away and felt the same discomfort again. But you can handle anything when you're a ghost. I still had 3 points. I put 2 of them towards increasing my reaction stat, and then the last one into strength. Say what you like, but if you can even pull a bowstring without effort, you're not going to be fighting for long. After rematerializing, I dug out 20 of my gray potatoes. Buckwheat, potatoes, rice, water. Oh, hey, a potion. Mana potion, small. Description: restores 10 mana points instantaneously, and another 10 over the course of a minute. Also restores mental fortitude. 1 potion is equivalent to 8 hours of sleep. Health potions save you from physical fatigue, allowing you to restore your strength, while mana works on your mind. If you take 1 of each per day, then you don't have to sleep at all. But how many of these little potatoes would I have to dig through? In the end, I managed to get 3 potions total from 20 potatoes. 2 small health potions and 1 mana potion. I took care of all that stuff, then looked through the pile of junk on the table, digging around and putting a couple of articles of clothing into my inventory. I already had some like them on me, but it was no skin off my back. They could come in handy anyway. I also found another ring in the rewards, one that gave a bonus to Constitution. It wasn't heavy, so it could go on my little finger. I would replace it with something more useful later. The underwear fit like a glove, but I immediately covered them up with a coat so as not to embarrass my unsuspecting dead public with my fantastic look. And we're off.
But I have no idea where we're flying to. It was awesome farming on the little mound, but still dangerous. Last time, one of those thorns could easily have hit me in the head, and then there would have been no potions that could have saved me. And it does no good to depend on luck. Sooner or later, that will screw you over. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something. I'll collect more rewards while I'm at it, too. Considering that my inventory wasn't going to increase on its own, I decided to head through shops and malls. And also, most importantly, I made it a priority to search the police station. That was definitely where the worst of all criminals might be hiding out, and not necessarily in the cells. There was one not too far from here. I headed toward it directly, deviating from my path only for dead zombies. Far from all of them would have rewards, but I still had to check. Hopping from point to point like that, I managed to add 5 potatoes and 1 sphere to my goods, although I checked nearly 100 deadies. The building itself was easy to find. It hadn't been there long, just since I was in college, but it was embedded in my memory nonetheless. It hadn't changed at all since then. The same tall fence with sharp stakes sticking up. You could definitely guess what was behind a fence like that. The police station was a 2-story building with barred windows. A great place to hide from the deadies. The doors there were serious, made of steel, and reinforced many decades ago. But the stairs that led to the entrance, on the other hand, were crumbling and would be very hard for the zombies to climb. The place was completely littered with corpses. Quite a lot, like a few hundred. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find a single reward. You could tell that the zombies had been killed with guns. There were people inside, a lot of them, but only 5 police officers. I couldn't tell if they had ammo or not, so I decided to observe them and make my own conclusions. I wasn't going to deal with regular people in this situation, but still, I wasn't a psycho. I knew that they were necessary somehow. That's just people. They would resume manufacturing, and then I would get the benefits of civilization back. And that way I wouldn't have to be in personal contact with them at all. "No, please don't!" screamed some guy piercingly. I immediately went over to the room the sound was coming from. "We have to, asshole." A fridge of a man, 6 foot square, waved his hand threateningly, and then punched the poor guy in the stomach. He looked like a stereotypical criminal, big, bald, and bad on his face. A boy, 20 or 25 years old, completely covered in blood, was sitting in a chair. His hands were tied behind him, and his legs were just tied together and fixed to the chair. "No, don't!" the victim shouted, even more shrill, barely coughing it out. Okay, I got it. The big guy was abusing the weak one. Why? Just because he could. Not once in all of history have people ever needed a reason to hurt others. I moved behind the big guy and took my sword out of my inventory. 1 hit to the neck should be enough. Or I could go from the front. He wouldn't be able to block it anyway. "Give us back our food, asshole!" shouted the big guy, hitting the skinny dude once more. "Those kids are about to starve!" Standing there with my sword raised, I suddenly froze. How quickly things can change. Now the big guy didn't seem like such a prick, and the little dude was a piece of shit. Stealing food from children? Probably not personally, but I was sure that they would starve because of it sooner or later. And he could easily pick off a couple of deadies and get at least 1 potato from them. But I decided to wait and watch a little longer. You never knew. But I didn't find out anything particularly interesting. The guy had been in jail when the apocalypse started. That was why he hadn't personally even been outside yet. I mean, that was true for everyone here. For them to go outside, the guard would have to press a button, or a worker would have to put a special card on the thing. But there weren't any people like that here. All they could do now was try to break through the doors to get them out. Out of the hundreds of people there, only 20 had survived. When the slaughter started inside, only a few police officers could get their bearings in time to be able to take out the deadies before they ate all the survivors. "You're not being fair, boss," the convict said weakly, drawing me out of my reverie. Or were you only a convict after a trial? Anyway, it didn't matter to me. Judging by his behavior, he was definitely no saint. "Give us back our food, prick!" yelled the big guy once more, but he didn't start hitting him. It seemed like he was afraid of finishing him off accidentally. "How much did he take then?" I asked calmly, having materialized in the corner as far from the brute as possible. "5 potatoes!" he shouted, waving his arms in my direction, then paused for a second, staring at me in surprise. "Who are you?" "5 potatoes. All right." I faded away, and before the brute could come to his senses, appeared by the criminal. Thwack! Inventory increased plus 10 pounds. A little wave of my hand, and problem solved. Plus 10 pounds. I just came back to land the hit and throw 6 potatoes on the ground. One for them dragging the body somewhere else. All work should be paid for. The big guy was once again taken aback, but in half a second he started shouting. He ran all over the room, grasping at the air with his hands, believing I was just invisible. I had to hang around in the air for a few minutes, watching him dancing around. And then, when he finally calmed down, I appeared again. "Chill out. I left you some potatoes." "They're on the floor over there," I said, standing in the corner of the room across from him. "And who are you, dickhead?" he shouted again, but not so loud this time. "Carlson, dumbass. You know where he lives?" "Where?" he asked, frowning. "On the roof. Shame on you for not knowing." I shook my head. Are there any more assholes like that one? I can pay 5 potatoes for each of them." "Huh?" He couldn't believe his own ears at first, but I didn't have to repeat it. After a second, the wheels started spinning in his head, and I could see him struggle. Clearly, there were some more assholes. He just couldn't simply take them out and hand them over. Too bad. "As you like. A piece of advice, just 'cause you're kind of funny. Only kill deadies with system weapons. Otherwise, you just get experience. What's your level?" 10, he murmured, lost in thought. "And I knew that already, even without your stupid..." And now he's all offended. I dematerialized and spent some time observing life in the prison. A lot of people were still in shock. Some of them were trying, unsuccessfully, to call their relatives, while others were just curled up in a corner staring blankly off into space. But not all of them. At least 3 guys and 1 girl were studying the system thoroughly, going through all the new menus, working out how to use their abilities. I was even almost knocked over when I came into one room. A whirlwind had passed through me, one made by a boy about 20 years old. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then, raising up his hand again, casted forth the spell. The furniture in his room was quite messed up, and I really hoped nobody would give him shit for that. Working out even magical abilities was really important. That way a fighter wouldn't be dithering, thinking it out during intense situations, but would instead do everything almost as if by instinct. Some other people were looking through their rewards, practicing getting weapons out of their inventory quickly, and occasionally getting into conversations about stats and other new features of this world. I would come back here, but later. I'm pretty sure that once they run out of those potatoes, that guy will give up all of those assholes. And my inventory is already full. I didn't need potatoes anyway. Basically, they were worthless. But when it came to the green ones, oh yeah, that was where the delicious stuff was hiding.
So what would be in the blue ones? I was sure it would be something heavenly. And the purple ones? I was afraid to even imagine it. But I definitely wanted to try them. Most probably, it would be either a full-course meal or a glass of some of the strong stuff. But I didn't manage to fly far. As soon as I made it through the neighboring building, a massive message appeared in front of my face, obscuring my whole vision. And no matter how hard I tried to get away from it, it just wouldn't leave me alone. Would you like to engage in a personal test, duel? Rewards, variable penalty, none. Yes/no.
Chapter 7.
Ha! Of course, yes. Who was I to refuse the system's gifts? A man in red underwear and a brown coat, that's who. If the conditions of the test had been something other than a duel, like a job interview or a personal meeting with a client, then I would definitely have refused. No matter what the penalty or punishment might have been. When I was younger, I somehow got a job as a mascot. I was in a zebra costume going around distributing advertising, and I was so sure that I just had to get through, that nobody could get to me in my costume. Just sitting around alone and giving papers away with my hooves. Yeah, that's not what happened. People began to approach me, hugging me, taking pictures of me. Basically, the workday lasted about 10 minutes. Then the pissed-off zebra stomped some guy in the face with his hoof and went and quit. But a duel? That was something else entirely. Yes, I was pulled out of reality with no warning. There were a couple of seconds of darkness, and then I was standing in the middle of an endless field. Knee-high, pale yellow grass, a blue sky, and, well, jack shit. The landscape stretched out as far as the eye could see. A figure appeared in front of me, about 100 yards away. A person. He was dressed in some kind of beige light armor, most probably from the system. He held a submachine gun in his hands, and hand already started aiming it at me. What? I realized that I could see my hands. You son of a... I didn't finish my sentence before I dissolved into thin air, hanging about 5 feet above the ground. The system had shut my ability off, nearly throwing me right into harm's way. At the edges of my hearing, I could hear a short burst, and then a few bullets whizzed by the spot I was just at. Well, it looked like you could take non-system weapons here. He had probably brought it in his inventory, and the guy was ready to kill, or rather, even wanted to. He had definitely opened fire on me, but I certainly had no intention of making it easy for him. While the guy was looking around, I calmly floated over to him. No point in wasting mana, since he wasn't going anywhere anyway. I stopped right behind him, raised my hand, and materialized right before landing a fatal hit. "Puta!" he yelled, and jumped quickly forward, right before the hit landed. The sword whooshed ineffectively through the air, and a second later, another round of bullets passed through me. He was fast, the prick. Almost like he had felt that I was just about to cut him down. Although it seemed to me that he felt absolutely everything. But whatever, he couldn't jump around forever. Again I found myself behind him, again with my arm raised to strike. And once more he avoided it at the very last moment. Was this some sort of passive ability, or his class? Probably the latter. I began shaking just a little. This Italian, or wherever he was from, was beginning to piss me off. And while he was still alive, I would never be able to avoid his company. And he was saying something which was making me even more annoyed. "You don't have to talk to me, Scarecrow." I couldn't stop myself from yelling after another one of his dodges. In response, he just smiled and loosed a couple more bullets at me. He must have figured out by now that his shots were doing nothing to me. I decided to lead him a bit on the next hit. I squatted down a little, then smacked him on the legs, thinking he would do another somersault. But no, he just jumped toward me, punching me in the neck on the way. Oh, that hurt. But he didn't manage to shoot me, since I dissolved into thin air right after the hit, of course. Dodge this, asshole. I put my fist in front of me, aiming it right at the prick's chest. I activated my ring almost instantly, shooting out a powerful shockwave. The sky's the limit.
Have you ever heard that before? The ring crumbled into dust, having fulfilled its one and only function to the fullest extent. The guy was thrown back at least 30 feet. He hadn't even been able to consider dodging the effect of the ring because I hadn't even had to materialize. Everything was done with my class abilities still on. And it was a strong hit. The soldier had dropped his gun and broken a bunch of bones. Now he was lying on the ground, gulping air into his mouth. I immediately flew up to him, then paused for a second with my sword raised. Up until now, I had killed obvious assholes, and I wasn't too happy even about that. But who was this guy? Maybe he had just wanted to get some food for his family, or a weapon to defend them. But he was the one who came here to kill an opponent. The sword passed easily through his forehead, and the soldier breathed his last right then and there. I was once again taken to darkness, but not thrown back into reality right away. A message appeared before my eyes, saying that I had finished the test, and that I was awesome. Yeah, I know. Oh, now here was the good stuff. The reward. Choose your reward. Item, unique. Level up, +1 stat point. There it was. A pretty hard choice. I hadn't even seen a unique item yet. And the level up was also tempting. It was an easy way to get some experience. Yeah, I had used up my gray ring, but how many of those could I find? I think a lot. I would just have to fly around the city, picking up everything that was just lying around. I could get more bombs and rings and collect a big old pile of them. And the stat point wouldn't go amiss either. An extra point was always good, especially since earning them would get harder and harder with each level. Item, unique. This was really interesting. The rest I could find on my own, but to get something that nobody else had, that was really worth it. The choice was made, with no regrets. A little green ball appeared in my inventory, and I was back in the street, full of deadies, but still familiar. This time I was ready for my ability to be shut off, so my free fall lasted only a fraction of a second before I disappeared again, continuing my peaceful floating to my destination. Where was my destination anyway? And how much time had passed since I started that test? And where would this step take me? Kazakhstan? Mongolia? I am just terrible at geography, so I'm not even going to try to guess. It's just endless step. Judging from the position of the sun, I had spent either half an hour at the test or that +1 day. But definitely not a whole year, since nothing around me had really changed. The deadies were still wandering in search of survivors. There were hardly any screams today. Everyone who was yelling in fright yesterday had already died off. It was no good to draw unnecessary attention to yourself, because even if the zombies didn't eat you, other people would get you anyway. Almost certainly. My first priority was to open up my reward. I could go back to the police station. There were no zombies there, and the walls were pretty solid. But there were people, so forget that. Heights were my friend. It would be much safer on roofs or upper stories. I could go back to my room, but that was too far away. Plus, now I was a seasoned hobo. I could slip in wherever I wanted to. Why didn't I just go home? Because I didn't want to. My loud neighbors drove me crazy over there, and if they survived, I would just kill them immediately. My stuff? I wasn't that attached to it. If I needed something, I could just take it, no problem.
especially since only system things were worthwhile anymore. While I was wandering along the street, I picked up something like 10 potatoes and 2 gray balls. Sometimes I would go into houses, but I kept running into people there.
In one room, there was a pair of people, and somewhere else they were sitting on the stairs in the entryway. In the attic of a 5-story building, there was a whole group of them. Those dumbasses had hung up a sheet that said that you could hide from the deadies there. Idiots. You couldn't hide from the monsters like that, which meant this group was destined for destruction. I decided to satisfy my curiosity and see what was going there. The place was actually pretty good. If it weren't for the stalagmites made of bird shit, you could call it a luxury apartment. It was warm, dry, and comfortable. And to get up there, you had to climb up a ladder from the last floor and squeeze yourself through a narrow hatch. The zombies couldn't do it, which meant you didn't have to be worried about them. There were about 100 people. All the same, dirty, hungry, and scared. There were a couple of fighters with system weapons, and one old guy with a double-barreled shotgun. I liked that last guy already. He was sitting in the corner, cursing out anyone who came close in the rudest, most vulgar way possible, no matter the gender, age, or religion. Just beautiful. But this wasn't right. 2 armed fighters for such a crowd? Or was everyone just crazy stupid and decided to give up the ghost? I got my answer fairly soon, right when I flew to the other side of the place. Real soldiers, not those 2 idiots, were engaged in thinning the zombie hordes. They were doing it as carefully and precisely as possible, so it was painfully slow. A couple dozen guys had clustered up in a few rooms and were catching deadies with a noose. They would throw it around their necks, pull it tight, and drag them into the room. That was because going outside meant losing at least one person. No matter what, at least someone would be bitten. But this way they would stay alive, without losing out on rewards. They had managed, so far as I could tell, to kill 5 deadies, and their 4 potatoes would not be enough for this whole crowd. Not like they could just pop over to the nearest shop and pick up supplies. It would do them good to clear out the contents of the rooms, especially the ones that stayed after the girls. Then they could save up a store for a half a year in advance. Seeing these new victims of the system suffering, I headed back to study the camp. The old man who I noticed earlier was still sitting at the entrance to the attic, spewing vitriol at everyone around. "You need a potato, Gramps?" I didn't hold back, appearing right beside him. "Fuck off!" he shouted, not surprised at all by my sudden appearance. Ha! He definitely deserved one. I dropped a green potato by his legs, but he didn't even move a muscle. I kept watching for 5 minutes, during which none of the locals made up their mind to come and take the potato. I wondered who would be brave enough to do it. Some guy, about 30 years old. "Fuck off!" shouted the old man again. "You too," answered the guy without a second's hesitation, then grabbed the potato, which immediately dissolved in his hands. He put it into his inventory. Smart. That way no one could take it. I had found a new hero to follow around in my curiosity. The guy was first level. That meant he had already managed to kill 1 deadie. And he had also figured out the interface, since he knew how to use the inventory. Oh, now he was hiding in the far corner to open up his potato. Good idea. I wouldn't think about eating in a crowd of hungry people, otherwise they might overwhelm you without a second thought. But it seemed like the food set wasn't for him. He wandered through the trash, bird shit, and small groups of people before dipping into a dark cranny. It was almost like a blanket fort, designed to hide from prying eyes. There he was met by a girl of about 10. "Bro!" she chirped. "Shh!" He put his finger on her lips and turned around. Nobody was behind him, besides me, of course, so he headed inside without worrying. I decided I would also see what was going on in there. The guy covered the entrance to the fort with a dirty rag and turned back to his sister.
Here, take this, he said, handing her the potato, which made her squeal with joy. What do you think it will be? I would like a cake, she squeaked, opening the food set. Alas, there was no cake. But it was for the best, since the plate of hot rice with pieces of chicken and gravy would be much healthier. But the girl was happy about that, too. She squealed with excitement once more and fell to eating. But she didn't forget about her brother. She ate 2 spoonfuls, then started trying to get him to eat too. No, you eat, dummy, he said, shushing her. You're the dummy. I'm not eating anything until you do. She frowned and started poking her brother in the face with a spoonful of rice. But their game didn't last long. The rag hiding them from the outside world was pulled aside, and the 2 armed men appeared outside of their little fort. Why did you not give that food to our common kitchen? Yelled one of the men threateningly. Give it back right away. But I haven't eaten it all, the girl protested, and my brother hasn't even tried it. The men didn't care about that at all. They rudely pushed the guy, who was standing in defense of his sister, out of the way, grabbing the bowl, and turned to leave. We did tell you, you piece of crap, that food is for the finders first, one of the men spat out in parting. You haven't found anything, dumbass. A knife flashed in the guy's hand, but he couldn't do anything. There were more men, and only 2 of those people. I just floated there watching. Those assholes just smiled and kept moving, already starting to dig in the plate of goodies as they went.
But so what? He himself had stolen the potato while everyone else was afraid of approaching the old man. Well, he hadn't stolen it. It was just lying on the ground, and the old man had nothing to do with it. He could have shot him if he really wanted it. Ugh, talking to people. Fine. Hey, drunkies, aren't you feeling full with that rice? I blocked their way, appearing out of thin air right in front of them. You got a problem, Dick? The former alcoholic was surprised. We are protecting you here, and what are you doing? You don't respect that? Then I'll make you. What the shit are you talking about? I do not respect that. You freaking idiots, especially with 2 of you, could be getting a sack of those potatoes. I took one of the green spheres out of my inventory. In this thing I found beer yesterday. Yeah, really. Hurry off to a store and grab stuff. There's still a ton of food there. Hey, hand it over! They had heard the word beer and completely lost their self-control. One of them threw the plate of food away and come up to me quickly, having taken an axe out of his inventory. You better just give over! He didn't finish speaking since I disappeared. Ha! Just give it. I had even made an effort to try to talk first. Now it was going to be much worse. What I could tell was that all the people around us were just giving us a wide berth, little mice running to hide in their holes. But one thing was certain, which was that all the real soldiers were downstairs. Actually, none of this was my problem, like how everything was organized here and who was taking whose food. But that was my potato, and only I could decide what happened to it. Whack! The first one doubled over after a strong hit to the stomach. After those zombies, these guys at level 2 were nothing to me. Plus, I had put points in strength. His axe fell onto the floor, and I immediately put it in my inventory.
It was a system weapon, so it could definitely come in handy.
The other idiot didn't even know what happened. I dematerialized in front of him, appearing behind him in a second. There was nothing he could do, so I just kicked him in the ass as hard as I could. He also gasped and flew forward, slamming his body into his companions. I give! He yelled, covering his face with his hands. Ha! Piss ants. Fake heroes who can only take candy from babies. I didn't pay them any more mind, turning back to the shocked guy. He had his knife out, protecting his sister with his own body. Here. I threw a couple of potatoes at them. Eat this. I had intended to disappear right after that and get back to my own stuff, but I stopped at the last second. And take this. I got the bow out of my inventory, the one that was already pretty beaten up. I also got 10 arrows from my quiver.
I will lend it to you for 10 rewards per day. He nodded without saying anything and carefully took the weapon from me. I hoped he wouldn't get killed. That way, I would now have some passive income. I didn't know what he was going to do, but you couldn't argue with his determination. That was how it should be. I disappeared into the air, but I didn't fly off anywhere. I was wondering what would happen next. Would he increase his inventory size? I was very curious to see. I might not like people, but when I am a ghost, nobody can bother me. It's perfect. I could just float in the air and watch. It was like watching TV at home, totally alone on a comfortable couch. But here I just had total immersion. The guy took up the bow. Just in case, he notched an arrow, testing to see if he could pull the string. It was difficult, but he managed. Now, if he put some points in strength, he would be just fine. He took a look at the poor bastards who were just now starting to get up from the dirty, shit-covered floor. "Hey, don't do anything stupid." The one whose ass I kicked raised his hands. "We're on the same side." "Whatever." The guy let the string go slack and nodded to the guys that they should get out of there. And they immediately did so. Life returned to normal. Everyone crawled out of their hidey holes, and the attic was filled with chattering voices. Nobody was trying to get the potato now, since it had a solid, armed guard. "One for you and one for me," the girl said, restating her ultimatum, but I was already floating out to the roof by then. I would have to come back and see how he was doing with the bow later. How weird. After I got this ability, which let me avoid ever coming into contact with people, I started watching them and communicating with them more than ever. I have to quit that. Outside, I managed to get some more potatoes, a couple of spheres, and one gray book. And that was completely because I kept throwing my sword onto the heads of zombies. Why not? It was an easy way to get free rewards. I might be moving slowly, but I was getting something out of it. I was collecting a bunch of trash, but it didn't need anything, so I just let it be. And food sets, as far as I could tell, were in scarce supply. I could trade a lot for them. What's more, the store shelves were still overflowing with supplies. I dropped into one to take a look around. There, I filled my inventory to full with whatever I wanted. Then I kept moving, trying to find a nice hiding place for myself. Level up, +1. Huh. I flew into a cargo elevator out of curiosity and found a whole bunch of people there. But they were all zombies. 5 normal ones, and 1 skinny one that was really fast. I couldn't just move on. This would be a really easy way to get experience and rewards. I would just reappear on the elevator's roof, make a few holes going downward, and poke them with my sword. The only one I might have a hard time with was the skinny one, since he could easily jump up to the holes and could, in all likelihood, get to me with his sharp nails. When he was jumping, he cut himself on the blade, but did not die immediately. I had to do a controlled, final blow, and the system rewarded me handsomely for it with a green potato. And since I couldn't find any survivors around, that meant I would just stay right here. I went up to the 10th floor, then checked all the rooms around, staying in the nicest one. Phew. All I could do was sigh in relief. The green potato treated me to a juicy beef steak, which I tucked into like a starving beast, even though I hadn't really been that hungry before. After eating, I wanted to see what I had gotten from the test, but I couldn't stop until my plate was completely empty. Okay, done. Now we can open this up. I wiped my hands on my coat and got the ball out of my inventory. It was pretty strange. It was glowing with all the colors of the rainbow, as if to show that nobody could have any idea what was inside. Interesting. I don't like surprises, but what choice did I have? The system did, which meant we also had to be happy with its strange little gifts. Item. Unique. Let's open it. Well, all right. This must mean the system has chosen me as its favorite. I examined the item that appeared in my hands when I activated the sphere and could not believe that this was really what it was. But the item was definitely unique. There was nothing else like it. And there wouldn't be any. But that was the question. Why? What was this for? What was the system trying to say with this? From the reward, I got a cogwheel? Or whatever you would call it. A large, heavy, toothed ring. And the teeth went both inside and outside. And they were pretty sharp, so I couldn't hold it right or throw it either. Which meant it was not a ranged weapon. Or a weapon at all. What the hell? Before freaking out completely, I took a close look at this bullshit lying in front of me and took the trouble to carefully read the description. Kerda, unique. 1000 over 1000. Description. Recommended for classes that use telekinesis. Improved control while using telekinesis. Restoration of durability influenced by telekinesis. Okay, there it is. So unique items can still be used. You just have to find your own ones. So I have a new task ahead of me. I need to find a unique item that fits me, like a spirit sword, or a soul spear, ghost pants. But it would be no good to waste stuff. I took a case of beer out of my inventory and put the Kurta in its place. It weighed a fair amount, but, if nothing else, I might be able to exchange it for something useful. I just had to find a buyer. The sun was starting to set, but I was still full of energy. You could tell that I had drunk a medium health potion not too long ago. So there really was no point in sleeping or resting now. And if I felt like it, I could just open up 10 or so potatoes and drink a couple of bottles of that blue and red liquid. I didn't really get a new weapon. But I did have an axe. That would be the most convenient thing. You could chop wood, open up canned food, or break some skulls. You couldn't complain about its durability, and it looked way more comfortable and practical than a sword. It was weird that swords were so common to get from the rewards. Before leaving, I opened up all the spheres I had collected. I threw everything away except one item. Thief's Belt. Dexterity +1. Normal. Set. Thief's Clothing. 1 out of 7. Description. Additional skill with full set. Imperceptibility. Ah, imperceptibility. Now everything was crystal clear. I would be imperceptible in these unbelievably trashy clothes. Fine. I would just have to get the rest of the set. In any case, the belt was fairly comfortable. It fit nicely, and with it I could finally tie up my cloak in a way that nobody could see my red underwear. There was also a ring among that trash that caught my eye. It was normal and gray, but it gave you a boost to perception. That stat was also important. I couldn't ignore things like that. I put the ring on my index finger and checked how it looked. Yeah, I was like a gypsy, sure, with a whole 4 rings on my left hand. Thankfully, though, they could be easily hidden under a glove, and they didn't bother me at no issues. Speaking of stats, I'd gotten 2 points. I thought I should probably put both of them into reaction. Then I would bump up dexterity next time. Or strength. And it would be good to have a little more mana. I mean, it was pretty nice to be able to fly fast. I collected my things, turned into a ghost, and headed out in search of interesting enemies. It was pretty easy to kill normal deadies, but I only had a passing interest in their rewards. I still had a big old bomb in my inventory, which I thought would help me out quite a bit. All that was left was to find a good, interesting enemy. While flying, I decided to take a look at my stats. Name: Casp. Level: 7. Class: Ghost. Stats: Body: 13. Strength: 5. Dexterity: 5. Constitution: 3. Mind: 16. Intelligence: 5. Reaction: 8. Perception, 3. Spirit, 7. Repository, 6. Conduits, 1. Available stat points, 0. Skills, active, passive, additional. Dematerialization, class skill. Available skill points, 14. Abilities, inventory, 130 pounds. There it was. I had an assload of available skill points and nowhere to put them. My class skill leveled up along with me, so there was no point putting any in there. But as for abilities, that was a whole nother story. I was pretty sure that to get one of those, I would have to put in some hard work. Something like setting up traps around the whole city, or sitting down and manufacturing weapons. Then the system would see my efforts and give me a definite ability level, allowing me to become a craftsman. But I couldn't be sure. Okay, now I think I have to find some strong enemies in the mall. To level up, people need to either kill strong zombies or a bunch of weak ones, and I don't think there's any other way for them to increase their stats. Anyway, there had been a lot of people in the malls, so maybe some of them managed to level up a little before they got eaten. That was why I was sure there would be some strong enemies and monsters there. Yeah, I was right. In the closest mall, I did find a whole bunch of strong enemies, but unluckily for me, they were spread pretty evenly around a large area, and I only had 60 feet. I mean, the instructions did say that was the radius, so it was really 120 in total. I needed some kind of lure. It wouldn't be enough to just scream and disappear. I had to make some noise for a while, until enough of those strong enemies came running. The mall itself wasn't that big, but it was tall. 5 stories plus parking. The zombies were mainly on the upper floors, but there was a fair number below, too. First off, I checked how things were in the restrooms. Nope, no good. The deadies were in there, too, and they were all torn up. People had hidden there trying to block themselves off and help their friends, which put them in the worst possible position. The uppermost floor was the tallest. That was because that's where the movie theater is. I think I can work with that. I started by clearing out all the entrances and exits. The axe really was a very comfortable tool for cracking skulls. I didn't even hide after every hit anymore, and every time I appeared I could take out multiple deadies at one time. The only drawback was that it got stuck in their heads fairly often, and I couldn't always get it out in time. But when that happened, I would just go off to the spirit world, and my weapon would come loose on its own. Damn it. I couldn't in time. There turned out to be people in the room I wanted to use. 2 girls were hiding in the projector area. The door was pretty solid, which was why their few former colleagues couldn't get to them. What I wanted to do was put on a movie, and when enough zombies broke in, I would blow them all the hell up. Ideally with the door locked from the outside. Even if I set it off 1 floor below, they would still be burned alive here. I mean, I don't care much about society, but there was no point in killing 2 idiots like this. I had to put them somewhere else. "Can you fight?" I asked, appearing out of thin air, and received so much screaming in response that I had to disappear again. Ah, yeah. With shrieking like that, I won't even have to turn the movie on. "Please shut up." I had showed up again right when they were starting to get quiet. "All the zombies are going to be coming here now." Ah! Jesus, what did they want? What the hell were they screaming for? I faded away again and headed to the other side of the door. The deadies were started to beat on it in a frenzy, but for now there were only a few. They couldn't get through. For now. So they didn't make too much noise. I appeared behind them and started knocking them down one by one, seating my axe in the back of their necks, and then immediately disappearing. The rest of them didn't even get around to turning back since they were so distracted by the noise. So I easily took out 15 monsters in just a couple of minutes. Scream again and I will leave. Do what you think is right. My voice was calm, but strict. I may not like dealing with people, but girls were an exception. Sometimes. "Who are you?" one of them squeaked out in fright. She was a small blonde, wearing a short black skirt and a white shirt. She and her friend were cowering in the far corner and looking at me in undisguised terror. But why? What was I doing to make them so scared of me? Maybe it was about my appearance. I had just looked in a mirror for the first time in a few days, maybe even a week. Kind of weird that there was one in such a small room. When you live alone and you only talk to people by text, you don't really pay attention to your appearance. I was a little scruffy. I had something between stubble and a beard on my face, and my unwashed hair was poking out under my hat in tufts. My clothes were nothing special either, just a trashy robe down to the floor, with leather greaves and gloves above it. And in my hands I had an axe covered in rotten brains. I'm Santa. What else was I going to tell them? It was the first thing that came to my mind. The girls froze, staring at me in disbelief. It was so intense that I had to disappear again. Well, shit, maybe I should just get out of here? "You still here?" called out the blonde girl after a minute, when I was already heading to the exit. Yeah," I answered, appearing in front of them again. "If you calm down, then we can get out of here."
But how? Those terrible monsters are everywhere out there, complained the other one. A redhead. Nobody special. Slightly taller than her friend, with more modest clothes, but she still drew the eye without trying. "But nothing. Turn on a scary film, very loud, and show me where there's an emergency exit around here, a fire escape or something like that." The plan was simple. I wasn't sure it would work, but I was happy with the simplicity. I wouldn't get it messed up, and neither would these two cute ditzes. "Which one should I play?" "What?" I said, surprised. "Which movie should I play?" the redhead asked hesitantly. Was she being serious? Yeah, she was, looking at me with her innocent eyes, waiting for my response. Play something about zombies, I don't know." A trailer for some other movies came up on the screen, and the speakers blared as loud as they could. Before that, I checked to make sure the path of retreat they wrote down for me was clear. Everything was fine, except that the fire escape door was locked. I had to work on it with the axe, but the lock came undone after 2 or 3 hits. As soon as the sound started, hordes of monsters started crawling out of the woodwork. All kinds of zombies tried to get to the speakers first, while some of them started tearing at the screen. Zombies were coming out of the fire escape, too, but the stream of them ended quickly, and that was when we made a break for it. I shouted to the girls not to stop, to run as fast as they could, then activated my ability and rushed off. That was because I could hear the growling and groaning of deadies somewhere down below. We quickly came across the source of the noise. A dozen zombies were coming up the stairs toward us. I felt like instinctually passing through the crowd, but then I remembered the girls. Hadn't I decided to save them? You off-brand white knight. What did go to them for? You should have just flown off to the next mall or pretended that you didn't see them. But I had taken it upon me, and I had to save them. Plus, I wasn't really risking anything. I had potions, so bites weren't scary anymore. And if they died, well, I did all I could. I materialized on the stairs, got my shield out of my inventory, and gripped my axe tightly. The zombies were no good with steps, so they moved extremely slowly. They constantly stumbled and fell, and also got in each other's ways constantly. But even so, they were a formidable wave. I knocked down the first one without a problem. He then stumbled, so I just chopped him in the neck. The next one also fumbled, but still tried to reach me with his teeth, so I gave him a taste of my shield in his face. There was a ton of zombies, but it wasn't my first rodeo. As soon as a zombie's head flew back after being hit, I would sink my axe into their forehead, then I would have to disappear for a moment to get my stuck weapon back. After a couple of minutes, the stairs were covered with a thick blanket of dead zombies. After each hit, I would take a step back so I didn't trip over the bodies, while the zombies had the opposite problem, tripping each other up more and more with each step. "Ah!" shouted the girls together when they saw the heap of corpses. "Stop shouting, if you want to live." I was already tired of them, to be honest. I didn't have to fear the dead, but rather the living. I made it down to the first floor and looked outside. Across the street, about 50 feet away, was a small general store. The inside was empty and the doors were wide open,
so I could unload the girls there and forget about them like a bad dream. "Hey," I turned to them and gestured them over. "Get to that door over there. I'll distract the deadies while you do." This time they didn't argue, they just nodded in agreement. Much better.
There was a small group of zombies a bit away, and everything went well. The girls would be able to run to the door and close it from inside with no problems. "Okay, go. Close the door behind you and everything will be okay," I said, and disappeared. I was tired of watching out for them. Let them go somewhere else. I had already done far too much to soothe my conscience. Now it was time to burn it all down and calmly collect my well-earned rewards. But I didn't start flying yet. I wanted to see how they would deal with their own problems. The blonde one went first, with the redhead jumping out the door after her. They didn't manage to make it. The blonde one was already right at the door when her friend got distracted by the zombies who were moaning and run towards them. So she didn't notice the little curb. What else could you expect? The blonde one didn't even wait for her friend, slamming the door shut behind her as soon as she got into the building. "What a great friend you have." I squatted down next to the redhead girl, splayed out on the ground. "What are you going to do now?" I... She looked around in disbelief, then at me with hope in her eyes. "You..." Oh, screw you guys. I took this upon myself. I had to see it to its stupid conclusion. The blonde one was just standing by the door, so I had to grab her by the hair and throw her back. I flipped the lock, opening the door and letting the redhead inside. "Done. You guys deal with your own business," I yelled, and disappeared. And now I had wasted too much time. The zombies, who had already started attacking the door, wouldn't reach them. If they did, the girls would deal with it themselves. As for me, I headed right back to the movie theater. In that time, a fair number of monsters of all shapes and sizes had gathered there. Now, with the screen torn into pieces and most of the speakers smashed to junk, the deadies had started slowly wandering off in search of something to eat. But it was still pretty good. There were at least 2 strong ones right in the middle of the hall, and another 10 that were a little weaker around them. A shooter, a big guy, and a couple of runners. And there was also some kind of weird, pimply, fat one. I hadn't run into any of them yet. He was only a little taller than average, but very fat. The mutant's whole body was covered in blisters from which wafted out some green vapor. That vapor was causing the walls to melt, and I didn't want to come into contact with it at all, not even with my ability on. What was strange was that no matter how many mutants I saw, they were all different. They weren't just copies of each other. Same with the shooters and the runners. Even the big guys were truly different from each other somehow. Take the shooters. The one that I killed earlier shot his bone thorns from his neck. Now I see 2 others, one of which has a longer barrel situated a little higher, while the other one just has rifles in his hands. It was the same with the big guys. The only thing they had in common was their size. As for the rest, some of them had bony protection, some were just oppressively massive, and there were even ones with huge maws and elongated arms. As for how to classify the fat ass, I had no idea. I had never seen one like it before. Ah, he was running away. I appeared, standing on a chair in the very last row. The grenade was already in my hand, so I just waved it through the air, lobbing it as far as I could. As it was flying, I activated my ability, and within a second I was hanging in the air outside of the building with a nearly empty mana bar. Boom! The explosion blew out the windows all at the same time. Level up +1. That's what I needed. Zombies from all around could hear the sound and headed straight towards the inferno. Level up +1. Inventory increased +10. Ah, not great. But I couldn't physically check every nook and corner. It was hot inside. The fire had not just gone the promised 60 feet, but had spread in literally a couple of minutes to the neighboring halls. I should have put films on in there too, you know. I could have gotten a bigger harvest. But this
was still awesome. 2 levels. I should be at like level 9. Just a bit more and I could learn 2 additional skills. But it was at this point that level growth stopped. I think that level 10 is a limit that is not easy to reach. Even that brute in the police station, who had all sorts of opportunities to gain experience, didn't have enough for 10. Most probably he was still going around like a bitch at level 9. It took a couple hours to fly all through it. I even pounded a mana potion so I wouldn't feel sleepy. I had a lot of work ahead of me. I needed to collect the rewards, finish off the injured, and then, last but not least, start unpacking all my riches. Thankfully, there were secluded corners everywhere. Even better now when explosions were going off and half the city was being drawn here. At the same time, I was watching how the girls I had saved were doing. They were sitting in opposite corners and not talking, just looking at each other angrily. No matter. Time would take care of their friendship, and only one of them would come out of that room. I don't like traitors, so I hoped that it would be the redhead. But by all the laws of nature, it would be the blonde one who won. It's always those assholes who are ready to trample on others, to throw those around them under the bus at the first opportunity, who seem to succeed most often in life. The flames eventually died down. Unfortunately, the fire never made it to the lower floors, so I could have leveled up a couple more times. But still, I managed to take out a significant number. The first order of business was to get the rewards left on the fire escape. They were all gray without exception, but still, it was food.
Then I went directly up to the epicenter itself. Now it was clear why the fire didn't spread to the other floors. Although the temperatures had been intense here, which was enough to light the neighboring halls on fire, the firefighting system had still worked right, which meant the rest of the building was now completely flooded with water. And even though the fire had gone out, I couldn't go up to where the explosion had been right away. It was too hot, and even my incorporeal body was starting to feel discomfort. I couldn't ignore that, so it was better to just wait. And also, I had a lot to pick up in the other rooms too. The deadies were charred there, but definitely not all dead, so a lot of them were weakened or even immobilized. I started appearing to give them quick but precise hits of my axe, killing them one after another. In total, after 1 hour, my inventory was full of about 70 potatoes, 30 spheres, and 10 useless gray books. 5 of the potatoes and just 1 sphere were green. 1 more hour passed, and I could finally get to the smoldering ruins. It had been a great hit. There weren't even traces left of the furniture, and even the concrete had melted. It was the same heat I had felt when I realized I would have to leave my house and go to the pay box. And then stand in line. There was a mountain of charred corpses right in the middle of the hall. I hadn't thrown the grenade that well, so it fell in a corner, meaning not all of the zombies had been turned to ash. But right away I saw a whole pile of rewards. They had fallen all over the place, and the flame hadn't damaged them at all. But I hadn't been worried about that at all. One after another, the rewards started dropping into my inventory. There were some green potatoes and spheres. Finally, I started digging around in the corpse pile since there might be something good under them. And almost right away, I found a blue potato.
I would have to open it really soon since I was really curious what was inside. But there was nothing else interesting. Well, it is what it is. I materialized next to the pile of corpses. There wasn't a single zombie around anyway, so I didn't have to worry that someone would attack me. The charred bones flew away with a crack as soon as I hit them with my axe. Underneath them, I found another potato and a green book. There was a whole treasure trove here. After finding that, I started digging deeper and deeper into this vein. throwing away bones all over and pulling out more and more rewards. Rah! The pile exploded, throwing me backward and raining charred body parts on me. The last survivor appeared in the middle. It was the Blob, covered in his green blisters. He looked at me unerringly, and right then his blisters exploded, filling the entire room with acrid green smoke. The mist spread like lightning through the whole room, and I only managed to dematerialize at the very last moment. But it didn't matter. The mist was magical, of course, damaging me no matter whether I had a body or not.
Chapter 9.
This poison is shit! And it was strong. The mist spread throughout the room in mere seconds, and I felt bad almost immediately. I immediately shot out of the hall and flew until I found fresh air, but even in that short time I took a fair amount of damage. This bullshit magic got you right down to the bones, and there was no protection from it. But I wasn't going to leave that fat beast without a fight. The mist would dissipate eventually, and then I would go back. But for now, he could wait. He had nowhere else to go, and if he tried to leave, I would definitely not leave him in peace. I mean, his magic would be a lot weaker outside anyway. Once I was out of the building, I immediately headed for the nearest multiple-story building. Slowly but surely, I climbed to the top floor, where I easily found a comfortable hiding place. I didn't worry about searching the surrounding rooms, since if there was any danger, I could just disappear, at least. And at most, I would become the danger. So why did I need shelter? Comfort, nothing more. The wise old drunks outside would certainly argue with me, but mixing was actually a great thing, especially when what you are mixing is health and mana potions. This was like secret sauce, right on the edge of perfection. I appeared in the room like a sack of potatoes. I just fell down and lay there. I had neither the strength nor the desire to move. I felt like I had been burned out from the inside. But that cocktail brought me back to myself in a few minutes. Along with my physical health, my health and mana bars climbed back up, although their growth slowed down every passing second. "You acidic bastard!" I shouted, as soon as I had the strength for it. My mind was working twice as fast, spurred on by hatred. And it wouldn't calm down until that beast had given me at least a blue reward. And even though that fat son of a bitch may well be recovering his health while I'm resting here, I won't be wasting my time needlessly. I had more than enough spheres, but the gray ones didn't interest me at all. I had a few green ones and one blue one, as well as one blue potato. And a green book. Airblade, uncommon. Description: allows the user to create and direct a blade of air. Low puncture ability, damage varied. Dependent on the level of the ability, the size of the blade, the amount of mana used, and the stats of the user, and also on the skill of the ability user. The system always forgot to mention the most important thing. I don't think things will be that easy with this blade. It was a cool skill, but I'm not going to learn it, sorry. Yeah, it would be awesome to shoot out compressed air that sliced up everyone in its path. But first off, this was only a green book, and I only cared about blue ones. And secondly, the skill was designed for picking off weaklings. And from weaklings I would get neither experience nor good rewards. Sure, I could get a whole wagon load of potatoes, but what good would that do me? So no, thank you. I will just keep flying for now. The book went back into my inventory, and a blue potato took its place. Without a second thought, I immediately opened it, and suddenly had a full-course meal in front of me. On top of that, all of the food was beautifully plated. There was a clean tablecloth on the table, and all of it gave you the impression that you had ended up in some sort of fancy restaurant. This time, the system decided to treat me to Italian food. In general, I really love it. All the pastas, risottos, and all that stuff. And the system really knows how to cook. I have never had such delicious food before. But what about food set? Rare. Description: When eaten, there is a chance for a 50% increase in a random stat. I almost choked on my food when I read that. I had literally just been thinking that I couldn't find stat points anywhere, and that they were the most valuable resources in this new world. And now look what shows up. I was once again convinced that I should focus on killing only the strongest monsters. I had almost licked the plates clean. I was hoping that the more I ate, the more likely it would be, but in the end I got nothing except the satisfaction of eating a delicious meal. But I was happy that I didn't have to wash the dishes. I wrapped the tablecloth up like a bag and threw it and everything in it under the table, then opened up a few spheres on top of it. 1 blue one and 2 green ones. I started with the simplest ones. Power Hit Brass Knuckles, uncommon, 500 over 500, strength +2, power hit. Description: 10 over 10 mana. The accompanying ability allows you to significantly increase the power of a single hit. Cost 10 mana/durability. Recharges in 1 minute. Very interesting. But I didn't understand jack. Was this like that ring with the built-in skill? But that one was single use, and this one you could throw around as much as you like. Except you would have to keep pouring mana into it, otherwise the durability would go down too fast. Or would it restore itself automatically? The only way to find out for sure was to use it. In any case, it was a nice toy. It wouldn't help with the acid monster, but it would cause no trouble, so let it be. I would definitely smack someone with it eventually. Okay, what's next? Traveler's Boots, uncommon, easy stride. Description: comfortable boots. The passive ability, Easy Stride, will keep your legs from getting tired when walking far. Honestly, if I can speak frankly, this is absolute shit. But still better than what I had. I don't like walking, and I have quit it completely, now and forever. But whatever. And to tell the truth, they were very comfortable shoes. They looked like normal, high leather boots, but in fact, I had never worn anything like them before. They fit perfectly, as if they had been made bespoke for my legs. They were even adapted to take the length of my nails into account. Amazing, but still useless for me. But if I was walking around a building, they would do nicely. And now, the cream of the crop, the blue sphere. Halberd of Cleaving, rare. Strength +5, Constitution +5, Cleaving. 1000 over 1000. Description: Mana store 50 over 50. Cleaving, active, directed ability. Upon activation, releases a blade in the direction of the swing. Distance, 15 feet. Cost in mana/durability, 10. Recharge time, 1 second. Oh, this would definitely go with my collection. Finally, goddammit, I had a spear. Even though this thing was officially called a halberd, but that made it even better. It was heavy, damn it. So you could straight away tell how dangerous this weapon was. For sure much more powerful than a knife tied to a stick. It was a good 5 feet long and weighed no less than 10 pounds. And most of that mass was at the very end, which was mostly metal, meaning even holding it in your hands was fairly hard. To say nothing of swinging it around. So that boost to strength from the weapon was really noticeable, handily making up for its weight. The handle was made of some kind of extremely solid, dark wood, and there were blue markings near the sharp end. They were some kind of whorls, and might even be letters. Something fantastical, like Elvish. Completely incomprehensible. Basically, it was a weapon without any excesses. If you ignored the blue markings, then the rest of it was made in an extremely minimalistic way. On one side you had the tip, an axe welded to a point, and the other side was just a spiked knob. That was all. No fancy bends or nothing like that. Just a weapon, designed to kill. There was nothing else interesting. An hour had passed since I fled the movie theater. In that time, the acid should have dissipated 20 times over, so it was time to go back. On top of the fact that I just had to get my revenge on that fat mob, there were also a ton of spheres over there, and there definitely had to be some valuable ones among them. Either a blue sphere or a blue potato. But before returning to where the grenade went off, I hopped over to the girls. I didn't leave them there for nothing. I was curious to see how they would get by. What was interesting to me was that I didn't enjoy being around people, but watching them from a distance was nice. I didn't feel any awkwardness like that. The redhead. Amazing, she did everything right. Of course, now I could not even imagine where she could have gotten off to. And here was female friendship for you. The only one left in the room was the blonde, with a knife in her eye. Honestly, I never thought the redhead could adapt to the realities of this new world so fast. But even though she acted surprisingly brutally, it was still fair. She had left the room and hidden God knows where. I wasn't going to follow her, although if I met her again, I would ask her to pay me back. I did save her life twice, after all. I went back to the movie theater and spent some time checking everything in detail. In the last hour, a lot could have changed here, like zombies coming or people running to the fire. But no, everything was just as empty and quiet as before. That fat ass was guarding the rewards scattered on the floor as if he were a dragon with a horde. He had clambered up onto a mountain of charred bodies, just waiting for someone to show up. Last time, the green blisters on his skin had been full to bursting, but now they had deflated somewhat. Had he used up his green junk and couldn't repeat the trick now? Or if he could, it wouldn't be as strong as last time. After flying around the room a couple of times, I couldn't think of anything better than provoking the freak to attack from a distance. More than that, I would have to attack blindly. It was so dark you may as well poke your eyes out. As a ghost, that was no issue for me, but as soon as I materialized, I would have problems. That was why close quarters fighting was probably not going to succeed. I had to provoke an attack and then act accordingly. To do that, I had a bow and 10 arrow, but I wasn't fortunate enough to have the accuracy or the skill to pull it off with that weapon. Yeah, well, screw it. I flew into the room, found my target, and materialized. Without moving, I took the bow and the arrows out of my inventory. I pulled the string, paused a second, breathed out, then loosed the arrow. It flew wide. I missed hitting his head by about a yard. Sheesh, I should have come a little closer. Grah! The monster roared, stretched out, and began shooting out puffs of green smoke again. The deadly gas came closer and closer with every passing second, but before I disappeared, I got off one more shot. This time the bastard clocked my location exactly, and roaring once more, rushed right at me. Everything the monster ran into along the way crushed and thrown about every which way, so now was no time for waiting. Well, damn it, I had a different strategy. Only dumbasses fight head-to-head. This time I flew up a little higher. That would buy me some free time, and I would make good use of it. I sat down on the edge of the roof with my legs hanging over the edge, looking out over the cities sprawled out below me. The zombies were scurrying around like ants. They would go into the doors of shops and open apartment entrances. They were looking for something they could eat. But the people hadn't given up yet. Somewhere over the horizon I could hear shooting and even explosions, while a little closer, in one of the grocery stores, the people had built barricades and were now trying to fight off a group of mutants. 2 big guys, a fast one, and some normal zombies. I think they'll be fine. Today, messages started showing up in windows, too. Most of them were asking for help, but you also encountered heroes who were offering to save anybody who needed it. As expected, people were settling in attics right now. That was because the main threat was all below. But I felt like that was just for now. Just let some flying monster show up, and that's it. Holiday over. You dumbasses, do something! Get levels and rewards, work together! There's enough food, weapons, and skill for everyone. But no, they're just going to sit and wait for the government to save them. But the government has been going around eating brains for a long time. Even before all of this started. At least that's what it seems like to me sometimes. Boom! Son of a bitch. Still can't get no peace. They keep knocking and knocking at the door, even though I haven't been there for a long time. But whatever, that fat ass will shake them out. After about 10 minutes, the sounds died down below. Only after that did I head back calmly, checking how things were there. The fatso had managed to break through the door, and now he had stopped, realizing that nobody was in the room. He had barely managed to get in himself, which was all the better for me. Thwack! The halberd easily pierced his soft flesh. After scoring the hit, I immediately disappeared into thin air and flew a few feet back. The acid zombie roared and turned around, sniffing and glancing around with his empty eyes. Not finding the offender, he opened his massive maw and began spraying green liquid from it. I was getting out of the way anyway, since those drops were already fizzing and eating right through the metal and concrete.
Fuck you, asshole! But after vomiting, his blisters completely deflated. He even shrank himself. But what was really interesting was that the wound on his back healed up in just a few seconds. Okay, what would it say if I looked at him? Acid Zombie, level 9, health 100%. What a monster! He was really recovering right in front of my eyes. Swip! I had appeared behind him again, slicing him in the neck. The point, judging by the sound, slid past his spine and embedded itself in the beast's meaty neck. But this time I wasn't going to disappear immediately. I would be taking him on blind. The monster tried to turn around, but I was holding on the handle, stopping him from doing that. Son of a bitch, if I just had an attacking spell right now. But I still had one more trick up my sleeve. The beast began tossing himself around the tiny room, rushing backward to get the annoying insect off his back. Me, though, I was trying to hold him back, so I stuck the handle into the ground, holding onto it with my left hand as tight as I could. On my right hand, my brass knuckles were flashing. It was only in the pitch blackness that the barely visible light could shine. Same for the halberd. Specifically, it was the fancy patterns that were lit up on the weapon. Clearly, that was where the mana worked. Crack! I heard an unpleasant sound, and felt the beast rushing toward me. The piece of meat holding the halberd in had torn out, and now the acid shooter was being held back by nothing at all. But it was too late. A flash lit up the small room, hurting my eyes, and my brass knuckles made direct contact with the beast's chest, overgrown with blisters. I could hear the sudden crack of bones breaking, and the monster flew off right then. I grabbed my halberd easily and turned into a ghost, rushing after the injured monster. He ran into a concrete wall and fell onto the floor after losing his balance. Health, 72%. What is this? I hit him as hard as I could. Health, 75%. The zombie was starting to get up, but I wasn't about to take my time. I readjusted my halberd, then raised it over my head, bringing it down in a powerful, wide-sweeping slice. The blade passed into his flesh with a smacking sound. I was already ready to bring another blow within a second. I hit the body, still trying to rise over and over, but the zombie just wouldn't die. That was all due to the darkness all around. Stupidly, I still hadn't managed to hit him in the head since he was constantly moving. Any second he might spew again, and I would have a bad time with those burns no matter what, even if I managed to turn on my ability. I had to hurry.
It was time to play another trump card. Cleave. This time I put my heart into it, but a second before that I turned on my class skills so I could aim better. There was a flash of light and the blade shot out a wave of energy. It sliced through the monster's body and hurried onward, knocking sprays of sparks out of the walls. My ears were ringing from the noise, but even after a hit like that, my enemy still wouldn't die. I had to do it again, not even aiming this time. A hit! Another hit! You tenacious monster. Level up +1. Phew! I leaned against the wall, slumping my whole body. Grrr! That was the response from the deadies heading toward the sound. They had been hobbling up from the lower floors for a while, but I had no desire to deal with them in a close-quarters fight. Plus, I had already made sure my halberd worked in my ghost state. The world turned black and white as soon as I faded into the air. The zombies calmed down immediately, and I flew off to a wide hall. Now there were 50 deadies there, and no matter how little I felt like it, I still had to take care of them. I was here anyway. Plus, the gray rewards could also do me good, since I could get potions from those potatoes. Smack! A wave of energy rushed forward, sweeping down scattered rows of deadies as it went. But that didn't kill the zombies. I just kept learning more about how to use this weapon. So, I had cut 15 zombies in half, but to kill them, I would have to slice them down at head level. The mana in the halberd had run out, so I had to learn as I went. There were no instructions for this weapon, so I just had to hope the system would be too tricky about recharging it. I focused on the halberd and gave a mental command to transfer my own mana to it. But nothing happened, no matter how hard I tried. It's never that easy. The mana had to come back on its own, and you couldn't just transfer as much as you wanted. Really, why did you think that you could recharge a weapon? If that were true, you wouldn't need skills at all. You could just carry around and use whatever was in your inventory. I would use a bit of durability. I still had 1,000 left, which should last a long time. Smack! And one more small pile of deadies was left on the floor. This time I aimed right and cut down more monsters. I hit them right at the neckline. 2 more times and the room was much more empty. The only ones left were the chopped-off bits, and there was at least some light over there, so it would be no problem to deal with them. Anyway, I flew around a couple of times to make sure that there were basically no zombies left, then materialized right by the door. A couple of the injured ones stumped up to me, but I cut them down as soon as they got close. One precise hit to the face, and a regular zombie was right on the floor. But there was something strange. Obviously, the system calculated damage, increasing it for a hit to the head. I wasn't putting in any extra effort to break the thick bones of the head. Phew! I sighed in exhaustion again, having realized that there were no more survivors. I turned back into a ghost, put my weapon back into my inventory, and started flying from corpse to corpse to collect my hard-won loot. Okay, something was not great here. I didn't get something from each of them, far from it. Even the weak-ass gray potatoes were falling much less often than before. In total, from 50 monsters, I got 30 rewards, and all of them were gray. System. What is this robbery? Was this just because I had reached level 10? They weren't just cutting off my experience, but also this flow of freebies? Or maybe the rewards got less and less every day. It was like a starting bonus which had finished now. I wasn't even going to guess how much time had passed since the apocalypse started. It was definitely more than 24 hours, but these changes were only showing up now. Well, fine. There were more than enough rewards in the next room anyway. I moved over there and started digging through the mountain of corpses to get the treasures out. All in all, I only stopped looting after 2 hours. Some of the spheres were buried in ash, and some were buried under corpses, and every time I had to shut my ability off to collect them. But now I had stuff to open up and enjoy. 2 blue potatoes and 8 green ones. I also found a green book and a green sphere, plus another blue one. And that wasn't even taking the stuff I got before into account. I definitely felt now like the richest person on the planet, and it was very probable that I actually was. Plus, I had filled up my inventory with 189 gray potatoes, 47 items, and 56 books. I could deck out a small army. But I'm selfish. Why should I share with anyone when they can easily get all this stuff themselves? I remembered that I was as tired as an ox who had been plowing for 2 months straight, so I head straight back to my new lair. I mean, where I had just been opening my rewards. While on my way, I considered my future plans. It was time to increase my inventory space. Now I would soon be opening a huge mountain of gray balls. Would I have to throw all of that away? Yeah, probably. At least most of it. If I had an inventory of about a ton, then I wouldn't have this problem. So my next move was to find some bastard. I didn't think I would have a problem with that. Night was coming, and that was when the bad guys usually came out. Come here, sweetheart. A blue sphere appeared in my hand. I squeezed it in my fist, closed my eyes, and wished for an interesting and useful item to appear in its place. Chapter 10. Medium Bag X3, Rare. Description: allows you to carry items 3 times the allowed weight and size. That's all. Nothing special. Even a little insulting. A medium-sized bag did appear in my hands, the kind you could fit 2 packs of A4 paper into, or maybe 3, around there. But, knowing its properties, you could jam much more into it. Honestly, it was a useless item for me. In no time, my inventory would let me carry around whole cars in it. I thought it was probably intended for those who wouldn't kill people like them in large numbers. In that case, it would definitely make sense. You could put 30 bricks in it, and even that much you could reasonably carry around without breaking your back. Was it cool? Definitely. But right now it was going on to the trash heap in my inventory. My opinion about the reward had changed in 1 second. Now the bag was started to look much more attractive. I could jam it full to bursting, and only then throw it into my inventory. And thanks to it, I could put 3 times as much in. And that was really awesome. If I put all my stuff in bags like that, then instead of 140 pounds, I could hump around 420 pounds in total. I couldn't hold back and went over to the mirror. It would be a sin not to admire such a beauty one more time. Startled by my appearance, I took a minute to regain my composure. Yeah, I had let myself go a little. But whatever, it happens. Right now, I would take care of my immediate problems and fix my appearance. And now I was looking like a hobo, with my tufts of hair poking out under my dirty hat, my open trench coat, and my red undies. But I had to give the system its due. My body was clearly looking more ripped. My height had been a little more than average, but before I was much skinnier than normal. But now I was looking good. What do you know? He really is a hottie. And even his hobo look couldn't hide that natural beauty. I didn't feel like eating at all, but in theory it was necessary. Raising a random stat required huge sacrifices. But when would I get another blue potato? I had no idea. So I put the thought aside. The time would come. Now I could use my available stat points. No reason to let them go to waste. Even if I was already quite strong, there are no limits to perfection. Name: Casp. Level 10. Class: Ghost. Stats: Body 14. Strength 5. Dexterity 6. Constitution 3. Mind 18. Intelligence 5. Reaction 8. Perception 5. Spirit 10. Repository 8. Conduits 2. Available stat points 0. Skills: Active, Passive, Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points 20. Abilities: Inventory 140 pounds. I think that will do it. I had gotten 6 points, so I put 3 into spirit, 2 into mind stats, and 1 into body. I increased perception and conduits, the latter just for the future. I felt it in my gut that after level 10 they would be somewhat harder to get, and that was the smallest one, which meant you would get stat points wherever you could. So it was worth it to think of the future. I would be getting attacking abilities, and their damage would directly depend on those conduits. Better to have them than to get to level 100 without any at all. Then I would still be running around in my red undies and attacking everyone one at a time with my halberd. After taking care of my stats, I decided to see what was in the green spheres. Then I would see what kind of book I got, and finally I would deal with the gray ones. I would throw away most of them, but I would have to get something worthwhile. I would be exceptionally happy with just these arrows. Or I could get a bag, or a single-use ring. All those things would come in handy eventually. And, well, I was yet to get something useless from a green one. Right now the rewards were making me smile. Flash grenade, uncom.
Description: blinds all creatures within a 10-foot radius for a short time. The length of time depends on numerous factors. On numerous factors. Thank you, dear system, for the clear instructions for this item. How would I ever get by without you, piece of shit? Okay, but here you can figure it out yourself. Most likely it will be worst for those who are looking at the grenade when it explodes, and for those who are closest to it. Or maybe not, who knows? Anyway, this item could only be used with only living things, real people. That was because the deadies didn't need eyes. They oriented themselves using some kind of dead senses. Next came the boring and monotonous task of opening all the pointless gray rewards. The mountain of trash stretched out across nearly the whole room, but the spheres still never ended. A knife, a shield, a knife, a sword. I was too greedy to leave it all, but I had not signed up for carrying all this shit around. It was better to take a couple of cases of beer out of my inventory. It would just be more useful. I had gotten them right out of the refrigerator, and they hadn't warmed up even a single degree after 24 hours in my inventory. Beautiful. The process went a lot better while drinking beer. Okay, knives, whatever. I could just throw them at the closet. Every third one stuck. Not bad. In the end, I had drunk a couple of bottles and got a few things. There were, as far as I remember, 47 spheres. Out of them, I managed to get 2 quivers of arrows, a new bow, and some regular clothing. I also changed my gloves. I used to have gloves of reaction, and now they had been reconfigured to gloves of dexterity. It was basically the same to me, but the new ones seemed to be a lot more comfortable. I finally managed to change my annoying leather vest for a regular t-shirt. It didn't give any stat boosts, but at least it was much more comfortable on my skin, and I wouldn't have to sweat and suffer anymore. I had protection on my fists, with the fingers cut out, so my hands wouldn't be too hot. I put the leather one in my inventory. It might come in handy. It didn't give any strength bonus, really, but it looked much cooler than either my coat or my robe. I didn't get pants either. It was clear that these red underwear were just fate. And it was because of them that I couldn't wear the leather coat, which might protect me from scratches and bites. In addition to all that, I found another grenade among the gray rewards. But this was a normal one. If you threw it, it would explode and shrapnel would fly out 60 feet. It was made of metal and was very similar to our hand grenades. Repair kit, norm. Description: restores up to 50 points of weapon or equipment durability. Single use. That wasn't bad either. It looked like a normal whetstone, but actually it was really awesome. My halberd was never going to run out, especially if I could get a couple more of these. I got nothing else interesting. But I did get a nice emergency set of regular clothes. Gloves, leg and arm guards, and regular boots, just in case.
All of my fingers were now decorated with a ring. I could have put on 2 of them, but it wouldn't give me any stat boosts. I just needed pants, and then I would have a full set. I did also get another interesting single-use ring. Ring of Featherfall, Norm, 1/1. Description: single use. Upon activation, slows the speed of falling to a rate acceptable to your kind. I was already used to this. I wasn't even upset. The system just does weak descriptions, so let it. The important thing was that you could understand something, and that would be enough. Even the name would make it clear. If you were falling, you activated it, and you wouldn't die. Whatever a rate acceptable to your kind meant, I had no idea.
But if the system thought that was less than 60 miles per hour, well, thanks. I put it in my inventory. I definitely didn't need toys like that. By this time, night had fallen, as it was wont to do, and now there were only a few lights from lampposts outside the window left. And there were some apartments that clearly gave away the existence of a few survivors. Not everyone had realized yet that you had to be especially careful when hiding at night, since that was when the worst monsters came out to hunt. People. Well, and me. I also wanted to hunt. The beer goes in the bag, and the bag in the inventory, along with my well-earned loot, my emergency set of clothes. I thought about leaving the light on in the room so that potential thieves would waste their time there, but I didn't. There were a bunch of system items here, and I had no desire to share my property with assholes. I used to only go out during this time, when there were practically no people there. It was opposite now. All the yards were full of rotting, wandering deadies, and during the dark time of day they were much more active. I saw that one of the apartments in the 5-story building across from me had a light on. There were shadows moving behind the curtain, which meant someone was definitely alive there. Also, there was a sheet hanging below the window that said they would help anyone who needed it. Oh, help. I had to check, but I thought these were my customers. The apartment was big. I got in through the first window I found and immediately began flying around. The entrance was clean and organized. Everything was nice. It was all quiet, and sounds could only be heard from the farthest room. There was nobody in the kitchen, but the light was on there too. These guys clearly were not hurting for food. All the shelves were full, and there was also a store of long-lasting stuff in the corner. It was as if they had prepared for all of this in advance. Either that or there was someone here who could get out and ransack stores, like a portalist or someone invisible, most likely. I ran into the owner of the apartment in the next room. He was sitting on a couch in front of a television, watching the news. Some channel was still broadcasting, talking about the intricacies of surviving in the new situation. They weren't lying about having to sit around and quietly wait for the government, which was great. Even the stupidest people must know by now that you couldn't just wait it out. You had to kill deadies on your own, get the rewards, and get stronger. Otherwise, you just couldn't survive. And you also had to join up with other people, since it wasn't just merrier with more, but also safer. Except for me, of course. The guy shut the TV off after a short while, grumbling something to himself, and headed into the other room while scratching his balls. I flew after him. Everything looked as peaceful as could be so far. The man had stored up food and was offering help to other people. Amazing. "Hey, bitches, get ready to eat." He went up to a thick door and pounded on it loudly. Or maybe not so awesome. I passed into the locked room, hanging right under the ceiling. 1, 2, 3, 5 girls. All pretty, like they had been specially chosen. Some of them had been sleeping, but after the loud knocking on the door, they all jumped up and started bustling around. None of them had any clothes. They were all completely naked, and many of them showed clear traces of recent beatings.
"Hurry up!" yelled the man, opening the door. 3 of them ran into the kitchen, busying themselves, but the other 2 stayed in the room, cowering in the corner. While I'm waiting, the man smiled lecherously and started pulling off his greasy, sweat-stained clothes. Pants. Crap. Not system ones. I was so happy for such disappointment. I wasn't even going to look at the underwear. I had my own.
There was a massive bed in the middle of the room. The man lay down on it and angrily glared at his slaves. They shivered in fear for some time, but they did get up and head over to him. I wasn't completely uninterested in watching a porno with actors like this, so I headed over to see what there was in the other rooms. This guy was going to get his due somehow, but it made sense to see exactly who I was dealing with. The other rooms were also full of everything you needed to survive. There were stores of food and water, and a whole separate pile of system items. Not that there were that many. I had left more behind in my last place. All right, dude, it's time to say goodbye. Whack! The blade of the halberd slid easily into his chest. Before that, I had to grab one of the girls by the hair and throw her to the side so she wouldn't get in the way. Ah! They all shouted as one. Okay, let them shout as much as they want. The man stared at me in disbelief and started to disappear. But I wasn't about to wait for him to vanish, so I hit him a few more times, just to be sure. Inventory increased plus 90 pounds. Is that how many he managed to kill, really? An immediate jump over 200 for me. He was luring people here, killing the men and ugly girls right away, and leaving the pretty ones to use for himself. Not bad, sure, but why go through all the trouble? For inventory space? Most likely. I was also only working up a sweat for that now, when I could easily raise my level and get rewards. I think I will get to about 400 and stay there. After that, I will kill only strong monsters and find cool items for myself. And also wait for opportunities to participate in more tests. Even though the unique spheres more often than not just gave me useless trash, I would still keep believing, hoping, and waiting. Sooner or later, there would be something for a ghost. "Who are you?" came a frightened voice from under the bed. A prick in a trench coat. I looked at my outfit and realized that it wasn't really a joke. After saying that, I vanished into thin air, since I didn't want to talk to anyone. But I stayed to watch them. Just a moment ago, a monster was removed from the world. The planet was cleaner, and in doing so, I had saved the lives of some innocent people. I really felt like a hero. But was it a good thing for these girls? Before I showed up, they had been protected with food and drink. I mean, they weren't clothed, but that was a different story. It took the slave girls a while to come to their senses, all while trying to figure out what had just happened. But within 5 minutes, one of them ran into the kitchen, letting the others know that they were now free. I kept watching. There would always be more assholes, and I could find as many of them as I wanted. But watching how these naked girls would find a way out of their situation would be very interesting. They started by getting rid of the body. It was strange how quickly they took care of the 200-pound corpse. They grabbed his bloody body without any squeamishness and threw it out the window. You could clearly see the hatred on their faces. It was obvious that they had all been his unwilling victims. That stopped the moment they all started getting dressed. A leader had appeared among the girls, and she had started giving instructions to the group as to who should do what now. She herself set about the task of making sure the rest didn't break down. Since they realized that their slavery was over, they had started sniffling and crying, which got them some instructional slaps. Amazing. Now I felt like I had done a good deed, and my inventory had increased, which you couldn't help but be happy about. I flew outside, up a couple feet above the roofs, and started looking around for a new victim. There was no police and no laws. Everything that held back the monsters before was gone. So my search didn't last long. It was only 10 minutes before I heard a desperate scream. The zombies down below got excited, but they couldn't find the source of the cry. That was because it was a woman,
standing on a roof, who was yelling. I hardly cared, since her enemy didn't seem to be a person. The woman, clutching a child of about 6, was shrieking and trying to climb down. She was being followed by a massive bird. Judging from the color of its wings, it had once been a pigeon, but it was hard to even call that beast a bird now. It was about 5 feet long. It had powerful talons, wings studded with spikes, and a slightly hooked beak with some greenish liquid dripping from it, which had to be either poison or acid. The beast wasn't using any abilities. It was just gently gliding forward, preparing to swallow its prey. But what were people to this pigeon? It was clear that their levels hadn't gone too far up. If it was for meat, then they could just go down below. The carrion there hadn't even started rotting yet, even though some of them had started to smell a little, but they probably hadn't smelled like roses when they were alive anyway. But I couldn't complain. This was the first real monster that I had encountered since the beginning of the apocalypse. I really wondered what I could get from it. Or maybe even inventory space. I mean, who knew? Kuru! The bird turned its head to the side, staring down its target, and continued gliding forward, bobbing its head. It was just as stupid as it had been before. You could tell by looking at it. Now it was going to peck people like they were seeds, to no end. How did it evolve like that? It was strange, like someone had directed it to become stronger. And how could a crappy pigeon kill a zombie anyway? Or who did it kill to get a level? And it was a goddamn pigeon. I hadn't even encountered a cat or a dog yet. What would be around zoos? Or in Africa? There must be a whole shitload of them there now. But those were problems for future me. Ah! The woman had not stopped screaming. The child was not that scared, but his knees were shaking and he hadn't taken his eyes off of the mutated bird. It would be better if you turned around. I materialized right behind the pigeon, took a wide swing, and sliced it right down its back. Thwink! Well, god damn it. Oh, that was disappointing. I had calculated that I should be able to cut him right in half, or at least break his spine. But my powerful weapon had only weakly slid across his wings, bringing up sparks. But if at first you don't succeed, try again. I faded into thin air and flew around the bird. It turned around to see its attacker, but, finding no one, kept moving forward. All right, another chance. Thwink! Ah, not like that. It was a good hit. Screw it. Next time I'll stab him right. There was definitely a good place for that on the back side.
Chapter 11. I turned my halberd around, then paused for a minute. Did I really want to do this? How would I be able to hold on to this handle later, knowing where it had been? The pigeon continued onwards as though nothing had happened, and I made my choice. In just a little bit, it would start feasting on its fresh, screaming meat. Or it would fly away, and I would be left with nothing. I materialized, squatted down, and jammed the blunt end as hard as I could into the bird's weak point. Crow! The pigeon began squealing all over, but I had already vanished into thin air by then. He spun around frantically, spraying his poisonous spit all over, while also leaking a fountain of blood around the roof, but couldn't find his attacker at all. And he was also a few feet up in the air. His wings protected him from blades. I might have been able to stab him and done some damage, but it wouldn't be a finishing blow. I had gotten him right up the ass, but the results exceeded all my expectations. The incensed bird had right away begun dashing around the roof, completely forgetting his prey, and slowly began losing his strength. Pigeon, level 10, health 79%. Level 10. Apparently he had started by pecking apart his whole flock, and then switched to something bigger. I could see no other way that he could have become such a monster. Even if I had jammed the halberd as far up as it could go, it still wouldn't have done him in right away.
Health 81%. And he was regenerating fast. Okay, its wings protected it from stabbing and cutting weapons, but a crushing blow could work almost completely well. I waited for the beast to calm down, then dug through my inventory to get my brass knuckles out. It had regained just 5 points of mana, which was a rate that I was completely dissatisfied with. 1 point per hour? How long would I have to wait for my halberd then? So I did check how things were with the mana in my main weapon.
It turned out to be much better, with a little more than 20.
It seemed like the more total mana there was in a weapon, the faster it regenerated, or that it was the same rate by percentages. Maybe it was dependent on the quality of the item, or on something else, but it was too early to go into those kinds of details right now. Anyway, it was definitely not the time to think about that when I had a massive, stupid head with a sharp, poisonous beak right in front of me. I materialized in the middle of my swing and immediately hit him. The brass knuckles flashed on my hand, lighting up the roof in a second, and with a loud smack, landed right in the beast's eye. He didn't even manage to squeak, immediately flying up a few feet and freezing. Health 46%. I didn't know how long he would be dazed, so I got my halberd out right away. I took aim and started stabbing the beast in his neck and head. I didn't get up close, though, since I didn't want to get hit by any poison. At most, I would spend another 10 durability points to break that stupid skull. But that's not what happened. First, blood started flowing from under his wings, and then the blade cracked through the natural armor of the beast. His whole body tensed up, and then, after a few seconds, the beast breathed his last. I didn't get a level for it, but a blue potato did drop. It didn't stay there for long, because I immediately put it into my inventory and headed onward to check my surroundings. The woman was still screaming, but I didn't pay her any mind. She was in one piece, and would get off her ass to look around the rooms. There was a ton of food there. It would last a while. I was in conservation mode, moving about a mile per hour, I would guess. It was a little slower than a nice stroll. I had found my destination almost immediately, but flying there would take at least 15 minutes, so I devoted my free time to looking out over the view of the new city.
I watched what was happening below carefully, and noticed a few animals while I was flying. It was weird that they weren't turning into zombies. A small pack of dogs was attacking a couple of deadies who had wandered into a playground. The dogs were well organized, attacking all together from all sides and avoiding attacks. But even so, one of the deadies managed to bite a weak little dog, ripping out a tuft of fur and reaching the flesh. The dog started to whimper, but the other members of the pack quickly dealt with the zombie, freeing the runt from his iron grip. 5 minutes, then 10. But the animal didn't ever turn into a mindless murder machine, just the opposite. One of the dogs came up to it and started licking the wound, which healed up right before my eyes. Apparently, some dogs had managed to evolve by getting abilities and mutations. Some of them blended into the surroundings. One of them had grown bone armor, and another one had claws on its paws that came with metal, shining in the moonlight. The pack was completely fit for its surroundings. They had taken over a plot of land enclosed by a fence with holes in it. Now, as its owners, they fiercely defended it, tearing apart any uninvited guests. I would be a son of a bitch if I didn't check that. Doggo! I had appeared about 50 feet away from one of the dogs. I had nothing to offer him, so I just decided to say hello and see how man's best friend would react to me. Grrr. I had no intention of starting a conflict, so as soon as the whole pack had me surrounded, I dematerialized out of harm's way. But even when I was in my incorporeal state, some of the dogs continued looking at me like before. They might not be showing aggression anymore, but I got the impression that those animals could still feel me somehow. I tried again, this time flying outside of their territory. The dogs gathered by the fence but didn't start attacking. The just bared their teeth in warning that outsiders weren't allowed. Got it.
No problem. I wouldn't come in. I had no business with them at all, but still, it was interesting to see what effect the system had on the animal world. That pigeon had leveled up very quickly. The pack of dogs, as far as I could tell, wasn't especially strong, but that was because they had decided to play defense. The stupid bird, on the other hand, had simply destroyed everything that crossed its path. I felt like cats also had a high possibility of reaching the top of this new food chain. I mean, they killed for fun before, and now that had become something useful, too. I spent a half hour satisfying my curiosity, but it was worth it. Information about the rules of this new world, even if it seemed useless, was definitely not unwelcome. The apartment I was flying to was located on the second floor of a 5-story building. Kind of old-fashioned. I was attracted to it because of the curtain with an offer of help to anyone who needed it. My faith in humanity had never existed, so there was no risk of losing it. And there wasn't any risk now, either. I was actually a little disappointed when I realized that the inhabitant of this apartment was actually ready to help people and not asking for anything in return. After flying through the window, I ended up in a little kitchen. A little old man, about 80 years old, stood hunched over by the stove, boiling buckwheat in a large pot, periodically adding meat from cans that had recently been opened. No, he definitely wasn't eating alone. So I kept looking around the little apartment. Plus, I could hear people's voices coming from the next room. I was right. There were 5 people in the living room. Most of them looked confused, interested in each other and how they managed to get to this safe house. I was running into the entrance with a zombie right behind me. It caught me on the stairs and grabbed my sweater.
It nearly bit me. Then the old man knocked him off the stairs with his cane. Then he took me in and fed me, said a fat 40-year-old woman, finishing her story. Near the end of it, she had started crying, and the girl sitting next to her tried to calm her down, patting her on the head. Too bad I missed the beginning of her story, but no matter. People were afraid, and the old man helped them, since he had long ago lost the ability to fear as he aged. All well and good, and I could keep on flying since there was nothing for me here. Unless... 2 guys about 20 years old were sitting apart from the rest, looking at them frowningly, even with suspicion. I didn't think that the old man would let them get away with anything, but it couldn't hurt to listen to their conversations anyway. "Who gives a shit what kind of abilities he has?" whispered one of them, the one that looked older. "Each of us has a knife. We stab him a couple times and boom, all the food is ours." "Man, hell if I know. Do we really need that food? Just go in those other apartments. There'll be something there," the second one said evasively. "Jesus, what is wrong with you, honestly?" The older one even raised his voice a little, but got himself under control in time. "There is a strategic stockpile here. It would be enough for a whole 6 months. What about these guys, then?" The boy nodded towards the other survivors, but his older friend just grinned. "Get rid of them, too. Just leave the girl. We'll take turns using..." Inventory increased +10. I had gotten tired of listening to his Machiavellian plans. At least one of them deserved to die, so there was no reason to hold back. Sure, he hadn't killed anyone, but he definitely wanted to. And once there is a desire, then opportunity will come with time. You couldn't swing a long halberd in the little room, and it would be a shame to waste its durability on this asshole, so I just sank my axe into his head. So I wouldn't have to worry about pulling out the weapon, which was stuck fast. I dematerialized, and within a second I appeared next to the second one, but him I socked with the brass knuckles. A good, solid hit. I clearly felt the bones in his face break, and some of his teeth flew onto floor along with some blood. The women screamed, and soon the old man rushed into the room. He easily lifted the beaten and unconscious body in his arms and closed his eyes. A barely noticeable gold wave passed across his scrunched-up face,
which started changing before my eyes. Within just a few seconds, his bones were back in place and growing together, and soon there were no traces of his injuries left.
Who did this?
Shouted the old man angrily, pointing at the corpse lying in the corner. But everyone could only shake their heads, since no one had seen it.
Who, goddammit?
That was me. Calm down. I had wanted to run right away, but at the last moment I decided to stay. Otherwise, the old man would think one of his had done it, no matter how unlikely that was.
But
I didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. He wanted to kill first you, and then everyone else. Besides you, I said, pointing at the girl, then blinked and turned my skill on again. I didn't succeed in punishing the second one. The old man turned out to be a powerful healer, and that guy probably never even felt the pain. But it would be embarrassing, although even that wasn't certain. And be more careful about this, I whispered into the old man's ear, having materialized right behind him. Okay, bye. Don't take in just anyone. There wasn't much for me there, but that didn't mean that there were no more assholes to increase my inventory with in the city. Until sunrise, I wandered through apartments, flying around attics looking for any douchebags. There was no need to attack them right away. The first priority was to make sure that the person would be of no use to society in the future. From some people I got 15 pounds each, but those were just beginner shitheads. Most of them treated me with 20. They were the ones who had managed to kill 2 people since the beginning of the apocalypse. The fattest loot, both literally and metaphorically, was the leader of a whole band of assholes. He gave me a whole 90 pounds of inventory and a small mountain of gray rewards. Yeah, it was all trash, but luckily for me, it was unopened. They had taken up residence in the sewers, an extremely comfortable place, it seemed. A large number of entrances and exits, and it was very hard for the deadies to get in. And it was easy to take people by surprise. Lure them with food and shelter, and they would just come right in. The bandits killed only those people who tried to speak against them or leave their underground camp. The fat bastard had decided to rule with an iron fist right away, and brutally punished any disobedience. So by the time I showed up, there weren't any dissenters left at all. At first I thought it was just a normal survivors' camp. Yeah, there were a couple dozen women, some downtrodden men and children, and about 10 armed fighters, not just with system weapons, but also with firearms. And right when I had decided to fly away, I heard whispering. One girl was suggesting to another one that they should try to run away or kill the fat guy. But the other one just shushed her and said it wouldn't work. If they ran away, they would be chased down and killed. And if they tried to kill him, then their deaths would be much more painful. And a lot of people had already tried, but nobody managed to do it. Everything came down to the uncommon class that the fatty had been able to snatch up. He was a vampire, or something like that. By killing people and drinking their blood, the vampire got stronger and more durable, stealing their stats. Not a great look, but people had already accepted their lot, trying not to stand out and hoping they would kill someone else. He really was pretty tough. At first, I didn't even appear among the people, just used the ability of my weapon. The cleave wave only cut the skin on his back, which started healing up with seconds. An alarm was raised, and the fighters ran off to find me. Once they had gotten far enough away, I repeated my trick, but this time I also materialized and sliced the blade of my halberd into the freak's spine. But even that didn't kill him. So I turned back into a ghost, flew around the screaming mass, readied my punch, and drove my brass knuckles into the bridge of his nose a few times, activating the power hit on the last one. The fatty fell on his back, and before the bones in his face could knit back together, I smashed him as hard as I could with my halberd. After that, I dealt with the remaining henchmen. That just took a simple hit to the back of the head. My weapon, given how big it was, easily cracked the skulls of people with a standard set of stats. Once again. Yeah, I finished off the assholes. But would the people living here survive now? They were happy that the nightmare was over, but I wouldn't be the one to disappoint them by telling them the hard parts were ahead of them. They would have to take everything on themselves and do something on their own. A lot of them simply didn't have it in them and would have to be pushed constantly, forced to do some kind of work. But that was not my problem. I set out to take care of that asshole for my own good. Sure, I wouldn't mess with people who seemed okay, but that was it. Babysitting each and every person, even if I had wanted to, was simply not possible. Inventory 430 pounds. Yeah, that was pretty much more than enough.
Just a little more, and there would be no reason to keep hunting people on purpose.
It would be better to focus on the monsters. Those beasts might have leveled up a fair bit in the meantime, so I could get some good rewards from them. Or zombies. There was no point in killing the regular ones, so I could and should find mutated ones. But now my first order of business was opening some of my rewards, and using my blue potato. I should have felt hungry a while ago, and I couldn't go wrong with a stat bonus. I got out of the sewers right by where I got my first level. After thinking a bit, I flew toward the police station. Since I was nearby, I might as well drop in and see how the people were getting along. The building greeted me warmly, with tightly blocked entrances and windows, as well as a small contingent of system fighters. They were going out for a morning hunt. I had already seen a lot of them, some who were specialized in attacking with their skills, and some armed with system weapons. With their swords, spears, and bows, they skillfully and silently mowed down the deadies that piled up against the fence overnight. However, there was no way they would be able to get to a grocery store. So instead, they satisfied themselves with gray potatoes, not trying to reach any sort of luxury. Well, amazing. I watched them for a while, impressed with how they killed zombies, then continued onward. I flew around the whole building, making sure that basically nobody else had come since my last visit, then materialized in one of the empty rooms. Nobody would bother me here, and after eating lunch I could talk to that big guy again. I had nothing to feed those assholes with, but it was time for them to share their stuff with me, and I had something to pay for it with. Last time I realized that these people could be useful to me in the future, and now I was convinced of it again. They were developing, thinking about how to improve their lives. And their leader was a good guy, tough but fair. Over time, they would develop and become a real society. Then they would start producing weapons and goods, and they would finally make me some pants. As soon as I got my body back from the system, I had two problems. The first was that I desperately wanted to eat, and the second was to sleep. And no matter how much my stomach grumbled, my fatigue was stronger than my hunger. So I got out a mountain of gray potatoes, opening them one after another in the hope of finding a potion. I had almost 190 regular food sets. I got a lot of them in the mall, but I also came across a fair amount while moving around. I had to waste 30 of them before I found a set with 2 different colored vials. I set the food carefully on the floor in the corner of the room, and then, sitting at a table, uncorked the vials and drained them both to the bottom. My mood improved, my strength returned, and I felt the will to live. The world around me filled with color. After getting completely restored, I took a blue potato out of my inventory and opened it immediately. I was expecting to see a full-course meal on my table, but I got something completely different. A syringe? A flask? I started turning the strange item around in my hands, only remembering to check the system information after a few seconds. This is interesting.
Chapter 12. Vaccine. Rare.
Description: single-use item. Upon use, it grants a powerful immunity of up to 1 month to the zombie virus. It was just a glass syringe with a cloudy blue liquid. The short but thick needle hinted that it had to be used in the butt muscle, and then you wouldn't have to be afraid of bites for at least a month. Although if they did eat you, it wouldn't be very fun. embarrassing, even. I got out another potato. I would use the syringe after I ate, since maybe if I just used it on an empty stomach, it might not work as well. It did say up to 1 month, after all. That meant it might be less. For breakfast today, the system decided to treat me to a piping hot steak that tasted just unbelievable. There was also a bottle of red wine with no label, a wine glass for it, and other tableware, along with some kind of fruit pie for dessert. The smell of the roasted moat filled the room immediately, and, almost drooling, I set about eating. I could hear my teeth grinding since I was chewing so hard. I deliberated about the wine for a bit, whether or not I should have it so early in the morning, but I soon gave in and filled the glass. Who the hell is in there? Where is that smell coming from, damn it? On the other side of the door, I heard footsteps and then voices. People had smelled the odor which had wafted around the whole building, as far as I could tell, and were trying hard to find it now. I would be looking for it too if I had to live on gray sets, so I got it. But isn't that why I came here? I would have to talk to them sooner or later, whether I wanted to or not. It's over this way! Get out of the way! I heard a familiar voice right outside the door. Step off, idiots! Just in case, I popped the last piece of meat in my mouth, downed the glass, and dematerialized. Then the shooting started right off. Yes, right here, growled the big guy, breaking into the room. What kind of prick was stuffing his face here? Come out, douchebag. You can't hide forever. He started searching the room from top to bottom. Apparently, he thought someone had decided to squirrel away some delicious food. But his search didn't lead him to anything, which made him even more angry, and he started shouting at thin air. His followers quickly stepped away. Obviously, it was better not to make this guy angry. But I quickly understood why they all ran away. Right in front of me, the man started growing over with brown fur. His face began stretching out, gradually becoming an animal's muzzle. But most importantly, his body grew in size. His clothes didn't tear, but just dissolved, as if they were being absorbed into the fur. God damn. Within a minute, there stood a huge, shaggy bear in front of me in the place of the guy. He began sniffing at the air in search of the offender, but, excuse me, of course, but I haven't finished my pie. I appeared next to the table and grabbed the dessert, tossing it right into my mouth. Pausing for a second, I took the unfinished bottle of wine, too, and hid it in my inventory. If you didn't finish it, then you might not get the stat bonus. You had to drink it all the way down. Rah! The bear roared, and I turned my class skill back on. But to hell with fighting in such small quarters. Plus, there was no point in fighting. I was just planning on having a conversation. It wasn't for nothing that I had studied those animals earlier. This shapeshifter wasn't too different from them, and like the dogs, he could sense where I was. I flew around the bear for a while, and he followed my movements the whole time, never showing his back. As he was turning, the majority of the furniture in the room was turned into splinters, seeing as his fat ass could hardly even fit into the tiny room. Don't step on the food, I said, appearing again, understanding that the bear wasn't going to attack me. There, it's in the corner. You can give to your people. I don't need it. After I said that, he started transforming back. The reverse process lasted a little longer, and it definitely wasn't pleasant for him. Within 5 minutes, there was a man, weakened from the change, lying in front of me. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his breathing was labored and heavy. Here, drink this. I felt bad for him and handed him a vial with red liquid in it. He didn't say no, taking it, tearing the cork out with his teeth, and downing the whole thing in one swig. I took out my wine and put it to my lips. I wasn't about to share it, but to stop him from asking, I got out a cold can of beer, too. Thank you, he growled, taking a couple of deep gulps. Always parched after that bullshit, fuck. I nodded, barely understanding. and we sat in silence, enjoying our alcohol for a few minutes. He was coming to his senses after his transformation, and I was digesting my food. It was settling well and doing its job, so the only thing I had to do was enjoy this moment of satisfaction.
"What did you come to visit us for?"
the big guy said, breaking the silence. "I'm not letting you use our women, I'll tell you that." "Well, just... what?" I didn't get what I heard right away. "What the hell do I need your women for?"
"There was a guy here," he said, grinning. "Invisible. I found him by his scent and tore him a new one, but that prick managed to get away."
"And how did you see me?" I wanted to know for myself. Certainly not by my scent.
"Who the hell knows? I just felt it,"
he said, brushing aside the question. We sat in silence for a while. My bottle of wine was reaching its end, and the big guy had already finished his 4th can of beer when I remembered why I came here. "I came here for a reason,"
I said, slapping my forehead. "Do you have someone to kill? I took care of a bunch of people last night, and I just need one more to reach my goal."
"You're a real motherfucker," he said, shaking his head. "But as a police officer, I can't let you do that." "Are they in the cells?" "Not them, but him. In the basement, across from the stairs to the left. But I won't allow it." "Yeah, I got it." I smiled, disappearing into thin air, leaving behind another 2 cans of cold beer, 5 gray potatoes, and a green one. The big guy shook his head, but quickly put all of that into his inventory. "Igor!" he yelled, and after a minute I heard footsteps hurrying along. "Yes, big brother," shouted the guy running into the room, out of breath. He was the exact opposite of the bald guy, skinny and short. As far as I could remember, that was the guy who was casting spells with the air last time. "Go and get the dead body out of cell—" I stopped listening. I had to hurry, otherwise Igor would come for the body, and he would still be alive. That wouldn't look good. Taking the form of a ghost, I stopped for a minute. Why was I just sitting and chatting with that big guy? Geez, it was like we had gone fishing together. Oh, wine. Yeah, that was it. Drinking a whole bottle on your own could work wonders. I would become nice and social. I needed to be more careful with that. Thankfully, the alcohol stopped working on my mind when I turned into a ghost. There was indeed one person sitting in the cell. The man's body was not undamaged anyway, completely covered in bruises and cuts. I had no idea what he did to deserve that, but I trusted the big guy in this, so I could happily finish off this prisoner without any twinges of conscience afterward. Inventory increased +10. Now I understand what he did. No problem. I didn't have to worry about it. Now my inventory could take 450 pounds, but I wasn't going to fill it up yet.
The ability to put the body of a zombie in there was very valuable. I wouldn't have to materialize to dig through a mountain of corpses anymore. I would simply throw them away and easily take all my rewards. And I could throw bricks from high up. It would be an effective way to fight zombies. But then I would get any rewards, just experience. So we would have to do it the old-fashioned way. Before I set about finding a strong opponent, I spent some time watching how life in the police station was going. It had been 2 days? I wasn't even sure. The total lack of sleep had affected me, with the days all running together, and I couldn't even begin to think how much time had passed since this all started. But whatever, who cares? The important thing was that people were starting to adapt to the changing circumstance. Now the soldiers were coming back from their hunt. They were met by some women who helped them take off their armor and immediately went off to clean it. The table had also been set for them in advance. Nothing fancy, but still. They had heated up cold food from the gray potatoes and put them in their inventory so it wouldn't cool down, only taking it out when the soldiers were on the doorstep. Basically, everyone was busy. The defenders were taken care of, and they in their turn risked their lives to get some food, to get stronger, and to protect those close to them. How sweet. It was good that I got the class I did. Ugh. If I had picked something else, then I would have constantly had to be as close to people as possible.
but somehow I felt like I would have to, and that, damn it, there would be no way to avoid it. Plus, the system might hit me with something awful and force me to stick to somebody in the end. I thought the time had come to check up on the guy with the bow. Plus, it was on my way. I decided to just head the way I was facing. Any social place would work, since where a lot of people could come together would have strong monsters anyway. And that was all I needed now. There was not a point in more planning than that, since I would have to act as circumstances dictated anyway. It would be great if I could connect to the internet and see how things were going in the world, and to read forums about the system, and skills, and everything else. I mean, there had to be unique spheres and skills somewhere, right? Or I could find out a way to do tests more often. "Cole! Cole!" I heard a squeak from down below. Right then I flew down to about the 4th story and was about to fly into the attic. But the squeak seemed familiar to me. Oh, what? Had he decided not to give me his rewards? Or maybe he was more afraid of me than the deadies. The girl was sticking her head out of a 2nd-story window, and below her, her brother was trying to get away from a whole horde of deadies. I could see bite marks on his body, but he still wasn't giving up, shooting arrow after arrow at them. From what I could gather, he had gone outside at first light to get rewards and arrows. Without that, he couldn't pay back the loan of the weapon, and they also had to eat something. I didn't think that the soldiers on the other side of the house could provide the 100 people in the attic with enough food fast enough. They were just too careful. The boy, on the other hand, was acting extremely recklessly. The deadies had trapped him in a corner and were getting closer and closer every second, gnashing their teeth, ready to tear the boy to pieces. In response, he was shooting arrow after arrow, not wanting to give up. But it was hopeless, since there was at least one big guy against him. Even if you made a pincushion out of him, the only thing that would help was a precise shot to the eye. Otherwise, you would never drop a powerhouse like that. All right, he was in trouble. Nikolai had been shooting deadies all night, having just taken up one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. He used to live here, so he had the keys. He took his little sister with him since leaving her in that camp was even more dangerous. You never knew what weird stuff those two assholes could get up to. They should have been kicked out a long time ago, but all the guys were busy around the clock trying to get rewards. Very, very slowly. Even the boy thought the adults were being too careful. Some old-timer in the apartment had come up with that method, and everyone else agreed to it. And nobody was going to listen to a teenage boy. When the sun rose over the horizon, he had to stop hunting, simply because he had run out of arrows. Under the window there were about 20 finished deadies, but at least 5 of them were there from the last hunt. That time everything had gone smoothly, and the boy made off with a pretty good haul, 3 potatoes and 2 gray spheres. In one of those he had found a quiver of arrows, and the other one had a useless knife. Then they ate a little. They weren't about to head back to the people in the attic. They just pulled some trash up against the door in case the zombies got in and content themselves with that. But now, all that debris needed to be cleared. Nikolai went down to the 1st floor, popped into a room, made sure that everything was safe all around, and jumped out a window to the outside. The first he did was collect the unbroken arrows. He took them all with care, since he had no idea when he would get another set of them. To do that, he made a precise, even cut with a knife. But not the one he had gotten in his starting kit, but a regular, non-system one. But he couldn't get any rewards. Before that, he heard noise from the bushes. The boy pulled his drawstring taut and aimed his weapon toward the sound. Since it sounded like there was only one zombie there, he didn't start heading back to the room right away. But as soon as the deadie appeared, Nikolai froze. A woman appeared from the bush. Her face, hands, and legs were all bitten up, and her clothes were covered in brown spots of dried blood. Mom? The boy barely managed to say it. His eyes welled up with tears, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make himself shoot. He suddenly recalled the recent events when everybody had an intense headache, and then people started rooming out of their rooms, first to the entrance, and then outside. His mother abandoned her children and ran outside with everyone else, as though she had gone crazy. Cole and his sister had tried to do the same, but the stream of people wouldn't even let him open the door, and after a few tries, he passed out. And then came the words and numbers in front of his face, and stats like in a video game. And the person he loved most turned into the walking dead. "Cool!" His sister's shout brought him right back to his senses, reminding him that she had nobody besides him now. But it was too late. The zombie had managed to bite onto his outstretched arm, and the boy could never nothing else besides run away. Tears came to his eyes as he realized that he had let his sister down. A bite was a death sentence. But he had to do something. He had to get the rewards and leave something behind, at least. But that didn't work out either. His sister's shout had attracted a whole horde of zombies. There was a mutant among them, too, which Nikolai, no matter how much he tried, had no chance against. So he just ran away until he turned the corner and hit a fence. That was where he decided to make his last stand against the monsters. Wiping away his tears, he stuck all his remaining arrows in the ground in front of him, then pulled the bowstring. 1.
The zombie that had just appeared from around the corner fell right on his back, having taken an arrow straight to the face. But he was replaced by 2 more. The boy's hands were shaking from the exertion, but, gritting his teeth, he continued to shoot arrow after arrow. To hell with exhaustion, to hell with the fact that he could never win like this. But he had to do something anyway. The more deadies he could kill, the fewer would be left in the world that his sister would have to live in.
"Take that, you dicks!" he shouted, shooting his second-to-last arrow. "Had enough?" he screamed, completely forgetting that that would attract more of their attention. He wasn't worried about that anymore. The last arrow shot forward, turning into dust against the impenetrable armor of the big guy. But the boy just grinned, throwing away his bow, and grabbed his knife. The deadies just kept on coming. The closest ones had almost reached him, so the boy, making his peace with death, rushed forward to meet them. At the last moment, he closed his eyes and... an explosion! And a dozen zombies were knocked to the ground at once. After a few seconds, the big one recovered, taking a determined step towards his prey. But after a sudden crunch, the beast fell forward with a groan. "Yeah, a green one." A guy appeared right out of thin air. He was holding a halberd in his hands, but he was also looking at the floor, casually tossing out a green reward. That's skill. Nikolai could only dream about something like that. But the man was looking at the book with nothing but disgust, as if it offended him. Screw it, it's good enough. He was strange-looking, so the boy recognized him immediately. His dirty brown coat, tied-on belt, high boots, and odd-looking hat. Nikolai also remembered the debt that he had to repay for the loan of the bow. "Dude, take the rewards for sure. I'm on my way out," he said, sniffling.
He was starting to run out of strength, and his bite was really starting to fester.
"But thank you for taking care of my mom. I couldn't do it." The man looked first at the big guy, then at the boy. Then he frowned, nodded to himself, and disappeared into thin air. Maybe I can still bring my sister some potatoes? But I could turn at any moment, and she wouldn't be able to stop me, the boy thought. But I could just throw them all through the window. Nikolai got to his feet, just about to start gathering the rewards, but then stopped in his tracks. A syringe was lying right at his feet. It drew the boy's attention with its strange look, so Nikolai bent down and took it in hand. "What?" Tears were rolling down his cheeks again. "Thank you!" he shouted, addressing the air somewhere. "Thank you," he whispered this time, clutching the gift in his hands.
Chapter 13. Oh, just shut up. Get back in the house, dumbass. I was tired of watching, but I couldn't just fly away. I had to make sure that he successfully picked up all the rewards and got back to the room. All right, whatever. Just the ones he got himself. I wasn't going to share the rest, or else he would get weak. He used the vaccine right away. Yeah, he could have opened a potato and found some healing potions,
but I decided to just give him an advantage for a month. If I got bitten all of a sudden, no big deal. Permanent immunity would be fine, but like that, watching the clock and waiting for the effect of the vaccine to end, it was useless. Either, at best, nobody would bite me, or, at worst, well, I had more than enough potions. I watched how they were doing. Not too bad. They had water, and now also a good amount of food. And they should have enough equipment too, given he had gotten a large number of spheres, and at least one of them should definitely have some arrows. Then I looked through the camp, seeing how people were getting by there. Not really well, it seemed. There was no oversight, no management at all, and people were just busy sitting around, waiting for something to happen. A few were going through the rooms, scavenging the food reserves, but the majority were just staying in the shitty attic. They could get their stuff together or, I don't know, kill some deadies. Or at the very least hunt pigeons, since those animals were not as harmless as I used to think. Basically a big disappointment, especially compared with the people in the police station. Everybody was busy there, even if a lot of them were doing pointless nonsense, but at least no one was doing nothing, which made for a lot less stress. Here, even the atmosphere was oppressive, and every day it would get worse and worse if nothing changed. Unless a strong leader showed up who could make people work. Okay, I have spent too much time around people.
Even the wine had stopped working now.
Before heading out on my next hunt, I checked my interface. Name, Casp. Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 14. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 3. Mind, 19. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 8. Perception, 5. Spirit, 10. Repository, 8. Conduits, 2. Available stat points, 0. Skills, active, passive, additional, dematerialization, class skill. Available skill points, 20. Abilities, min inventory, 460 pounds. Basically everything was the same except one thing. After the steak, pie, and bottle of wine, my mind stat increased. I hadn't noticed any real change, but a single point doesn't really have a noticeable effect. Logically, it should have improved my memory and my mental acuity or something like that. And as far as I remembered, every improvement brought not just uncomfortable feelings that could only be easily avoided by turning into a ghost, but they also made you tired and hungry too. If you upped your stats with a potato, that became less obvious. Well, you do have the building blocks in your stomach already. Basically, if I hadn't looked at myself, I wouldn't have noticed the change. But actually, my strength had gone up a lot of times, and I just wasn't paying attention. When I picked up the halberd, my muscles were filled with power. A palpable wave of strength washed over my whole body, wiping away my fatigue, and I felt like I could knock down even whole mountains with the halberd. But it was just a temporary effect, lasting until I put the weapon away in my inventory. My basic stats weren't even that obvious, and that was because I was getting used to my new abilities over time, and I could test them out. A gym was right in front of me, and without thinking about it, I headed in right away. I tried to pick up a couple of dumbbells and see how much weight I could lift. Having flown into the place, I discovered a small herd of zombies being led by a big guy.
I wasn't surprised at all. At first, I thought it was a regular deadie who had just been pretty big when he was alive, but no. There were too many changes in his body. He was more like a gorilla with powerful hands that nearly reached the floor, and legs just the opposite, kind of shortened. And he actually supported himself on all 4 limbs. The only thing missing was fur. And also, you could see that this creature had once been a person, since the facial features, at least, were maintained. The rest of them here were just first-level weaklings. One zombie was even trapped under a barbell, still lying there, not strong enough to get out from under it. Looks like he was changed without realizing it, while doing a bench press. I didn't feel like messing with these weak and useless beasts at all. So I just activated my cleave skill right away. The deadies fell down silently, having lost their heads, but the big guy hardly even noticed.
Sure, there were injuries on his skin, but they started healing up almost immediately. But that was no problem, since I just materialized behind him with my arm raised, then drove my halberd into the back of his head, like an axe into a block of wood. Thankfully, the ceiling was high enough for me to do a big swing like that. There was a cracking sound, but my first hit wasn't able to break through the thick bone to damage the tiny brain within. I had expected the gorilla to be slow, but as soon as my weapon touched his head, a powerful hand was suddenly flying in my direction. But it passed right through my body, since I managed to activate my ability at the last second. Judging by how the exercise equipment flew away when the gorilla accidentally punched it, I would not have felt any pain at all had I not managed to disappear. Just an instant death from being broken in half. The big guy stretched out his whole body and began looking around. But I decided to think carefully before attacking again. But there was no point in fixing what wasn't broken. Flying up under the ceiling, I grabbed my brass knuckles and prepared in advance. Materializing right above him, I activated my power hit immediately, filling it with all my spirit and love for wild nature. The brass knuckles shimmered and immediately plowed into the wounded head of the beast. He was thrown forward immediately, and I had no intention of waiting around for him to hit me back, disappearing into thin air before the gorilla could try to grab and squish this annoying bug. Well, screw you, Baldy. As soon as he turned around, I ended up behind him again, but this time I was holding my axe in my hands. It was easier to chop wood with it. And skulls, too, although I wasn't sure about that. The back of his skull was covered in cracks after I hit him, so I started beating on a single point while constantly changing my position. The gorilla roared and started rushing around the gym, breaking everything in his path, trying to catch his invisible enemy, but all for naught. Slowly but surely, I kept adding cracks and expanding the constantly healing wound until finally his skull broke open for good. But the beast turned out to be smart. He hadn't started throwing himself around in search of his invisible enemy just randomly. I had never encountered a zombie like this before. It was the same with the wound. The Deddy, realizing that his skull was broken, simply covered it with his hand. So now, no matter how hard I hit his head, I couldn't accomplish anything. The gorilla moved, supporting himself on 3 extremities, while the 4th one was occupied with covering his head. Before, I wouldn't have attacked him head-on, like in the eyes, simply because I was worried about getting a crushing blow. But now everything had changed. I poked him in the neck with my halberd a few times, once again staying behind him, and that got me the result I needed. The monster began rushing around the gym again, smashing everything in his way. I stood in his path, jammed the handle of the halberd into the floor, and directed the sharp point directly at the mouth of the zombie rushing toward me. Oh boy, watch your nuts, squirrels got teeth. I materialized at the very last second to be able to use my spear. The massive hulking body passed through me like an armored train. The halberd held on and pierced the gorilla's head down to about 8 inches, turning his face and the contents of his skull to mush, while the remaining heap of muscles was carried across the floor by inertia. After a few seconds, everything went quiet. Only the repetitive knocking at the door reminded me how loudly I had been fighting with the big guy here. Lucky, the door was already locked, so nobody could drop in on us unannounced. The first thing I did was get my halberd back. Out of its original durability of 1,000, there was only 600 and change left. Even if I used all the repair sets that had gotten from the gray spheres, it still wouldn't be enough to fully restore it. So it would go the brass knuckles, even though they weren't as strong. They had helped me often enough, and I didn't want to lose such a convenient ace up my sleeve. The power hit was great at breaking bones, something I couldn't always do with the halberd. The sharp blade just slides off of smooth skulls. After picking up all the rewards, I finally remembered why I even came here. And even though nearly all the equipment was now closer to scrap metal, it still wasn't too hard to find a barbell, although it was bent out of shape. I would have to put everything into strength. I could lift 240 pounds from the floor. But I would die right after that, with no strength left at all. To say nothing of the fact that I couldn't take even a single step carrying that much weight.
I could have kept trying, but I decided to stop while I was ahead.
There was still a lot left to do, and I didn't want to wear myself out just to satisfy my curiosity. But with the halberd in my right hand, I could lift the exact same with just the right. But that made perfect sense. My strength stat was showing that it had 5 points right now, and the weapon added that same amount, which meant I was twice as strong now, and I had a feeling of power from it. I wasn't planning to do the other exercises. I might check it later, once my stats have grown to high enough level. I couldn't yet consider myself superhuman, but that was only a matter of time. More tests and more good food from blue potatoes. All of that would make me much stronger over time. I didn't even look through the rewards from the regular deadies that I killed with the cleave attack right at the start of the fight. There were some books, skills, and spheres. When I had enough, I just looked through the spheres. And that was what was good about the gorilla. The facts were a little upsetting, though, since the reward had fallen in front of him before he fell forward. That meant I had to move a 500-pound body with my hands. I could have done it using my inventory, but emptying my inventory and then filling it back up again was not something I really wanted to do. More than that, after the slaughter that went on here, the air was stinking so bad. My things and my beer would be so rank that I would have to change out everything. The bent barbell worked perfectly, though. I put it under the reeking corpse, and using that level I could move the body a little bit, enough to find on the floor a book glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. Dance of Death, unique. Description: passive skill. A creature revived by you receives a 50% bonus to all stats for the first 30 seconds. Okay, no reason to worry. I would find a necromancer who had found some ghost class skill and we would trade. Or I would just leave it for now. But I had realized 2 things. Some deadies had a primitive but still existing mind. Their instincts were mostly in control over them, but still, that gorilla had been able to figure some things out. Somebody was attacking him from behind and immediately disappearing. That meant he was invisible, and could be reached if he destroyed everything around. Before that, the deadies had always just forgotten about me as soon as I faded into the air. I also learned that unique rewards could drop from unique creatures. I had never seen a big guy like that before, even if you don't count the intelligence. He was completely different from every other thing of the same body type. It seemed like he was unique, that his mutation had gone in its own direction, and if he had had the ability to increase his stats, the monster would have been able to take out anyone. Unique rewards were all well and good, but I couldn't forget about the blue ones either. I would be happy with whatever, as long as it was powerful and, ideally, rare if it was blue. So I would keep looking for something that was exclusive to Ghost class in that way. If I came across a unique creature, I would go out of my way to kill it. But seeking them out was just too much, at least until I was able to fly at high speeds without worrying about it. After flying out of the gym, I immediately went higher up, rising above the roofs of the nearby buildings. Well, if only it were immediately. I spent about half an hour doing that. No need to waste mana. Turning all around, I saw how, not too far away, a decent-sized horde of zombies was storming a grocery store. There was only one entrance, which was pretty well sealed up, but even a few big guys were tearing through the debris, clearing the path for their smaller companions. Big guys. 3 of them together were grabbing the carts, sticks, and hefty trash that was solidly blocking the only entrance to the building. And not willy-nilly, but actually removing it, which was weird. The people there weren't just sitting around while this was happening, and were trying to hurt the big guys any way they could, hitting them on the arms and trying to get them in the eyes to slow them down a little. But that did them no good at all. But there was a shooter zombie sitting not far away, covered by the bodies of his weaker counterparts, and shooting non-stop among the people's positions. It was unsuccessful, since some system player would instantly create a semi-transparent energy shield which would deflect the beast's attacks. But still, the people had to hide again at every shot, which was very distracting. I wondered why the deadies were working together so cohesively. The people around weren't going to wise up any time soon, so I headed to the siege point right away to figure out why the zombies were working so hard. I had a hunch that I needed to check. Too bad that if I hurried, I would be caught with my pants down. I mean, in terms of mana, obviously. So I could only hope that those people could hold out until I got there. As I got closer, I could tell that those guys weren't average people. Each and every one of them had some abilities and potions, and a good store of weapons and ammunition. Everything was entirely of the system, meaning they had to have good levels, too. At first, I had thought there weren't any people here at all, but it turned out they had just been hiding really well. The entrance to the building was pretty narrow, and no more than 5 people could get in there at one time, so the fighters changed out periodically as soon as their mana or strength started running out. But they couldn't keep defending themselves like that forever.
Especially since, while I was getting to the store, the big guys had finally broken through the walls of debris that had been raised in front of the entrance. But that looked to be just the first barrier. The second was actually inside the building, right after the narrow entrance. The deadies couldn't make a full-on attack, but rather had to go in one by one. It was especially hard for the big guys, since they could barely squeeze through the doorframe, and once they got inside there, they couldn't work to their full potential. Especially since now the people had started attacking with even more determination. Once I thought that the Systemniks had a decent chance of winning this fight, my view of the battle changed entirely. There were windows in the building, even if they were grated. The deadies weren't troubled by the fact that they were a few feet above the ground. The regular level 1 zombies started making a staircase out of their bodies, getting down on all fours. At first they did a pretty bad job, but over time they started learning, and after about 10 minutes the first deadie grabbed onto the window grating with one hand and clumsily broke the glass with the other. After that he lost his balance and thudded to the ground. The glass was opaque, and as soon as it shattered I saw that no less than 30 people were hiding inside the store. At least that many. It could in fact be up to a whole 100. The deadies didn't stop there, and soon a shooter, having nothing else to do, climbed up the steps and started shooting his spikes, one after another. A panic started inside, and it was only after a few minutes that arrows started flying out of the window. They pierced through the dead flesh, but didn't deal any damage to the monster. I already knew how hard it was to fight those beasts. They usually hid pretty well behind the bodies of their companions, and getting to the pricks was fairly hard. To do it, you really needed to know how to use a bow well. Well, practice makes perfect. I made it to the next building over and materialized in a room on the 2nd floor. I carefully opened the window, got out my bow, and put some arrows on the windowsill. The first one went wide, hitting some poor, bitten-up bastard. I was sure they hadn't noticed me, so I let the next one fly, this time taking into account how I had missed. That's better, I nodded to myself. I may not have killed the shooter, but I did manage to hit him in the neck. After every shot, I disappeared, just in case, and appeared again only to draw my bowstring and let an arrow fly. And that saved my life, since after the second shot, the deadies decided to fight back. A massive chunk of asphalt flew right through the window where I was standing, just ripped out, I had to assume. Taking a good look, I saw that it had been thrown by a big guy. He reached out immediately for another piece, and his powerful fingers easily ripped a piece of the curb out of the ground. But the big guy wasn't going to throw anything else. Instead, the deadies froze,
as if they were waiting for something. The staircase made of bodies fell apart again, and only right by the store entrance did the pitched battle continue. It looked entirely like everyone was just waiting for me. So I appeared again for literally half a second, in which time I managed to get off another shot. The curbed stone whistled into the room, bounced off the floor, and flew into the wall opposite the window, breaking through a wardrobe as it went. That was where it stayed. The shooter also completely forgot about the people hiding inside the store and shot at me, destroying the chandelier which had been hanging behind me with one of his thorns. I moved to another room, one floor higher up, but I had just started opening the window when the deadies continued their attack. Only this time it wasn't just one big guy throwing stones, but all three of them. I changed my position a few times, but the deadies were on alert, and even though their attack on the people hadn't stopped, a significant portion of their forces was focused on me. "This is some bullshit," I said, mentally shaking my head, when I realized they had an ambush prepared for me. There were fast zombies hidden in every exit from the building. They were hiding behind doors, in bushes, and one of them had even climbed into a dumpster. I only noticed it because I got tired of shooting and headed into the thick of the monsters to figure out what was wrong with them. If I were a regular, normal human being, I would eventually have tried to leave the building, and then they would have ambushed me when I least expected it. The deadies had thought of it as though they were being led by a person. Had some kind of necromancer possibly shown up in our city? Then I could make a good trade with this skill book. As for me, I went about scouting around with that idea in mind. The total number of deadies was about 100, but what was noticeable was that at least 20 of them were mutated. 5 big guys, 1 shooter, and the rest were all skinny and weak, but very fast. I had not yet decided on a name for them, either leapers or runners, since they didn't have a problem with either. I found it. I couldn't help but notice something strange. In the middle of the groaning zombies, I found one who was behaving completely differently. He was looking all around, like he was alive, trying to pick out the danger. I could read the emotions on his face, fear in particular. "He's afraid of me?" I thought to myself. Good on him. I would be scared too. Good on him. I would be scared too. The zombie looked intelligent. The way he looked around was deliberate. While the other deadies' pupils were clouded over, this one was damned similar to a person. But this was definitely not a person. I checked it myself, putting my hand on his forehead. Room temperature. He was dead. Plus, there were words shining over his head that backed up my hunch. Zombie Leader, Level 2. Everything suddenly became clear. A new mutant had appeared among the deadies, much more dangerous than the others. He was intelligent and had the ability to direct his underlings. It was he who had made the big guys throw stones and the normal zombies form into a staircase. There was no doubt about it. There were no coincidences here. Opening my inventory, I looked around for one specific item. Smiling internally, I began to rise in the air. 5 feet, 10, 20, that should be enough. Well, time to start. Chapter 14. The grenade fell down, and all I had left to do was watch the results. There was no other way I could have gotten to the smart monster, since there were normal deadies swarming all around him, and there were leapers scattered around them, hiding in the moaning crowd, ready to sink their claws into the skin of their opponents at any time. Plus, the density of the crowd was extreme, and I simply wouldn't have been able to materialize near him. I thought about throwing my curta, since it was heavy and sharp enough, but I didn't really feel like losing such a valuable toy. Sooner or later, I would be able to trade it for something really cool. And so, throwing the grenade, well, it's my pleasure. The bomb exploded immediately, just barely touching one of the deadies' heads. I aimed as well as I could, but the zombies, slow as they were constantly threw me off my aim, those assholes. The explosion knocked off some heads, throwing dozens of them into the air, along with hundreds of pieces of shrapnel. They pierced flesh, breaking the skulls of the beasts, but flew right through me. Oof, hot. I couldn't say that the feeling was nice, but it was pretty sobering. It was a reminder that I still wasn't invincible. The Smarty survived. Well, I hadn't expected it to be easy. The explosion had knocked him to the side and pierced him with a good number of shrapnel shards, so now a gap had formed in the exact center of the crowd of deadies. But it would close up in a few seconds, so there was no time to waste. Having rushed downward, I materialized right before landing with my weapon right in front of me, aimed at the Smarty. The edge pierced the monster's chest with a crunching sound. But I didn't stop there. I ripped the halberd out of the deady's chest, pulled back, and swung the blade down as hard as I could. But a zombie bodyguard showed up just as I was doing so. He jumped forward, sacrificing himself for the sake of the leader. My weapon, which had cleaved his head in half, was stuck inside the dead flesh. Shouting angrily, I disappear into thin air, which I did right on time. Cold fingers tried to grab me by the cloak, but all in vain, since I was already floating above them, watching the Smarty. His wounds weren't even starting to heal up, but that didn't stop him from getting up. His lungs were sticking out of his broken ribs, all of his clothes were ripped up, and the fear was even more obvious on his face. All the zombies turned around at once and started wandering through the street. Now the big guys convened around the Smarty, covering him from all sides, and the shooter was also constantly sniffing around, searching for the threat. The deadies had completely forgotten about the store, and the people who had been defending it for the last hour and preparing themselves for death watched the procession in surprise. He was pussing out. He had decided that someone from the store had attacked him, but being careful wouldn't save him. Yeah, I had hoped to take care of it with minimal waste, but that clearly wasn't in the cards. Cleave attack! I flew around the monster, shooting shot after shot, activating the innate ability of my weapon. It had enough mana for 4 uses, but even that wasn't enough. The first 2 hits landed right on target, but they weren't enough to break the bastard's neck since the big guys kept getting in the way. And then they just covered him with a mountain of impenetrable flesh. Not worrying about the waste of durability and estimating that each hit was also using it up, I started using it all, chopping all the deadies around into pieces. It hit the shooter, too. He got messed up by one of the first ones since I hit him on purpose, chopping right down him. Just to make sure, these were tricky beasts, and you couldn't really avoid their thorns. Plus, they shoot them almost completely silently. Taking care of the leapers wasn't that hard either, and in the end, they spread out so much that I cut down a whole crowd. All I had left to do was figure out what to do with the 5 big guys who were covering their leader with their bodies. After carefully looking all around and making sure there was no danger nearby, I materialized and jammed my halberd in the behind of the uppermost big guy. But he didn't react at all, just groaning quietly. It was a stalemate. Although they couldn't attack me, or I would be able to get to their dear leader, I couldn't do anything either. I could be chopping at that pile of regenerating flesh until morning. Then again, I didn't have to get through all of them. I could just kill the top ones, then throw them to the side and repeat with the ones underneath. That's what I started doing. But as soon as I knocked the head off the uppermost big guy and his green sphere dropped to the ground, they realized that something was up. "What do you want, you son of a bitch?" came a muffled croak from the mountain of flesh. It can speak? Well, I guess that was to be expected. "That's a stupid question, dude. I thought you were smarter than—" I shook my head. "You already know what I want." "You think you're gonna get a reward from me? You thought wrong, dumbass. From those like me, the best you can get is 10 pounds of inventory." Was I wrong? Or was he lying? "What are you offering in return for your life? I need something valuable," I yelled into the pile of flesh. "What do you want, prick?" The Smarty was grasping at straws. You could hear a hint of hope in his voice. I could turn you into someone like me, and you will live forever. Tell me about the system. What is for? Why does it exist? And what is it in general? What can we expect? And what are the conditions for it to end? No, anything else, he answered after a few seconds. If you want, you can take my highest servants.
They could really be helpful for an aberration like yourself. You can attract valuable rewards with them, he said, trying to bribe me again. But if I can get rewards from them, why would I turn down 10 pounds of inventory? I said, surprised. I'm not leaving here until I get what I came for. To hell with what you get, you dickhead, he responded sharply. I'll just lie here, and there's nothing you can do to me. Even if you kill my servants, you can't move them out the way. So bugger off while you still can. Go and hide and sit there in silence until I find you. I went over to the side and dumped everything out of my inventory. After that, barely even touching the body, I took it about a yard away, then swung my sword and broke the next one's neck, doing the same transportation trick with him. Okay, I give. You win. Now the voice wasn't so muffled anymore, since the number of bodies had gone down a little. If you're going to talk, talk. While you do, I will keep going, because time is money, I said calmly, and continued chopping the next one. But that one was covering himself with his powerful paws, so the process was going much slower than I had hoped. I can take the higher ones out of the city. You want that, right? Higher ones was what he called zombies, apparently. Well, fine, it was his right. Thwack! Not interested. I didn't even consider stopping, just kept on chopping at the dead flesh. I'll give you a hint. I am interested in unique rewards. The unique ones don't obey me. What else do you want? I could hear traces of panic in his voice. Okay, whatever, forget it. I had finished the last big guy, and moved him so that he was just holding down the Smarty's legs. Stop! Eftar Esther Sticker! Lower beast! My brothers will exterminate you all! You pitiful meat! Food! Cattle! Defective, disgusting beast! Thwack! I had gotten tired of listening to the freak's desperate cries, and swing my weapon sliced him right on the neck. His head rolled onto the asphalt, stopping a few yards away, with his forehead against the curb. I set about checking the space around the body. Before that, of course, I had to dematerialize because zombies kept showing up on the street periodically, and I had no desire to deal with them. And there was no reason to waste so much durability. It would be an insult to a weapon this powerful. At least, not until I found something more convenient. After flying around the Smarty's body a few times, putting it into my inventory, and moving it a bit away, I was sure that no reward had fallen. None. I got only what had come from the 5 big guys. 2 green potatoes, the same number of spheres, and 1 blue food set. I do love those. There's always something delicious in them. Could the Smarty really have been telling the truth? But still, he had talked about my inventory, and it hadn't changed at all. Maybe he just wasn't dead. I suddenly had the thought and flew over toward the head, looking at it carefully. Theoretically, if he was alive, a little window should pop up with information about his level, health, and type. But Smarty Head Upgrade, Level 1. Description: Upgradable artifact. As it levels up, its abilities increase. Has intelligence and limited free will, but cannot hurt its owner. It is also forced to obey all of your commands. Other characteristics are individual. You are advised to check this information with the artifact itself. Use: Upon destruction of the artifact, a reward may drop. The value of the reward depends on the level of the artifact. I reread the description a few times, and finally realized that I didn't understand anything, except that it couldn't harm its owner, which was very good. An upgradable artifact was interesting, because over time it could become a powerful item. But at the same time it was uninteresting because right now it was a useless piece of shit.
and something was telling me that it could still talk. I wasn't intending to appear right in the crowd of deadies who were crawling in a hurry toward the sound of the swearing, so I put the head in my inventory and flew on. On the way, I grabbed my things and picked up the gray spheres, potatoes, and books from the normal zombies. To figure out this artifact quicker, I headed straight for a comfortable place. Plus, at the same time, I could open up my rewards and see what I had been gifted with this time. This time, I picked a cozy room on the 5th floor of a modest concrete apartment building. Moving onto a chair in the small, sparsely furnished kitchen, typical of that type, I took the head out of my inventory and put it in front of me. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. But as soon as I flicked the head, it came right to life. "Ah, shit, you fucking rubbish!" screamed the head. His eyes were wide open and darted all over the place. It was clear that he was trying to turn around, but there was no way. "I know. What? You..." "Oh, no way," I said, shaking my head and putting the artifact back in my inventory. "I will deal with that later." He was yelling really loud, and with such anger that I wasn't really feeling it. I would have to calm him down and talk to him normally later. I wasn't planning on killing him, since over time he would definitely start to be useful. For example, when I reached the limit of my skills, maybe I could throw a couple on him. I hope so, at least. The system didn't give me a clear description of the artifact, so I could only hope. But this screaming head didn't want to just tell me. Maybe I could pour some vodka in its mouth? That would definitely loosen his tongue. I dropped a whole pile of rewards on the table and got started on opening them right away. The first thing was to deal with the potatoes. Out of 20 food sets, I managed to get 2 potions for health and mana and put them in my inventory right away. Now it was the spheres' turn. I had 43 gray ones and 2 green ones, which was a fair amount, but I just needed them for the sake of one single item. Knife, knife, sword, bow, arrows. Oh, that would come in handy. Keep going. In the end, I got basically nothing. Most of the trash I just tossed to the side so it wouldn't bug me under my feet. Just all sorts of helmets, hammers, clubs, and other nonsense. I even got some kind of medieval cuirass, but that item was definitely not for me. But there was still a bunch of worthwhile junk on the table, and a couple of trinkets. I got 3 of those repair sets, which could be called a win. I had 5 of them in total, and I immediately used them to repair my halberd, which put its durability up to 800 and a bit more. To use the set, I just had to put it in one hand and the weapon in the other. Then the system itself offered to begin the repairs. The whetstone just dissolved into dust, and that was all. The halberd became more durable. Simple pants, normal. Description: worn out, somewhat dirty and ripped pants. Don't forget to wear a belt, or they will fall down. The system wasn't lying. Most things automatically fit themselves to the size of their owner, but not these pants. They were made to be as uncomfortable as possible, and moreover, as soon as you put them on, they would, almost as if deliberately, start falling off. But I had a thief's belt for that. Speaking of which, thief's hood, normal. Perception +2. Set: thief's clothing, 2 out of 7. Description: additional skill with full set, imperceptibility. The hood automatically attaches to any clothing. I know. The cuirass also was part of some set, as well as a short sword that I got from one of the gray rewards. In short, that was exactly why I was carrying that trash around. I thought if I could get a whole set, then the value would go up a lot. Maybe I could trade them for something worthwhile. But who was I kidding? Right now, people were doing their best just to survive, and they were nowhere near the point of collectible rewards. But I could afford it. I tried on my new clothes. They fit like a glove. I don't know what it was about the hood, but I looked way cooler now than in the hat. and my bare legs weren't sticking out under the cloak thanks to the pants. As soon as I changed my headgear, my eyesight got better, along with my other senses. My heading also got sharper, as though I had taken out earplugs, and my sense of smell started picking up new scents. And that was just 2 points. When you got them from items, the feeling was so much stronger. There was nothing else of value to be found in the gray rewards. My set of rings was already so full, so I moved on to the green ones. They had been left lying all alone on the dirty tablecloth full of holes, and I had almost forgotten about them. Fire arrows, uncommon. 1/1. Description: 20 arrows, includes a quiver, single use. Upon a hit, lights on fire, burning the target. Really, it would have been clear even without a description. Too bad you couldn't use them again afterward. But shooting them at those shooters might be fairly effective if they burned with a good flame. Paralyzing dagger, uncommon. 300/300. Description: upon hitting a living creature, it injects paralyzing poison into its blood. Refills in 24 hours. Paralyzes for up to 30 minutes. Up to 30? A terrible marker, really. Without the word "from," you were just left to guess. Maybe if I cut a cockroach, it would be paralyzed for exactly half an hour. But if I hit an adult male, it would work for only a few seconds. But I didn't think there would be such useless trash in a green reward. That would be more like a gray one. I thought the time frame must be given for a person.
Did I need this knife? Not really. I wasn't planning on hunting people for now. I was more interested in zombies, the strongest zombies, to be precise. But I could also use it against animals, so I would keep it for now. If nothing else, I could even throw it, just had to learn how. Having finished with my valuables, I decided to once again try my luck with learning about my new artifact. Even though it was stupid to call a decapitated head an artifact, but isn't that just what the system would do? "Let them out! You got me, prick!" The artifact was still screaming, but quieted down after a few seconds and started darting its eyes around the room again. "What the hell? You put me in your inventory, freak?" He stared at me with a look of utter incomprehension. "Yeah," I shrugged. "If you don't stop screaming, I'm putting you back there." "You're telling me what to do? You bicker piece of shit!" His eyes widened in hatred once more, and he continued pouring out a stream of vitriol. I just sat there for about 5 minutes, thinking to myself, not paying any attention to his yelling. I was thinking about where I should go next, where to find strong opponents. I was also thinking about how my level hadn't increased in a suspiciously long time. I was even tired of raising my stats. The feeling when you get a little bit stronger always warms your heart. But now, having taken down so many all-powerful monsters, my level was still 10 and wasn't going anywhere. Opening up my rewards had wasted an unacceptably large amount of time, so I had even managed to start getting hungry. I grabbed the screaming head by the hair, dragged it into the bedroom, and pushed its face into a pillow. I put another one on top, then wrapped the whole thing in a blanket. I could have easily just ordered him to be quiet, but I thought that the artifact needed a good scream. I mean, just a bit ago he had been the master of the deadies, and now he was basically just a child's rattle. And just level 1, too. The screams became more high-pitched, but they didn't pierce my ears so bad anymore, so I threw the dirty tablecloth off the table, covered it with a mountain of system items, and activated a blue potato. The only thing missing was music. A new, sparkling clean tablecloth appeared on the table, and on top of it, "Hey, sushi rolls are good too." I nodded to myself and threw away the chopsticks, snatching up the food with my hands. As far as I was aware, even the Japanese only used chopsticks when they wanted to be civilized, at least when they were eating sushi. It wouldn't be too comfortable to scoop up soup with your hands, as you might expect. So I decided to conform to the culture and not make things up, especially since I could only eat with chopsticks if I stabbed the little balls of rice and fish onto them. As long as I don't get system tapeworms.
In addition to the main dish, of which you could eat your fill, there was also a little teapot with green tea and a somewhat uncomfortable little bowl. Theoretically, I could have poured it in there, drop by drop, and enjoyed drinking the tea. But I took the easy way out, getting a 16-ounce mug from the cupboard in the kitchen. I tossed some sugar in it and poured out the whole teapot. Now that's how you do it. Even if in high society I would deserve to commit ritual seppuku for that, or at least would be called trashy. But it was so convenient, delicious, and nice for me. So let the rest of the world hang. This time I was much luckier. Instead of a useless intelligence point, I got a point in conduits, which meant whenever I got an attacking skill, it would be just a little stronger. And that was just awesome. Look at what truly spiritual food could do. And if the system were to grant me vegan diarrhea, then my soul would increase just at least 3 times. Finishing my dinner, I grabbed the plates off the tablecloth and threw them in the far corner of the room. The rewards were unpacked, everything I needed was in my inventory, and my potions were ready to be used. My weapon was also repaired and ready for battle. I could head off to hunt now, but there was still one piece of unfinished business. "Asshole!" shouted the head as soon as I took it out of its packaging. "Have you finished yelling?" I asked calmly. "If not, I will put you in my inventory. Then I will take you to the birds, who will peck you until you shut up." You wouldn't dare. You are lesser, a mortal. I am a higher being." He began shouting, almost choking in his outrage. "You're an artifact. Nothing more, nothing less. And you will serve me." I shrugged. "And you can't refuse my commands. So I command you, once again, to shut up." I watched him for a little while, but he really didn't utter a single word. Just frowned and blinked, unable to open his mouth. "Excellent. Now tell me what you can." Chapter 15. "Well, for now, I can't tell you anything," answered the head after a second's pause. "Why?" I was surprised. "The system talked about you like you were something useful, but I don't need just a free conversation partner. It is in your interests to be useful, because otherwise I will level you up a little and then throw you down from somewhere high up to get a reward from you." "When you level me up, then I can show you something," mumbled the artifact in dissatisfaction. "Anyway, if I could, I would—" "Shut up," I commanded, and the head immediately fell silent. "How will you be useful if I level you up?" I can teach you skills, for example, but not the ones you find in rewards. For us, it is a little different. Like, if you let me bite up a systemnik, it will probably drop something. Also, something might drop for killing a well-developed higher one. Or that there's no more than 2 skills for every 10 levels, and all that. He was thinking out loud. Or I could warn you about danger. "And what do you need to level up?" I pepped right up. A skill would not go amiss, and I needed to know how my dematerialization would work on him. "To eat. Just eating the living, that's all," he said with an evil grin, thinking it would be hard for me to deal with that. I mean, feeding your compatriots to a dead beast was not a very humanitarian activity. "It's no issue. I can make it work," I said, waving my hand and standing up. "Now hang on." "What? You? Crappy piece of sh—" Once again, I did not let him finish. We were having a nice conversation, and he decided to start cursing at me again. I could probably just forbid him from swearing ever, but it was so funny when he did it that I definitely wasn't going to. But he had started swearing because my experiment hadn't worked. I grabbed the artifact by the hair, lifted him up, and dematerialized. The head fell onto the floor and rolled a little, and as soon as the curses started flowing from his mouth, I put him in my inventory. Too bad, but the artifact would have to stay there a while. It was a shame, for sure, that he didn't dematerialize with me like the rest of the system weapons. Otherwise, it would be the most powerful possible weapon of all. Not worry about it at all. Just shoot fireballs out of it until his mana ran out. Then just pour a couple potions in his mouth and keep going. So, if he got an attacking skill, I could use him like a turret. I would set him up on a pike, and he would take out anybody I told him to. Plus, I could use him as a watchdog. Dead throats didn't have to worry about straining their vocal cords, and he screamed like an old-timey paper salesman. So no, I wasn't going to break open the head for now. Let it live and grow, and I would find food for it somehow. My inventory had reached an acceptable size, and there was no reason for me to kill those like me. I mean, just for the sake of 10 pounds. Having taken care of all those vital tasks, I headed right out to the street. Everything looked just as boring as before there. The zombies were wandering among the broken-down cars, every once in a great while perking up and stampeding towards the living quarters. I had no idea how they were being led, but sometimes the deadies would all find survivors and start breaking down the doors. In the narrow entrances, the zombies most got in each other's ways, so basically people just waited them out until, after some time, the dead would get tired and separate on their own ways again. Without a sentient leader, these monsters weren't really that dangerous. I had pants, so I could breathe easy about that. I also had other items, but I was still totally naked in respect to abilities. I could learn up to 4 of them, 2 active, 2 passive, but I hadn't done it yet. Maybe I could find something among the people living in the store. They didn't seem weak, and by now they must have reduced the population of zombies significantly, meaning all sorts of rewards definitely must have dropped from them. I was sure that a lot of people had learned some gray bullshit that dropped right away, so now those guys had to be holding on to skill books in their inventories, keeping them for a better time, like when they got to level 10 and could use them to their full potential. I was wrong about how many people were living in the store, but at that time, I hadn't been able to get inside, and all my available information about them came thanks to a broken window alone. I had seen just 5 fighters at the exit, so basing the number on them would have been stupid. I counted 90 people in total. For this small supermarket, stuffed to the gills with food products, it was quite a lot. The people were packed in like sardines in a can, but it looked completely tolerable. That was because there was a serious-looking old dude among them who was giving orders and discipline to all and sundry, tirelessly pushing his subordinates tooth and nail. What really surprised me was that there were a comparatively large number of people inside with a red number 10 over their heads. But I didn't find anyone with a higher level than that. Yeah, most of the people were level 1, and most likely there were quite a few who hadn't killed even a single zombie. About 15 people were between 3rd and 7th level. The majority of the fighters were between level 8 and 10. A round number lets you pick a class, and that was when a person got much stronger. Those who had started out with some kind of elemental ability chose corresponding classes, which powered up the arsenal they already had. Some of them had just allowed themselves to pick their future specialty at random. I wondered when they would start going in a more peaceful direction. At least someone among the leveled-up fighters probably picked a craft as how they would develop further. They had enough food for a long time, as well as alcohol, and they were strict about it here. The refrigerators were still working, so the people could still indulge in meat. That was what they were eating first, since the cereals and canned foods could still be used when the electricity finally went out, along with the internet. Maybe it would have been worthwhile for me to have looked at a phone more often to find out what was happening in the world. And digging through forums wouldn't have been a bad idea either. But for that, I would first need to get myself a phone. So, screw it, whatever was going on in the world. If a computer showed up in one of the rooms, I would look. And with this blue potato, I should fly in right. I was wondering why the hell he was doing this. I flew outside to see how their defenses were set up. There were 2 sentries on the front lines. There was a whole mountain of debris there at the entrance. The wall was in the form of a semicircle, and it reached a height of about 5 or 6 feet. The sentries didn't draw attention to themselves and sat hidden behind the wall, but even so, sometimes the deadies passing by would notice the living and try to break through the wall. When that happened, one of them would head outside and quickly take care of them, hitting them literally just a couple times. When there was a decent collection of bodies, they would call for help, and a full 5 of them would drag the bodies away. Otherwise, the deadies would have long ago been able to easily get into the store by using the pile of corpses. "Hey, share that," whispered one to the other when he noticed he was eating a reward. I almost materialized right in front of them in shock. "Get your own. My guts are already filling up," he answered, turning around and continuing to swallow the gray potato. "I just got my strength up. If I didn't eat, I would die, and sleep a little too." It seemed like you didn't have to open up the rewards. You could just throw the potato in your mouth, and all the nutritional substances would go straight into your body. Convenient. But I felt like it wouldn't taste too good. After watching the sentries, I head back inside the building. I still had to introduce myself. We were neighbors, after all. The leader wasn't just pushing his people willy-nilly. The previous attack had shown them starkly how defenseless they were against a real enemy. So now those people were engaged in 2 tasks. The first one was building new barricades, inside the building this time. Secondly, they were making a passage to the upper floor. That way they could move a lot of people there and get to the living areas without going outside. The store itself was located on the first floor of a tall building, but it had a separate exit to the outside. The guys who were supposed to break through the concrete spent most of their time doing nothing. That was because it was better not to make any noise when groups of zombies were passing by the building. The brigade that was on the upper floor were also awaiting orders. And once the deadies passed on, the people went back to knocking through the ceiling with hammers as hard as they could, since soon the sound would draw in a new set of monsters. Having seen the way of life of this other camp, practically the same as the other one, I decided that I may as well try to establish contact. But to just appear in front of the leader? That was risky. I could just get lost in the crowd and nobody would notice me. But then I would have to get his attention somehow. He was a busy man, and also strict, cracking the whip. Which meant I needed to appear just right. "Get outside and get hitting," shouted Yegor, as soon as he was told that a crowd of deadies was passing by outside. The room was filled with the sounds of hammers hitting, with the noise reaching upstairs too, and in a couple of minutes it came over the radio that the deadies had heard the sound of their hectic labor again. "Stop!" He waved his hands, and the people transmitted his order along a chain, since hearing him over the noise was practically impossible. "Don't be scared. You know how amazing this path is going to be? You'll be able to climb up there and play," he said, winking at a boy about 7 years old who was hiding behind the shelves and covering his ears with his hands. He smiled right away and nodded in response. "Excellent." He patted the boy on the back and headed off to look over the defensive structures. "Yegor, sir!" A man who had just been working on an interior wall turned to him. "There's nothing to add here. It's just made of trash and sticks." He pointed to the newly built wall, and well, to be frank, its security was nothing to write home about. "What kind of bullshit is this? Couldn't you build it right?" Yegor said, frowning. He always looked gloomy, and he was called Pancake behind his back. He was short, bald, and always frowning, and he just looked like a pancake. It was easier to jump over him than go around. But he wasn't fat, rather stout and thick-set. "Well, what should I use to work? I have nothing to weld with, no bricks, no mortar. Where could I even get cords from, 'cause I don't have them either?" The builder started making excuses. "Get it done!" shouted the pancake in return, and having turned around, said over his shoulder, "The wall will be ready in an hour, and it should look good at first sight." The builder muttered something under his breath in annoyance, but Yegor clearly didn't give a crap about it.
Although a few days ago he had been a normal taxi driver, his past didn't let him just take it lying down, letting things happen however they would. He knew from personal experience that people would relax as soon as you gave them a little bit of freedom. At least, that's how it had been in the army. But now it wasn't peacetime either, so... Beep! Nobody paid any attention to the noise and kept doing what they were doing. But it seemed very significant to the man, but somehow extremely out of place. Beep! What the hell is that? Yegor walked through the shelves, trying to find where the sound was coming from. The irritating beeping hadn't stopped and was getting faster minute by minute. Beep! What the hell are you doing there? Growled the man, noticing that some kid had set up behind the counter, and that was exactly where the beeping was coming from. I'm ringing up items, he said, shrugging. I just didn't know how to weigh them. As though nothing were wrong, he placed a rustling, waving bag on the scales, and, with all seriousness, checked out the button panel displayed on the screen. Where to press, he mumbled. But soon he found some button, and the beep sound came again. Do you want something? Who are you, asshole? Shouted Yegor again. And why aren't you working? You think I'm not working? The boy said, staring at him like he was an idiot. What's it to you? He glanced back at his work space. Anyway, I rang up this stuff at a discount for you. With those words, the boy picked up the bag and, accompanied by the shocked cries of the onlookers, pulled its contents out and put them right on the counter. Bastards! Ah! All of you! You will all be eaten. Yeah, you, fatty, all of you! Screamed the head, totally out of control. I let the artifact go a bit, and once a whole crowd of armed people gathered around me, I put it back in my inventory, out of harm's way. If someone was going to kill this talkative head, it would be me. Take that shit back out and stand with your face against the wall, the thick-set man said through his teeth, adding a note of iron will to his voice. And he was the leader in this oh-so-nice camp. I'm not putting this shit anywhere I don't want to. It's my artifact, and I'll do what I want with it, I said calmly. I came here to talk. I need at least some rare skills. Why the hell should we give you anything? The man cut me off. And I ask you again, who are you? Casp. Just Casp. I shrugged. I'm not just asking for them. 2 books in exchange for protection from a whole horde led by a sentient zombie. We don't need protection. As you can see, we can take care of ourselves pretty well. And where did you even see the horde? There was no one at the entrance. You fat fuck! The head appeared in my hand again, and being spewing vitriol almost on autopilot at the man. Mostly because I had directed his eyes right at him. I command you to be quiet. I gave the order, and the artifact's mouth immediately closed. There you go. I put the decapitated head in front of me. The sentient zombie. And I, as you say, took care of him. And if I hadn't gotten involved, we wouldn't be speaking now. He put down the hammer he had readied for battle, and all the other fighters followed his lead. It seems like you're telling the truth. Dude, I got past your sentries and spent about 10 minutes ringing up items here at the counter. If I had wanted to hurt you, you would no longer exist. So, do you have any books? No. He shrugged. Thanks for your help, of course, and we have an unpaid debt to you, but we haven't gotten anything better than green. You must know that they are fairly rare. They're not called rare for nothing. Son of a... I shook my head. Maybe you have rainbow ones? The unique ones. We have a couple items, but they are just trash. He extracted a weird, small gray bag and a completely ordinary ring from his inventory. This is for some sort of portalists, it seems, called spatial dust. He showed me the bag.
And this ring, when activated, causes intolerable pain. Why you would need that, I can't imagine. Right. I felt once again justified in my belief that it would be a major issue to find something worthwhile among the unique items. I didn't need any of that trash. Unless I wasn't understanding something about the dust, but even that could hardly help me. Plus, the guy wasn't planning to give it to me just like that. Just saving his camp one time from certain death clearly wasn't enough. You would better tell me how you got to us. All of the entrances are blocked up and are under surveillance. Were those idiots sleeping on the job? Or did you distract them somehow? The man's hoarse voice dragged me out of my daydreams. My class is like that. Don't worry about it. I show up wherever I go. I waved my hand. And it was then that I realized that they hardly seemed to have seen unique creatures. That meant they got rewards like that from tests. Perhaps you would know how to get more tests to happen? Go online and read about it, he said harshly, having lost interest in me when he realized I wasn't there to barter, but just came for freebies. And it's better not to scare people. Next time, if you plan to drop in, you should at least warn us. Well then. But I appreciated that he was all business. And he got points from me for not attacking right away. He prioritized getting all the facts, and then, once he knew I wasn't a threat, he decided not to antagonize me for no reason. Anyway, antagonizing a person who had easily passed through 2 blocked doorways and played around at a cash register for 10 minutes or so would be fairly risky. Next time, he might just bring 40 or 50 pounds of explosives and casually blow the whole place to smithereens. Nodding to him, I vanished into thin air, accompanied by some more surprised gasps. "What kind of a bitch was that?" asked one of the fighters as soon as I disappeared. "Whatever. I'll remember you." "Some kind of crazy person." The leader shrugged his shoulders. "Every corner of this city is full of them now. Other kinds of people wouldn't survive alone." "Okay, why are you standing around? There wasn't a stop work order." He headed off to assign people to jobs, and I flew towards the exit. It wasn't nice to eavesdrop, and it was even worse to watch. Plus, I hadn't managed to get anything useful from them, except the knowledge that I needed to get online. I myself decided to listen to that advice. He wouldn't have just said it for nothing. They were getting those unique spheres somewhere, after all. I went up higher, finding a nice room for myself, and before I immersed myself in the wild depths of the World Wide Web so late at night, I took a look around. There had been some pigeons that were starting to mutate in the attic. They were definitely smaller than that freak I had once run into on the roof, but I still had to take some time out to deal with them. And that was just because I didn't want to waste my halberd's mana and durability again. Thankfully, their wings were nowhere near as sturdy, but they were acting all together. Plus, as soon as I appeared, they immediately started spitting fizzing green acid at me. So I was careful. Show up once, make one stab. I would love to slice them, but the ceilings are low here, and I couldn't swing it no matter how much I wanted to. From the 5 pigeons, I got 3 gray potatoes and 1 green sphere. Not bad. I came here just to rest and got rewards and experience in the bargain. But that experience was basically just falling into a bottomless pit. Leveling up past 10 was extremely difficult. But I was really wondering what I would get at 20. Maybe a second class? Okay, stay here, look at the screen. I put the head on the table. Just be quiet, or I'll put you away again. The artifact said nothing and carefully watched what was booting up on screen. Luckily for me, nobody had set up a password, so I just clicked on the browser icon and started typing away at the search terms I wanted to know about. Then I watched some videos. How to participate in tests. Head, I addressed my now silent conversation partner. Does this mean I will have to socialize? The artifact didn't respond, and we kept right on perusing the text. Chapter 16.
I will call you Gosha, I said solemnly, and put my hand on top of the head. But since I had forbidden him from talking, the artifact didn't respond. But that was for the best. Now I needed to think so I could decide what to do next. I picked the name for him using a special name generation site. It was designed to give names for pets. Judging by Gosha's facial expression, he wasn't too happy with it, but whatever, he would get used to it. Tossing the artifact into my inventory, I leaned back against the chair and stared at the darkened screen. I had learned a lot in the past couple of hours, even more than I had expected. For example, no one had gotten higher than level 10 yet. No one at all. At the same time, lots of people had gotten stuck at level 10. Some of those just seemed to be harmless fools, doing their own thing and not hurting anybody. There were some who could have taken out hundreds of deadies with a single spell, or powerful fighters who were able to rip mutants into pieces within moments. Or at least that's what I could see in a bunch of videos taken by eyewitnesses. On the other hand, they also dropped like flies, unlike me. But if they couldn't get to level 11, then what was the point in me getting involved? I just had to carefully search for powerful skills, learn them, and get stronger. There was no hurry, and I'd already reached the level cap. But something was telling me that it wasn't that easy. What I learned about the tests didn't make me happy. Nobody had been able to find any really sensible explanation as to why individual tests showed up. But as far as I could tell, there were team ones as well. Those ones were the most varied, too, from group battles to passing through a cave with hordes of zombies in it. Normally, nobody came back from those last ones, but there were a few individual cases of success.
The system showered you in rewards for that, so I just had to take any chances that came like that. But to do that, I would need a team. It seemed like communities of people could strengthen their relationships by entering into groups. They went up to 5 people, and the system sometimes offered those groups the chance to participate in group tests to become stronger. Or die. A team always has the ability to refuse, so that's what most people do. But now I need to find people who will agree to anything, even the most dangerous adventures. The idiots in the attic would fail immediately. The only one with any balls there was the boy. Their rest will just hide until stronger monsters come. The ones in the store also seemed careful, and would hardly take risks willingly. Actually, it was the same with the ones in the police station, but those ones I could win over with food. Yeah, it was pretty easy to get a potato, but that was only if you could get out of your building and kill deadies in direct combat. There, the guys have to fight them off through the fence, and I don't think they are capable of picking up all the rewards. Plus, there's quite a lot of people there, and no fighters at all. So I headed off to my destination right away. The sooner I got into a group, the sooner I would be doing tests. I had already gotten used to picking up other people's rewards, so I wasn't about to stop now. To do that, I had to make a small detour, going down different streets, but I managed to get around 20 gray potatoes and 5 spheres, and also 1 gray book, which I was about to throw away. It was a fireball or something like that, useless junk. But even that junk would let me significantly speed up my destruction of deadies. Just fly around and throw out as many as you want, as long as you still have mana. Then you restore it and continue the fun. I also stopped into a grocery store in order to pick up my bribes. The first thing to go in my inventory was all of the beer that was in the fridge. Next came the dumplings and all sorts of ready-to-eat foods. They might not have a fridge, but the inventory kept all frozen foods in exactly that same state. Then I set about getting the cereals and canned foods. But when I had only 100 pounds of free space left, I stopped. From the grocery store, I headed towards the camping supply center, thankfully basically right on the way. Even if those people had food, the police station was definitely not equipped for dozens of people to live there together. So I had decided to buy their support
by improving their quality of life. There were comparatively few sleeping bags, so 20 of them immediately went into my endless inventory. I also remembered to get portable gas ranges with a few spare cans of gas. While I was looking for all of that stuff, I realized that people had been fighting off the deadies pretty well in the store. There were all sorts of chopped-up bodies splayed around. The shelves had been knocked down, and lots of stuff was simply destroyed or burned. But there were fair amounts of bloodstains as well. Seeing as there were a few first-level zombies wandering around with bone spikes sticking out, it seemed like it was the shooters that had determined the results of the final battle. I was once again convinced that those weak monsters were much more dangerous than the big guys. You can't block the spikes, and dodging them is no easy task. Same with running away, too. The back door to the store was open, which meant that at least one person had been able to get out unscathed. Honestly, though, the traces of dried blood leading outside definitely led me to believe that even that wasn't a definite fact. As I was looking around for whatever I could grab and take with me, I came upon the instigator of that last party.
All the deadies are different, and putting them into their own classes doesn't always work. This time, the shooter turned out to be a combination with some kind of unknown monster. I would say that it was more like a leaper that could shoot bone spikes. Lanky, scrawny, no extra protection. Just some bone growths protecting his hands as well as one limb that had transformed into what looked like a gun. A spike shooter, I would say. His second hand was topped with long, sharp claws. At first I thought that the monster wasn't that strong, but if you think about it, you'll realize that that wasn't true at all. It was the perfect stormtrooper, which could move quickly and also use its claws, and on top of that, shoot as well. What's more, I found the mutant completely by chance. I was grabbing another pack of gas canisters and accidentally knocked over a whole pile of them. They rolled off onto the concrete floor, clanking loudly. In just a moment, a bone spike passed right through me, and after passing through a couple other canisters, lodged itself in the metal shelf of the store rack. The gas leaked out, and I flew off right away, since I still didn't know if regular, non-magical fire would have an effect on me or not. But no explosion came, so I quickly came back to punish that impertinent jerk. He hadn't seen me or felt me. He just shot in case someone invisible had been messing around there. And that meant he had a rudimentary intelligence. He was strong, fast, and clever, but still too defenseless and weak. There's a weak link in every chain. You just have to find it. The beast was hiding between two shelves that had fallen over. The monster had carefully moved aside the things that had fallen out of them, so that they wouldn't stop him from seeing everything around him in silence, hiding him on all sides. But that was all the better for me. Whoosh! I had taken a fire arrow out of my inventory, materialized on a shelf right below the ceiling, notched my bow, and immediately shot it at my target. The shelf immediately cracked and dropped down, but by that time I was already floating weightlessly, burning with curiosity. And the beast was literally burning, since the arrow had pierced him in the side, with a gout of flame bursting out of the wound immediately. The fire quickly spread to the things scattered around, followed by a sudden explosion. But not a very big one. It was just the gas clouds not far away catching on fire. I was sprayed with a wave of fire, realizing right then that in the future I would do better not to end up in its area of effect. My health bar was at only 10%, but the feeling was extremely unpleasant. I think I would have gotten less, actually, if I had been corporeal at that time. At the same time, the monster was flailing around, trying to get the arrow out of him, but he only managed to break off the flaming arrowhead, which was still producing fire, while the shaft dissolved into dust. Amazing arrows. I need to get some more of them. Look at me. I'm becoming an archer. But it was too soon to celebrate. Even though the monster was burning, it wouldn't get in his way too much. If you wanted to burn him up completely, you would need a higher temperature or a longer time burning. I couldn't pull off either of those,
So I was forced to chase after the flailing monster who was destroying everything in his path. In the end, I decided not to think too hard, and just repeated the trick that worked so well with the gorilla. I stood in front of the mutant, directing my halberd toward him, sticking the other end into the ground, and then appeared at the very last moment for a blink of an eye, letting go of my weapon. But things did not go according to plan. There was an extremely painful screech of claws on the floor tiles, and the deadie changed direction at the last moment, dexterously avoiding the sharp point of the halberd. Without a second's hesitation, he burst forward, and his claws whistled right through me. That was close. He was really fast, and it would be fairly hard to hit him. And in a shootout with him, I might also lose, since he could totally outdo me in accuracy and reload time. Zombie Stormtrooper level 10. Health 86%. I was right about the Stormtrooper. He was an all-purpose soldier, and if he got more durability, he would be even more all-purpose. I guessed that at higher levels he would grow bone plates, and then killing him and those like him would be a big problem. Judging from the amount of blood in this place, someone else already realized that and tried it out. But killing this abomination was entirely necessary. I would get something valuable from a monster like this. It was my level, but definitely stronger, and the system usually gave nice rewards for ones like that. In my arsenal I had only my flash grenade, which would hardly be able to stop him, my halberd, my brass knuckles, and my crappy bow with the amazing fire arrows, and also my normal gray axe on its last legs, and a couple of swords. I tried to use my cleave attack, but it was just a waste of mana. The mutant, it seemed, had pretty thick skin, and attacks like that on it would just piss it off. The injury that he got on his neck healed up in mere seconds. It looked like I had spoken too soon about his all-around usefulness. If I could hit him in the head with the brass knuckles, he would probably be seriously injured, but I just didn't know if I could actually hit him. It was the same with the halberd, since it was very slow. I wasn't even going to talk about the swords, since they were hardly even useful against regular zombies. It wasn't there yet, but a plan was coming together. In order to pull it off, I would have to unload some of my pilfered equipment in the nearby areas, and then I would start working on it right away. It was pretty loud in the sporting goods store, so the beast was still trying to find an invisible person. When you least expected it, bone spikes would come whistling through the air. Some of them flew right through me, especially when I moved something into or out of my inventory, unloading it where I needed it to be. Everything was made more difficult by the fact that the flames were gradually spreading throughout the store, and every passing minute I felt more and more hot. When you're in an incorporeal state, fire feels completely different. But I simply can't find a better word. But really, when I flew over the fire, it was very uncomfortable. Although, as long as I didn't come in direct contact with the flames, my health bar didn't go down. But I didn't pay any attention to it and kept flying back and forth, getting everything ready for the elimination of yet another one of these bastards. After about 20 minutes, when the monster had almost completely calmed down and the fire had spread to a good half of the store, I had finished all my preparations and set about putting my plan in motion. The deadie had been lying in wait for a long time. He had been working in the store up until he died, and he was one of the first to turn. But he had done that right here. And that was because, when everybody was running outside, he had gotten caught in a showpiece of a tent, knocked it over, and been tangled in the profusion of cords and rustling fabrics. He had gotten out of the trap with a feeling of complete apathy. The area seemed to be empty, but some survivors broke in after a minute. They had escaped the slaughter and managed to close the door behind them. Having found safety, they could finally relax. The two girls simply started sobbing and fell onto the floor, while the old man who had helped them survive decided to immediately run through the store to find the emergency exit. Grrr. But he found the zombie of all zombies. He was wrapped up in the tent, so the old man wasn't able to notice him right away. And for that, he paid with his life. The lanky but rather fast Deddy stabbed the old man in the throat right off the bat, then ate at him until the man died and couldn't turn into a monster like him. "Ah!" screamed the girls in unison, but that just sped up their death. Zombies can, of course, hear and feel life exceptionally well, so he tossed away the wrinkled, half-eaten corpse and rushed off at full speed towards his new victims. Now he again found himself not alone in the store, but the girls had managed to unlock the door. Still, he wasn't going to let them get away from him. After turning his 3 victims, his body became stronger and faster, and claws began growing on the ends of his fingers. In addition, his left hand began to swell and change shape. But all of those mutations had called forth a gnawing hunger within him. He was not aware of himself, instead feeling constant torture, and didn't know what he had to do, so simply stood there, wrapped in pieces of the tent. Soon his patience was rewarded. Another whole group of people burst through the door. They easily took care of the 3 first-level deadies at the entrance, then started wandering around the place, grabbing everything off the shelves that wasn't nailed down. There were 5 of them in total. He killed the first 2 silently, satiating his hunger and thirst for blood for only a few moments. The others did try to fight back, but he was faster than them, and they had to fight with him one-on-one, since at that moment they were fairly far apart from each other. So the hours passed, and then the days. The Deddy constantly built up his army, but it was regularly culled by more and more guests. It was as though something was luring people there. The feeling of safety and the need to acquire things for survival outside of the city, along with the open door, perhaps. But over time, the Deddy got more and more new features. His nails on one hand became long and sharp, his mouth began to stretch out, and his mouth filled up with teeth. His left hand had turned into a completely different organ that let him make sharp spikes and shoot them up to 100 feet. That had helped him multiple times to take out whole groups of people on his own without sustaining a single injury. The tent still caused him to blend in with the place, where a whole pile of similar fabrics were strewn about, but over time it didn't help him like it did before, since his body had changed somewhat. His hands had grown longer, and he himself moved so often and so fast that the flowing fabrics had turned into tatters. But his development had not come to a stop, and over time he learned how to hide and attack after lying in wait. That's what happened this time, too. After many hours of utter silence, he heard a sound out of the blue not far from his hunting grounds. The zombie immediately shot a spike, not even looking to see if someone was there or not. His comrades simply couldn't do anything without an order from him. Plus, he felt a connection with them and could take full control of one of them any time he wanted. But the spike just hit a bunch of stuff, not a person. The Deddy couldn't feel the presence of life. Plus, the other zombies would have reacted somehow. He had spread them out through the store on purpose, so they could warn him if people were coming. But it was all different now. Crack! Somewhere behind him came the sound of cracking, and he didn't get to even aim his left hand toward the sound before a flaming arrow flew into his back, lighting it on fire immediately. Since the zombie couldn't see his enemy, he began rushing about the room, constantly scratching through space with sharp claws, and once in a while shooting spikes at anything that seemed suspicious. He wasn't worried about the fire raging on his back in the slightest. All of the scraps of clothes left on him burned away in mere seconds, so the damage he was getting was basically nothing. And he didn't even consider the fact that he was spreading the fire. He just wasn't developed enough yet to think about consequences like that. "Bastard!" He heard a shout, and the monster immediately went silent, casting his gaze around the trashed location. Just like before, he could not feel the presence of life, and somehow he could tell that the voice did not belong to a person. "Yeah, you, piece of shit! Come here, dumbass!" The confusing voice kept screeching. "You a pussy? That's 'cause you're a skinny nerd. I can feel that you're afraid." It was strange to the monster that he completely understood what was being said to him. It wasn't like that with people. And it was entirely clear that he was being insulted. But the zombie didn't care about that at all. He headed over to the sound only to find out who had done him the honor of paying a visit. Having run throughout the room, he figured out that the sound was coming from the hallway leading to the restroom. It was fairly long and narrow, so he wouldn't be able to turn around in there. In addition, the floor was strewn over with handbags. But that didn't bother the monster. He wanted to figure out what was happening and where the voice was coming from, so he started plodding toward the source of the sound. "Dodge this!" He heard a new voice behind him, and the mutant suddenly felt the appearance of life behind him. He froze, trying to turn sharply and throw out his left arm to hit his target immediately, but he couldn't pull off any of that. The plan went off without a hitch, the remaining gas tanks that I had dragged over to the hallway exploding almost all at the same time, dousing everything in fire. The monster found himself right in the center of the explosive, but even so he managed to shoot a spike at me. I activated my dematerialization a fraction of a second before it whistled through my chest, and began using my cleave attack already as a ghost. And not for nothing. The stormtrooper zombie tried to get out of the fire multiple times, but the bright, cleaving ray of light, although causing no appreciable damage to him, still pushed the beast, completely burning up, back into the flames. By the fifth try, he was already pretty beat up, so I, having changed positions, materialized and began shooting arrow after arrow into the fire. But I wasn't about to use the fire arrows, since that would be a stupid waste. I only realized that the beast was dead when all the gas from the tanks burned away completely, and the flames went out just as quickly as they had started. Gosha was still wailing at the top of his lungs, and the first thing I did before the flames had finally even gone out was to take him out of his portable little bomb shelter. I didn't have to worry about him at all, since he was protected from the explosion by stone walls, covered on the top by a plastic shield. And even if the fire had spread into his room, there was a water spraying function built into the bomb shelter. Grabbing the screaming head out of the urinal, I immediately put him back in my inventory and returning to where the explosion happened. The fire had completely gone out, and it was only the heavy smoke that got in the way of me finding the reward I had earned. I definitely hadn't shot him with those arrows for nothing. He had to die from specifically those for the system to consider it a kill with its own weapons. Ah, ha! I couldn't help but cough. I had had to materialize for a few seconds so I could turn the body over. But he started moving and tried to hit me. But it was no good. His thick skin had been burned until it was just meat, so my halberd easily smacked right through the monster's neck. There was one final wheeze, and a blue book appeared next to the burned-up, headless corpse. "Ah, finally," I said, smiling from ear to ear, then leaned down to pick up the valuable reward. Tears came to my eyes, and then I realized that if I stood in this thick smoke even for a few more seconds, I would be coughing for at least a week afterward. I dropped the reward into my inventory, then dematerialized, flying up into the air so that I could learn what the system had treated me to this time, as soon as possible.
Chapter 17. Energy Vampire. Rare. Description. Passive skill. Steals mana and power from all those within a 30-foot radius. The speed of siphoning is from 0.01% to 0.1% of their reserves per minute. Both a blessing and a curse. If I do learn this terrible skill, I could never live side by side with people. I will never know the joy of long, warm embraces, and I could never chat with strangers for a long time. This fancy speech came all on its own. Pfft, learn it. Name: Casp. Level: 10. Class: Ghost. Stats: Body: 14. Strength: 5. Dexterity: 6.
Constitution, 3. Mind, 19. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 8. Perception, 5. Spirit, 11. Repository, 8. Conduits, 3. Available stat points, 0. Skills, active, passive. Energy vampire, rare, 1. Additional, dematerialization, class skill. Available skill points, 20. Abilities, inventory, 460 pounds. Now it would be much easier to kill whoever. I would just have to wait, and they would get weaker over time. It did say in the description very clearly that my new secret weapon worked on everybody. Yeah, maybe it would be like in that story about the slowest possible murderer, the one whose favorite weapon was a spoon. But whatever, I could get whatever I wanted. What was more, the energy wouldn't ever disappear, but constantly be filling up my energy stores, so after any contact with anybody I would always feel better. And my mana would fill back up faster, so they couldn't even run away, since I would just fly a lot faster. It was just 1% every 10 minutes. Most likely for people with average stats, that was how quickly their mana refilled, if not even faster. I wasn't even going to talk about the mutants, monsters, and zombies, since they were even more intense than well-leveled systemnics. But I do have available skill points for that. I could put all of them in there without worrying at all, because you never know when you'll be this lucky again. Even more so when I thought about how long I spent looking for pants. Learning the skill itself was almost painless. I had a few shooting pains in my head, but I immediately dematerialized, so I couldn't tell you how much the process would hurt for other people. On the other hand, in my incorporeal state, learning new skills felt pretty good. It felt like something new was growing in my soul, something that could only be useful. It was the same with increasing the level of the skill. Every time I put in just 1 point, since nobody knew the recommended dose, but everything went as simply and easily as possible. No painful feelings at all. Your skill has reached level 10 and acquired a new feature, range regulation. Energy vampire, rare, 10. Description, passive skill. Steals mana and power from all those within a 30-foot radius. The speed of siphoning is from 0.01% to 0.1% of their reserves per minute. Range regulation allows you to see the radius of the activity. The effectiveness of the skill is inversely related to the radius, a larger radius meaning that less energy can be siphoned. This was something else entirely. Now I could suck out a percent point each of my enemy's mana and power per minute, which meant that within an hour and a half, no more than 2 hours, I would have a rag doll falling in front of me rather than an enemy. But the most interesting thing was this new feature. It was possible that over time that feature would become even more powerful, or possibly able to be turned off. It was just a matter of how to reach level 20, since I couldn't increase the skill's level anymore, which meant that it was held up by my own level. I was almost sure that the speed of siphoning depended on how far away I was from my victim, but that was no problem for me. I could be hugging even the worst son of a bitch all day long, and it would cause no issues for me. I was in such a good mood, and I was just about ready to keep going, but as soon as I materialized, my stomach reminded me in no uncertain terms about my responsibility to keep it fed once in a while. I remembered how the sentries at the store swallowed their gray potatoes without even going the trouble of peeling them. I could do the same thing and not waste a ton of time actually tasting my food. But what was the point of that? Sure, I could eat gray ones like that, since they didn't taste good anyway. But to turn down the refined and delicious food from the blue ones? That was an unforgivable crime. Having cleaned off the table and brought a comfortable chair from the next room up to it, I activated the rare food set, and the room was filled with an amazing aroma. Cuisine from the Caucasus? I was surprised. Well done, system. I was just thinking about meat. And everything was as high class as possible. All sorts of shish kebab laid out over a massive piece of lavash bread. The system hadn't forgotten about drinks either, presenting me with a glass of dry wine and a pitcher of ayran. The latter one I don't like so much, but I would have to drink it anyway, since I didn't want to lose a stat point because of it. System, you can't do this. I had been ready to give up multiple times. But I still deliberately, stubbornly continued to steel myself and threw piece after piece of food into my mouth. By the end, I was regretting that I had decided to open up the reward and not just use it in its original form, since I had spent no less than an hour eating this food. I didn't even get a stat point, but my stomach was so full that it was crowding out all my other organs, including my brain. So now I just didn't even have the strength to get out of my chair. I spent about 20 more minutes sitting around like that, scrolling through a phone I found there.
So I was still learning a lot of useful things, since every minute the forums got more full of new information about this new world and its rules. For example, some guy had decided to make a bestiary. You could look through photos and descriptions of various beasts on the site. The search function was pretty convenient. You could separate the monsters into groups and then see the list of them. You could also add new ones and submit additional information about the ones that were already there. At first, I picked a selection of strong zombies and spent some time looking over mutants that I had already encountered. The stormtrooper was presented as some kind of unkillable murder machine, and the comments advised you to run away as soon as any monsters like that came into view. And if you wanted to shoot it, then only with a firearm, since system weapons just wouldn't hit it. I have yet to learn how to run away, so I had to kill it. No other choice. I read about the big guys, the leapers, the acid zombies, the shooters. They had even described the sentient ones, although there was fairly little information there. I myself wasn't going to add that you just had to cut off its head and you would get an artifact. At the very least, I didn't want to spend too much time sitting around. In the future, if I had some free time, I would definitely make some edits, which would be helpful for a lot of people. For myself as well, since people would start using their resources and uploading the results of their experiments, which would let me get new information about the monsters. What was surprising was that I had already seen all the mutants that existed in the world. There simply weren't any other ones. If they had evolved so much in these few days that almost nothing remained of their human form, why weren't there any, say, winged ones? They would find their own niche in the food chain, and pretty quickly. Lots of them would hide in attics, on roofs, and in rooms on the upper floors. Winged zombies would be able to just eat and eat to their heart's content, since nobody would be ready for them. But the system had its own plans about it, so who was I to question it? I only saw mutated animals in passing. Our cities had only cats, dogs, and birds. All of them mutated differently, so there was no point in studying each and every case. Thankfully, at least insects didn't mutate, although even that wasn't for sure. Over in Australia, they had those kinds of mutants even before the apocalypse happened. Okay, yeah, you won't remember all of this, but anyway, it is necessary to get as much information as possible about the new world. I mean, my survival depends on it. I was beginning to nod off unbearably, so I took a couple of potions and dematerialized. The way to the police station was not nearby, and it was starting to get late outside. The streets were submerged in darkness, and only I could clearly see how many dead monsters there were down below. The mass was groaning and wheezing, barely perceptibly, their restless bodies in constant motion, and the darker it got outside, the faster they started to move. Nighttime was hunting time, and people had better not stick their noses out of their hidey holes unnecessarily, since this was the time when the zombies were in charge. And me.
Well, maybe not the world yet, of course, but at least the region. But just for now. The important thing was to never stop developing for even a second, to just keep looking for the rarest and best skills. And there were still purple ones, too. There might even be gold ones. And that was even taking the unique ones into account. They could definitely be even better. It was just necessary to find a reward that worked for only me. And my class, too, was unique, actually. There were no others like it.
For most of the way, I just flew from corpse to corpse, picking up all the rewards I could find. Mostly it was gray potatoes, but I also got spheres with little books. I would save that for a rainy day. Eventually the world would run out of groceries, and then the hungry would set it. Sure, with the deadies you could get by for a long time, but these things don't take up space in your inventory, so may as well keep them. You never know. Boom! I heard an explosion in the distance, so I had to leave off my search. The rumbling was especially easy to hear in the middle of the night, so as soon as the shock wave rolled over the area, the deadies around started lazily wandering off towards the source of the noise. I wasn't about to stay back, so I flew up a little and headed over there. I mean, it's not like there was going to be someone who was just luring in hordes of monsters, especially in the darkness of the night. That meant something cool was going on over there. In 15 minutes, the sound happened again, but by that time I was already pretty close. The crowds of zombies and mutants were stuck on a metal fence, where they had managed to make a significant breach at one point, through which an endless stream of crazed deadies was constantly pouring in. I had decided to come to the police station too late. It seemed like they were toast. But that was even more fun. I wouldn't have to bribe the big man, since he would agree to any of my conditions just for help in defending the place. What happened? Tits up? I appeared a few feet away from the guy. He was standing right on the second floor, looking out the window and giving orders by radio. You're telling me you don't? He waved his hand, but once he turned around, he realized I wasn't from around there. What are you here for? I don't have any more prisoners. They're done. He nodded at the mess of deadies, all bunched up around the grated windows. I noticed right away that these were not normal deadies. They were being led by a sentient one. I had no doubt about that. There were staircases made of bodies, tricky shooters hiding behind the powerful big guys, leapers that were ready to dash into the building as soon as the big guys could tear open an entrance or rip off the metal bars covering the windows. The zombies were not capable of this on their own. I can help, I shrugged, staring off into the distance. In my corporeal state, I couldn't make out the whole scene of the battle, but that was for the best. If the living could see how many zombies were really out there, panic would do us no good. Yeah? How? You going to infiltrate the zombie headquarters? He smirked. It will be dawn soon, and we will think. They won't be able to break in yet anyway. They are being led by a sentient one, which means none of you will survive until dawn. I voiced my disagreement. I am ready to bet a blue potato that they will have eaten all of within about 2 hours. What the hell is a sentient one? Shouted the man, but then went silent. It's this. I took the artifact out of my bag, but I had already commanded it to be quiet. And in general, you should be looking up information on the internet, not wasting your time with nonsense. All of this stuff is on there. And you mean to tell me that a beast like that is leading the deadies? Which is why they are breaking the windows? He asked in surprise. You're the beast. Gosha couldn't hold back once the man started staring at him. Enough. Shut up. The big man started at first, getting his hammer out of his inventory, but then started chuckling. Hey, fatty, what's so funny? The head was offended again, but the man just kept laughing for another few minutes. It was clear that he was about to have a mental breakdown. Okay, here's what I want and what you get in return. I was tired of being in strange company and, moreover, having to carry a conversation. Do you have a team? I mean, a system team? He responded with an affirmative nod. Okay, make me part of your team, and as soon as an offer to take part in a test shows up, you accept. I don't care if it seems doable, and it doesn't matter how hard it is.
how is... They say there's crazy things in there sometimes. I haven't even tried once. He scratched at his bald spot. Well, if I leave now, then you'll never have to. I smiled. Well, shake on it? Brownie offers you to join his team. Agree/refuse. It was just that easy. Strangely, I couldn't make my own team with just me as a member. But the system was hard to trick, and I didn't think it would let me do something like that. A team is a team, and for that, people had to be in at least some kind of contact. Brownie. Slob Bailgupper. Casp. Before, I would have been worried about my name. Clearly, I had no reason to worry. Looking at this list, I was finally confident about it. I had wanted to discuss with Oleg, which is what the guy was called, about how we're going to split up our rewards in the future, but a sudden rumbling was heard from outside, and he got a communique over the radio, telling him that the deadies had climbed up the roof on the fire escape, from there breaking into the higher floors and injuring a number of people. Judging from how lost Brownie looked, he definitely wasn't expecting that. All I could do was shrug, say, "I told you so," and disappear into thin air. The horde turned out to be much bigger than the one my artifact had had, which meant the sentient zombie here was a much higher level, almost certainly 10th. I had read that sentient zombies could, just like people, have various different abilities, like throwing fireballs, calling down a local Armageddon, becoming invisible. It was specifically that was their main danger, at least for me, who was invincible except to magical attacks. But all of them, no exceptions, could control their compatriots. So why couldn't my artifact? Although, since I had decided that he couldn't, I never did ask him about it. I knew he was just first level right now, so most likely he wouldn't be able to order around strong monsters, but even a first-level horde of tame zombies could replace all my social needs. But first I headed for the roof to see how the people were doing up there. The leapers were flooding onto the roof in a dense stream so they could get into the building, but the entryway was too small. The people had taken up positions within the building, but even so, the zombies, sooner or later, would gradually take out their fatigued opposition. To stop the flow of beasts, the defenders would have to somehow go on the attack, break through everyone on the roof, and knock down the stairs. Otherwise, I had no idea how to destroy the sentient zombie. Those people weren't going to stand against him, at least, grah! A brown bear weighing about 700 pounds burst out onto the street with a deafening roar, almost like thunder. A ton of attacks flew at him from all sides right away, and a whole heap of brown fur burst up into the sky. But the animal wasn't about to stand on the sidelines. Each hit from his powerful clawed paws tore multiple nimble weaklings to pieces. His maw was continually grabbing mutants one after the other from the crowd, tearing them in half, and then his paws would beat them into the ground, leaving no chance of survival. Awesome. I would fill up my stockpile of green rewards and then tackle the Smarty. With this death machine, the people would do just fine, and I wouldn't have to use my cleave attack, wasting my weapon's mana and durability. I didn't even consider taking the potatoes, since that wouldn't be fair at all. And the spheres would only be worth taking at least in exchange for what I had picked up at the sporting goods store. I took all of that stuff to one of the rooms on the way. They were no good for bartering, and they would just get in my way. So fine, they'll find them in the morning and be happy about it. I threw in some food there, too. I didn't even turn around when I heard the groaning of the stairs tearing off and crashing down. The bear had more than enough strength, and he would only have to worry about the stronger monsters. The rest of them wouldn't be able to get through his fur, enhanced by system items. At the same time, I was headed deep into the raving crowd. The Smarty was hardly going to go anywhere near the police station, since there were constant flashes of abilities, arrows were flying, and sometimes even bullets. Plus, there was some kind of illumination, while farther away was pitch darkness. You didn't even have to hide, since people wouldn't even be able to see their target among the groaning mass. Personally, it was no mean feat for me, either. I had to pick through the disorganized ranks of the deadies to find the bastard I was looking for. Basically, I was checking where all the strong ones were bunched up together, the piles of big guys and the mobs of shooters. The smarty was more cunning than I thought. He had gotten into an apartment about 50 feet away from the building, and was watching how the battle was going from his safe position. I didn't do anything stupid, since he released a ball of fire guttering with flames towards the people. After knocking down some careless deadies on its way, it broke through a window on the first floor, then with a loud rumble exploded into 1,000 bright sparks that caught everything around on fire with a single touch. Now I understood where the rumbling was coming from. Yeah, those people didn't stand a chance. Even for me, the risks were too high. If that beast shot a fireball at me, I had a very small chance to survive. The smarty was already on the 3rd story, so he had a great view of the battlefield and could easily control his subordinates, but it made it quite a bit harder for me to get to him. You couldn't even get to him from the entrance. It was completely blocked up with powerful mutants. And there were shooters scattered about the rooms. If they noticed an enemy coming toward the building itself, they would immediately shoot them with their bone spikes, not even letting them get close to their leader. There were even deadies on the roof. The building was literally swarming with them, and it was impossible to even think that you might just waltz right in. There were only 2 bodyguards in the room where the leader was relaxing, a big guy strapped to the gills in bone armor, and a slightly feeble-looking stormtrooper. But I definitely know which of them would be the more difficult opponent. Here was the smarty, sitting on a comfortable leather chair, refilling his mana. He was silent, staring off into space. I wasn't about to break his idol and just sat next to him. Those people had a bear. He would be able to hold off the zombie attack for a while, for sure, so there was no need to hurry. For him, every minute was a loss of both mana and strength. I didn't know if zombies could get tired, but I would be able to find out in real life real soon. All right, bro. How do you feel about hugs?
Chapter 18. At first, the sentient zombie just sat there, lost in his own thoughts. I really didn't know what he was thinking about, but he was most likely just directing his loyal subjects. Outside, I could hear the bears roar once in a while, so I kept on calmly siphoning energy out of my opponent. And that was a pretty good feeling. I felt like I was relaxing both my body and my soul, simply hanging as close to the sentient monster as possible. And even if the mana was stopped at its ceiling, it still, without ever stopping, kept transferring over to my incorporeal body. That was interesting. Was I siphoning 1% of the maximum amount, or the current amount? It was really an important question. If it were the second one, then the ability was suddenly useless. I could siphon energy for eternity, and it would still never reach the bottom. But at some point, the smarty shoot up and started looking around. He didn't know where his mana was going, so he ran around the room, looking into every nook and cranny. His bodyguards stayed as close as possible to him, so I couldn't figure out a moment to attack at all. The smarty moved pretty fast, but I didn't fall behind, since I didn't have to save my mana. It was refilling right before my eyes, since I had 3 plump donors just for that right here. And how much did that sentient monster have? I could only guess. Eventually, his flailing about got worse. The smarty widened his search, and the deadies started tearing apart everything in the building. They burst into rooms and turned everything over from top to bottom, in a vain attempt to find me, invisible as I was. I could only smile in my mind and watch how the leader of the deadies was losing control over his army. It looked like controlling his comrades required full concentration and cost mana. Or maybe his power. I could figure that out by asking the talking head, but only once I was finished with this beast. I had followed the bastard around for nearly an hour. Eventually, he decided to just run away, taking with him only a few of his strongest bodyguards.
I was just happy that there were no acid zombies in his army. That was the only monster that offered me a real threat with his area of effect acid attack. But before running away, the Smarty had ordered all his deadies to attack the police station. The zombies immediately roared and threw themselves into a mindless attack. Showing no mercy, the ones who were in the back pushed their compatriots forward, breaking through the bars of the fence. Bones were cracking and heads started to explode like watermelons. But after a few seconds, the fence, with the sound of grating metal, fell inward. After that, the zombies surrounded the building itself, but what came next I never saw. The Smarty, by that time, had reached the first floor and exited onto the street from one of the rooms by jumping out the window. As soon as I realized he was going to jump out of the window, I hurried as quickly as I could to overtake him and set my weapon in front of him, jamming the other end into the ground. The Smarty wouldn't be able to change the direction of his jump, so crack! The sharp point of the halberd pierced the monster's stomach, and as he hung in the air, flailing his arms and legs around, I put all my energy into a power hit and slugged him across the head with my brass knuckles. The son of a bitch hadn't yet reached the ground when I vanished into the thin air, letting 2 bone spikes, shot by the shooter and the stormtrooper at the same time, pass through me. The bodyguards were running around, scratching at the air, and the Smarty was darting his eyes around like crazy, not knowing where the next hit might come from. A wall of big guys was standing around him, protecting him from any sort of attack with their impenetrable hulks. However, a fire arrow came down from above. I started my onslaught, having appeared in a tree that was growing not too far away, then immediately activated my class skill to avoid being hit by any return fire. The arrow pierced the Smarty in his shoulder, and his clothes went up in flames immediately. Panicking, the beast began freaking out between the big guys, lighting them on fire too, and soon the whole area was lit up with the bright flames of a zombie bonfire. Sentient Zombie Level 10. Health, 68%. I wondered if I cut off everything that wasn't necessary, would he still survive? Not as an artifact, but as a real zombie? I would have to test it out. Anyway, if you damaged the brain, then you could knock off 100% of any mutant's health in one knife hit. But when you slash them on the body, it just takes a few meager percent. So then if you chop up the body really bad but don't touch the head, would the zombie die anyway? There was only one way to find out. The zombie, realizing that his opponent was intangible and that his whole gang of high-level monsters couldn't do a thing to him, decided to take off. It became a lot easier to aim, since now my target really stood out. The deadies really showed up well in the darkness, so I didn't have to appear for very long. I let off arrow after arrow until the Smarty finally stopped running. He had finally realized that that wouldn't help him either, and just in time. My mana had just run right out, and I couldn't simply follow him around anymore. At that time, the big guys were above reproach, in the sense that they were too big for me to be able to move them using my inventory, so I had to forget about that method. Moreover, the stormtrooper was constantly scurrying about nearby, and about 40 yards away, the shooter was hiding behind an overturned car. He was waiting until I finally showed myself, ready to launch a deadly spike. Hell, if I would give him the satisfaction. Swinging as hard as I could, I sunk the blade directly into his skull. He couldn't even turn around since he got a fatal blow all at once. The blue potato popped into my inventory, and a bone spike shot by the stormtrooper flew through my body. It would not be so easy with that guy, so I had to leave him for later. Especially since the Smarty had started summoning zombies from all over to protect their leader with their bodies. And they were not disobedient. Thin streams of dead bodies flowed in from the buildings, neighboring streets, and stores around. They wandered up the impressive pile of big guys and laid themselves on top. The armored zombies moved up a little so as not to crush their leader, then froze like that. Just imagine, what could I do now? For example, If I tried to wear down the big guys, then the smarty would just order the other zombies to stop pressing down on them. But I still wasn't even sure if deadies had power resources like that at all. It was likely that it was infinite, at least, so I acted very simply. I decided to risk losing the valuable rewards by using whatever I had at hand. In a nearby grocery store, where all the dead customers had already left, I grabbed a couple gallons of water, emptying them right onto the floor and a little onto myself. Then I headed out the highway where I quickly found a semi-truck lying on its side. The driver had fallen apart in the cabin, both figuratively and literally. Nobody could tell if he would have become a zombie or a powerful systemnik if he hadn't racked his brains right at the start. His initial refusal to wear a seatbelt had made the choice for him. Now he was just meat scattered over the road. Having looked around and made sure that the nearest deadies were 50 yards away, with no powerful mutants among them, I materialized. Schwack! The tip of the halberd sliced right through the gas tank, and an even stream of combustible fuel started flowing onto the road. All I had to do was put first one container under it, and then the second one, and as soon as they were full, I put them in my inventory. A gallon of diesel in each of them. I didn't need more than that. The first one I put right in the thick of the deadies, right where the smarty was located. That monster, as it turned out, was just chilling underneath them. The big ones were easily holding a ton of corpses above them, so their leader could calmly sit on the sidewalk and wait for his opponent's next move. His eyes, closed with his eyelids, were constantly moving. The little prick had taken control of one of the deadies outside and was trying to figure out where I had gotten off to. Let him look, it didn't bother me. While I was gone, his mana had come back a little, so before I threw the first container out of my inventory, I spent a half hour in his company. He got worried about that again, but this time he didn't intend to run away. There was nowhere to go. He was mine now. The second container turned out to be even easier. I flew up above the moaning crowd of zombies and threw it out. It landed right on their stupid heads, turning over and starting to pour out its contents. I simply waited for around 5 minutes, until the fuel had soaked into the monster's clothes, and right after that, I just shot a fire arrow. Diesel fuel is not gasoline, so there was no bright flash. As soon as the fire arrow pierced a normal deadie, it immediately caught fire. The fuel started to stick, which gradually spread the flame farther and deeper. Of course, I wanted the fire to reach all the way to the smarty, but he caught on in time, having realized that the container didn't just show up in his comfortable hiding spot for no reason. The burning deadies began to move, running in all directions, and their places were taken by new ones that were not doused in fuel. I wasn't here to just watch the show, so I headed off to get some more fuel. This time I put 4 containers in my inventory. 2 of them had the same diesel fuel, while the others I had filled with pure gasoline. That way the fire would spread faster, and that smartass wouldn't have a ghost of a chance. It took 2 minutes for a fiery hellscape to spread out before me. Not even I was expecting just 4 gallons of fuel to do something like that. The smarty might have some wits, but his situation was really inescapable now. I wasn't about to retreat, and there was no way he was going to catch me. Not even the stormtrooper, who had been prowling around, searching for the instigator this whole time, could help him now. It was obvious that my class was actually extremely rare, since they hadn't even once figured out where I was disappearing to. The deadies started moving almost immediately. They began to run off in different directions, letting their leader out. That was because the fire had finally reached him and the big guys. And if the latter ones just stepped away, continuing to protect him with their backs, then he would roll around on the sidewalk, trying to put the fire out as soon as he could. Cleave! I struck downward with my ability, since I was floating right above him. The shining blade hit the big guys, too, but they didn't even budge. They just stood there, covered in flames, and stared out at the darkness of the night in complete indifference. The smarty took it a little harder. My weapon's ability tore up his face, exposing the bones, and after exactly 1 second, I repeated it, widening the wound. Let's do this. Pointing my halberd downward, I materialized 5 feet above my victim. "Stop!" the smarty managed to croak out before my weapon pierced his face. My coat had burned a little, and I stepped in something. I didn't think sentient zombies were that similar to people. The big guys hadn't even turned around by the time I grabbed my reward and flew away. Deep down, I really wanted to stay and finish off all the powerful mutants. Their rewards might be interesting too, but the fact was that I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I could have spent a long time flying around them, siphoning away their energy, but there was no way to know when they start falling from lack of power. It would be much more effective to set a trap, or just get the reward around the police station. There would be a fair number of them there. I wouldn't get any experience like that, but I didn't need it. Nobody could yet get to level 11, which meant that there was no point in me working hard for it. By the time I had taken care of the smarty, the sun was starting to peek over the horizon. It was too bad that in my ghost form I couldn't enjoy the whole beauty of it, since my sight gave me a completely different picture. It was closer to dry, black and white information about the things around me. Even so, I couldn't tear my gaze away from the rays of light slowly rising up in the distance. My pursuit of the smarty had taken me pretty far away from the police station. The area around here was known to me, since just a little bit ago I had been flying around here to find some freaks. And to avoid wasting time, I decided to drop in on the girls. Even though it was early, only 2 girls were still in bed. Another one was messing around in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking, but working with a weapon. The rest had gone off somewhere. Yeah, okay. It seemed they hadn't gotten along somehow and killed each other. But it was odd that the oldest one wasn't there. She had seemed strong and determined.
No way you could just off her like that.
"Oh, Masha, why didn't you wake me up?" said one of the girls, still sleepy and rumpled, who had popped into the kitchen a couple minutes later. She may be an unkempt sleepyhead, but she still looked extremely attractive. "Well, I'm taking care of stuff here," Masha said, waving her hand. "Breakfast is in the oven." She kept working on her books of skills and the pile of normal items. As far as I could tell, she was perusing the descriptions and trying to figure out which one was best for her to pick. She was 3rd level also, which was commendable. It meant she wasn't sitting around doing nothing. "The girls haven't come back yet? How are they doing there?" asked the sleepyhead, grabbing a good-sized bowl of oatmeal from the oven along with a spoon. "No, yeah, I'm also on pins and needles. I couldn't reach them by phone. Seems like the sound is off." It didn't take a magnifying glass to see that Masha was very worried about her friends. But there was nothing she could do. "Oh, whatever. They'd be back, they just need a half hour. Maybe they got held up in the store a little longer. We're girls, we always have to be late." I didn't listen in on their conversation anymore. I was too interested in seeing where they had gone. There weren't that many stores around, so my search options were pretty narrow. I think they went out for groceries, so they most likely went to the closest one. And there seemed to be a single-story addition on the back of the building, which is probably where they went. "You motherfuckers," hissed the one who looked older. She was also taller than the others by at least half a head, and her body was much thicker. "When are they going to just go?" Below, a phone had started buzzing quietly, and the deadies, catching a new sound, suddenly became animated, starting to once again move chaotically around the premises.
Why the hell didn't you turn the sound off, dumbass? She hissed again, turning to one of the girls this time.
"You already asked that," answered the dark-haired girl quietly, staring thoughtfully into space. She was armed with an axe and a shield, and was wearing leather armor. "Just chill out and wait." And she was right. The girls were lying around on the roof of the store, just waiting for the deadies to leave on their own, or for someone else to distract them. To get groceries and cleaning supplies, they had left in a full team, 5 of them. They had decided to take that risk just because the zombies had all at once turned towards one direction and wandered off to some unknown destination. Why they might be acting like that, the girls didn't know, but they had unanimously decided that this was their only chance, and they might not ever have another one. But the plan went off the rails when the deadies started coming back. First one who attracted his companions with his groaning, and then they came one after another until the building was surrounded by upwards of 50 of them. Since the deadies were coming in from all sides, the girls' way back had been cut off, and the only thing they could do was climb onto the roof. To do that, they used a van that had been parked right by the wall of the building. The zombies couldn't follow them since there were no leapers among them, but they did surround the store and set about waiting. "When is it gonna die?" grumbled the girl with the bow in her hand, pursing her lips. The phone had started going off again, drawing ever more monsters to their hiding spot. "We have to break through them, otherwise we'll have half the city here." "Break through where? There's 50 regular ones there and 2 big guys. There's no use," concluded the calm, dark-haired girl in surprise, continuing to admire the ever-brightening sky. "Just be patient. We have enough supplies."
Okay, you're right. We will wait for now. And if they don't leave... She thought for a couple of seconds. "Nadia, how many arrows do you have?"
"Exactly 40, and a couple of rewards that I haven't opened yet," answered the archer, glancing into her inventory.
"Then we wait." Buzz, buzz, buzz.
"Hello?" First the phone buzzed, then came an unknown voice right next to the girls, who started immediately, putting their weapons in front of them. "Yes, everything is okay with them. No need to worry." The boy put his hand out in front of him, showing the girls that he was quite busy at the moment. "When will they be back?" "Who knows? It'll happen when it happens." "Who are you, fucker?" shouted the older one, not holding back. "All right, I can't talk now. Call back later. Your call is very important to us." The boy hung up the phone, set it to the side, and looked up attentively at the group of armed girls. "It's no use like that. There's only going to be more of them, and this crowd isn't going anywhere." He smiled and put his hands out as a gesture of peace. "Calm down. I'm not going to attack you." His exclamation had attracted the zombies' attention. "Just look. Now the crowd is even bigger." He shrugged and disappeared into thin air. "What was that?" murmured the older one, getting over her shock. "Dumbass, why did you just lure the zombies over here?" she shouted somewhere into the air, supposing that the boy had just turned invisible. "I'm going to find you. You can't go anywhere off this roof." "I thought he looked familiar," the dark-haired one said thoughtfully. She was the only one who hadn't aimed her weapon at him, rather looking attentively at his face hidden under a hood. Or more like his brown coat. She had definitely seen him somewhere. "Of course you've seen me. I killed your guy." There was the voice again. Now the boy was on the far side of the roof. "Fine, I'll save you again. But now you really owe me."
"I don't know what yet, but sometime in the future I will ask you for a favor." Without waiting for an answer, he jumped off the roof, and one of the girls even cried out. "Him?" asked the older one to the dark-haired one. "Yeah, him. We can trust him." She answered with confidence, and they stepped over to where their savior had just jumped down. They had expected to see zombies there, but found only decapitated bodies. Only the 2 big guys were left unharmed, but since they didn't have bone armor on them, the boy easily took care of them, too. Swinging his massive halberd, he first disappeared, then appeared behind his enemies, constantly smashing them with powerful hits. When there was only one deadie left, he vanished into thin air again, then appeared behind him in a second, holding his brass knuckles in his hand. Flash! The sound of breaking bones could be heard, and the weapon cracked through the monster's skull, sinking into the rotten meat. And his hand as well. "Shit!" the boy cursed. He shook off his hand for a while, but then gave up on it and headed into the store to get a wet wipe. "Don't touch the rewards. Get out of here now while you can. I'm not going to help you anymore. That's enough for today." Having said that, he disappeared into the building, and the girls, getting over their shock, ran back to their home. Why the hell did I get involved? Was it worth this?
And what am I going to ask them for? I muttered to myself, wiping the rotten brains off my hand. The big guy had ended up being kind of defective, and I miscalculated how much power I would need to break his skull. Oh, whatever. It had been way too easy. A few cleave attacks and the majority of the deadies were turned into normal, rotting meat. Let's see if I find anything interesting in the rewards. I only regretted that I was out of mana in my weapon.
Heading back out, I saw that another crowd of deadies was approaching the store, meaning it was time to get my rewards and fly away. But first, I had to see what I got from the sentient zombie. The blue spheres always have something interesting in them. What? A ring? Chapter 19. Ring of Mana Absorption. Rare. Description: Mana -100/-100. Durability 200/-200. Absorption of mana is an active ability. Allows you to absorb mana from both creatures and spaces. The area of effect is 5 feet. Before activating it, you must aim the item at the casted spell or creature. If the mana limit is exceeded, durability will be spent. Recharges in 24 hours. Well, here we got another ring with durability. I had already noticed that it was only denoted when it played some sort of role. Like with the iron armor I had stored away in my inventory. There, the number seemed important too. At first, when I was reading the description, I didn't understand anything. But then I got it. I also understood why the mana value of the ring was negative. That was the amount that it could suck up into itself. It seemed like I myself was already an absorber. I had an amazing skill for that. So why would I need this ring too? The one thing here was that, unlike my skill, I could absorb mana from spells that had already been cast. If a fireball were flying at me, I could just suck it up with this ring like a vacuum cleaner. I didn't think that anybody could cast a spell that took more than 100 mana, so for now my new artifact was almost a guaranteed defense against any spell cast against me. I could also unleash my store of mana on any creature I wanted in mere moments. I wouldn't have to wait at all. Get close, aim, activate. That's all. My ring of constitution fell to the floor, and I replaced it with the new one. It looked pretty good, too. It was silver, encrusted with large, fairly opaque bluish stones that I was not familiar with. It seemed like there was some sort of viscous substance inside of it, and the surface of the stones was covered in microscopic runes. I couldn't imagine what they meant, but I was sure that the symbols corresponded to the abilities that the item contained. After quickly looking through the deadies that had fallen near the entrance and grabbing about 24 rewards from them, I hurried off toward the police station. The big guys only gave me green potatoes, but food is food. Worst comes to worst, I would open them up and eat them. If not, then I would trade them for something. There were crowds of zombies around the police station, just like before. There were no traces left of the fence, so there was nothing stopping them from coming onto the grounds and knocking on the windows. The people only growled at them every once in a while, shooting arrows out the windows and sometimes attack spells. But they were probably just doing that out of a sense of propriety. Once I flew into the building, I understood why they were defending themselves so dispassionately. They had foolishly gotten tired, and were now restoring their mana and power. If they just drank some potions, they would be fine. Brownie was fast asleep. Honestly, he was the main attacking force of that survivor camp, and there was no reason to try to clear them out without him. It was strange that he hadn't taken care of all the zombies first thing, but it seemed like his abilities had some limits. Plus, he was sleeping in his human form, so probably he couldn't stay an animal forever. But that worked for me. Nobody would bother me while I was getting my rewards. Yeah, the people might growl out the windows and notice that their rewards were disappearing, but they wouldn't be able to do anything to me anyway. What would they say to me anyway? They could go to hell. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be a single stone left of that building. I didn't even glance at the gray ones. I was only interested in green spheres and blue potatoes. Thankfully, there were quite a lot of them here. There were a lot of corpses there, so I had to use my inventory to move them so I could get the goods hidden beneath them. The people watch all of that from the windows, but there was nothing they could do except sometimes swearing at the one who was making off with their hard-earned loot right under their noses. But I didn't agree with that. I could take all of it, and it would still be fair. They had managed to get the corpses off the roof, so there ended up being nothing valuable up there. But now there were sentries up there, armed with bows and sawed-off AKs. There was no point in that unless they were attacked by people, but something told me that the police station already knew that without my help. That was exactly why they set up the sentries. In total, after 2 hours, I had picked up 20 green spheres and 5 blue potatoes. I wasn't even going to touch the rest, both because I had to leave those people a chance for survival, and also because I didn't really need anything else. Since the population was still basically sleeping, I didn't intend to go back in. If I got a notification about a test, I would know it, so there was no need to absorb everything out of these people with my presence. The sun had already risen high over the buildings by the time I started heading to the next hiding spot, so I could see what I had picked up this time. I had gotten a total of 7 blue potatoes. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to deal with so much food, so I would have to just swallow them up without opening them. But I did deserve a celebratory meal. Even though I had spent the last few hours just flying around as a ghost and waving my halberd, I still wasn't tired. Thanks to my new skill, I would no longer have to rest at all, which meant that my development would never stagnate. The most important thing was to never be lazy. But since there were so many interesting things around, I didn't think laziness would come anytime soon. This time I picked a bachelor pad. And I must say, I like those kinds of places better than the others. And even though there was a mess in every room, with socks drying on the ceiling lamps, and 2 stools and bare walls instead of a wardrobe, I didn't care at all. Mine would have been the same. Plus, there was a fancy computer, a comfortable chair, and a big monitor in the room. I had been dreaming of having something like that for a long time, but my finances had always left something to be desired. Now I could enjoy this powerful hardware as much as I wanted. But I wasn't up to it right now. A sparkling clean tablecloth was spread out before me, and plates appeared upon in just one moment. A burger? Not bad. I was impressed by the size. The burger really was massive, juicy, greasy, and the smell made me lightheaded. Everything was as it should be. Along with the burger, the system had gifted me a glass of soda with ice, and I chowed down immediately on the unhealthy but insanely delicious food. The last potato had been delicious, but this time at least I didn't get too full. It was odd that the system didn't give out a fixed amount of calories, but just offered up something tasty. Since I had a little bit of room left in my stomach, I got out another 4 blue potatoes and started popping them into my mouth, washing them down with the system's soda. There was absolutely no flavor to those potatoes. I had never experienced anything like it. It was as if I had put something non-existent into my mouth. Even when you drink water, you experience some kind of flavor, but here there was nothing, and my stomach didn't feel full, although I did feel fullness. Maybe it was worth it to use them like that. That way I wouldn't waste a ton of time enjoying my food, instead just getting calories and going on to crush zombies left and right. In total, I used up 5 potatoes. I didn't feel any different, so I had to open up the interface in order to see which of my stats had actually leveled up. Name, Casp. Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 15. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 4. Mind, 20. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 9. Perception, 5. Spirit, 12. Repository, 9. Conduits, 3. Available stat points, 0. Skills: Active, Passive, Energy Vampire, Rare, 10. Additional: Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points, 11. Abilities: Inventory, 460 pounds. Yeah,
I got lucky this time. I got 3 whole stat points. As far as I could tell, they were in Constitution, Reaction, and Repository. Even more lucky, my mana total increased as well. If I somehow finally managed to level up, I would put my stat points right into Spirit. The rest would increase by themselves due to the potatoes. After eating, I decided to mess around on the internet to combine business with pleasure. This time I looked for any kind of forum where normal players would write back and forth to each other discussing various things. And that was no mistake. My eye suddenly caught on to a strange topic of discussion. They were talking to each other about all sorts of discoveries and findings. For example, one of the users, by the name of Anto, had uploaded some pictures of zombies dismembered into little pieces. At first, I thought he was a crazy person, but I understood everything when I turned the automatic translation on. It seemed like I should have looked at the dismembered zombie more carefully. Right in the center, around the solar plexus, each of the Walking Dead has a crystal. You can see what it looks like in the picture, and they only differ from each other in color. It's just like the rewards: gray, green, blue. What it is, what it's for, and how to use them, I don't know. If anyone has any guesses, please put them in the comments. And a discussion followed. It was mostly people making their guess, but nobody could say anything for certain.
Someone suggested they be used as currency, and a few people promised to try to use them as food, meaning to just take it and swallow it down. But I didn't know how they intended to do that, since the crystal looked like it was pretty sharp on both sides. Unless you drank a whole health potion, then why not? At worst, it would be pretty unenjoyable, but the zombie virus wouldn't infect you, and the injuries in your esophagus would heal up right away. Nobody suggested anything worthwhile, so, having shut off the computer and remembering where the room was located, I set off in search of a victim. To avoid wasting time, I first flew towards the place where I killed the Smarty, flying a little high. I did that so the buildings wouldn't block my view and I could see the whole city at once, or at least the nearest surroundings. A flock of huge sparrows flew through me. All of them were about the size of cats, and their leader was more like a damned pterodactyl. It was a terrifying animal, with wings covered in claws and hooks, and talons that seemed to me like they could tear a person in half in a single swipe. Ugh. But whatever. I didn't want to tangle with monsters like that. They were worse than zombies, if you could believe it. Lean, agile, and very violent, judging from the torn-up pigeon in the claws of one of them. Plus, the victim was no smaller than its predator. They were flying pretty fast, but just like the dogs, they could feel my presence, and the flock made 2 wide turns to satisfy their curiosity. Then they lost interest in me and disappeared over the horizon, rushing off to a park somewhere. And as far as I could recall, there were squirrels in the park. It was scary to imagine what kind of monsters they had turned into. Having flown about 50 feet in the air, I stopped and looked around the surroundings attentively. The points I had put into perception paid dividends. I used to not be able to brag about my eyesight, but now I could at least see things in the distance much clearer. Theoretically, it should also have sharpened my other senses, like smell and hearing, but I hadn't yet noticed it. But this wasn't bad. I couldn't help but pay attention to the large groups of people. Humanity was alive, and it was fighting back. And even though there were 10 times as many zombies, the groups of hunters were not afraid to show their faces outside. To the east, about a mile away from me, I could see flashes of explosions. Some people were giving it to a small pile of deadies, while at the same time filling up a semi-truck with provisions and essential goods. About half a mile to the west, people were breaking through the horde on some kind of massive SUV, dragging a huge generator behind them, which was followed by a smaller car, loaded to the gills with all sorts of junk. People were leaving the city, but only so they could get a breather and come back here with new powers and abilities. I wasn't planning to fly off anywhere. I was good here,
And in the woods, the animals might be worse than even the deadies. The land was being reclaimed there now anyway. Even in the park, where 3 hairless squirrels and 4 sick hamsters lived, there was a fight to the death going on. And they hadn't even been predators. What was happening now with the herds of wolves, or with mountain lions? Even before, they would have killed anything that moved, and now they would just be going all out. No, it was too soon for that. I spent a few more minutes watching down over the bustling people and the swarming deadies. 5 men were slowly breaking through towards a hardware store. They ran from car to car, stopping and getting in control of their surroundings. But right now, there were a lot of deadies wandering the streets. A few big guys, a shooter, and a couple hundred regular weaklings.
The men were definitely hiding from them. But the desire for tools is alive and well in all red-blooded men, so they, regardless of the danger, continued to make their way forward. And right when they made it to the corner of the building, a leaper jumped out right at them. He had been hiding comfortably in the bushes, waiting for his prey to fall right into his hands. No, they had no chance. There was no point in me helping them either. In just a minute, they would all be filling the ranks of the zombies, creating new mutants in the process. Or maybe just strengthening the ones that were already ready. I looked away for a bit. About a quarter-mile down the road, some deadies were trying to break into a semi-truck. Which would be no big deal, but there was a vet clinic logo on it. As far as I could tell, the zombies could sense the life inside, so they decided to eat it. An easy prey, animals. If they were in there, they would be locked in cages, not able to run away or fight back. The driver was possibly in there, of course, but it was worth checking. Plus, it was on my way. The smarty that I killed was not far from there at all. There did happen to be life in the semi-truck. 1 lame dog with a bandaged stomach, and a person. A girl, about 25 years old. She had short hair, was fairly tall, and thin. She was armed with a sword, ready to face the deadies, standing in front of the animal to protect it. I admired that, I will say. The girl hid the doggo in a cage and put it as high up as possible, covering it with a rag. But they would find the animal anyway, since it was constantly whimpering. And that sound was attracting more and more monsters to the vehicle. They were in a pretty comfortable situation, actually. There were grated windows above them, which let in the light of day, but didn't allow zombies to get in. They didn't have issues with food either. A half-full bag of dog food suggested that the guys there weren't starving. So what, the car won't start?
I appeared a safe distance away from the armed and very decisive-looking girl.
Motherfuck!
She shouted and jumped toward the exit. The zombies outside reacted to it and began beating strongly at the door, so the girl was forced to jump right back. Jeez, why does everybody always freak out when I show up? I understood it, but I was still tired of it. However I showed up, they always got scared. Only Brownie, it seemed, reacted calmly. Did I attack you? No, I did not. Chill out. Tell me right way how you ended up here, and why you got out of the cabin and into the trailer. The fact that the girl hadn't come from the street was clear from her uniform. It had the same logo as was on the semi. She hesitated for a while, then visibly relaxed, having realized that I really wasn't about to attack her. I was saving the dog, taking her to a shelter. I wasn't going to leave her. The girl waved her hand to the side. As soon as I got in, they started beating on the door. She shrugged. Where'd you get the sword? Well, from the starting set. She shrugged. And I thought everybody only got knives. I'm afraid to imagine what skill you have. I shook my head. It's not Armageddon, by any chance? No, it's called Tamer. It lets me command animals, but there's a whole bunch of restrictions. Like, their level can't exceed mine by more than 5, but half of the experience they get goes to me.
The girl said it all quite openly. I would not have told the first person I met all about my abilities. Did you get that from a gray book? I was feeling jealous. They just offered me a point of strength. No, it's a class skill. I picked it myself when I killed my first zombie and ran into the trailer. She shook her head. I always dreamed about a way to spend more time with animals.
And where did you come from, for real? Is that some kind of skill, too? Maybe you can get Basie out, since she can't run too fast since the operation. I'm worried her stitches will come out. The girl had started blabbering like she hadn't had anyone to talk to for a few days. I got bored of that pretty soon, and since she wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise, I just dematerialized and headed outside. She was an interesting girl. Strange, of course, but nobody's perfect. I might have just left her to deal with her problems on her own. But Basie, the dog, who had ended up in this mess along with her, clearly couldn't stand against the hordes of deadies alone. I also figured out why that girl was so talkative. She had left her phone in the cabin and had just spent a few days dying of boredom. I also found the first zombie that she killed. He was in the same vet clinic uniform. Well, all right. That's another positive in my book, that she didn't freak out and killed a bitch who had gone crazy. I mean, it was totally possible that she had been wanting to do something like that to him even before all this. The dog in the trailer started whining even louder, and zombies were drawn in from all sides, swarming over the semi. If she didn't shut up, even I couldn't help her. But now it was time to get rid of dead weight. My cleave attack easily separated dozens of heads from their bodies, and as long as she still had mana, I kept flying around the semi, taking out regular zombies. But there were also stronger guys among them. The two big guys hadn't even noticed my efforts. There were also regular deadies that had reached high levels who, while wounded, could still stand up to my weapon's ability. That might be an issue in the future.
I had just stopped paying attention to the weaklings, and now they've started getting stronger and more durable. But the dog started whining again, and this time it seemed like she was trying to draw in as many monsters as possible on purpose. Clearly her surgery went badly, and she wanted to die as quickly as possible. I couldn't see any other reason for her to hate herself like this. Now, in addition to the two big guys, another one came who was even bigger, almost 9 feet tall, completely covered in bone armor. He plodded toward the semi, and with a single hit of his massive fist, covered in short, curved spikes, he easily broke through the outside of the trailer. I could clearly hear how the girl hit the zombie's hand with her sword, but he just peeped pitifully and jumped to the side. Yeah, there was no use in chopping at a monster like that. You had to find the weak points and only attack there. But there was no time to think, since the two other big guys also started beating on the semi with renewed vigor, making it rock back and forth. But there was nothing else I could do. Once I started it, I had to finish it. I spent 10 durability to clear the field of deadies once again, then materialized and stabbed the main big guy in the neck. I aimed there because a lot of them have weak points there, but the point just clanked off the hard surface of bones, and the monster turned around suddenly, looking for his attacker. But by then I was already on the roof of the vehicle, swinging my weapon as strong as I could to drive the blade straight into the back of his skull. No way this monster could survive a hit like that. Your group is being offered a chance to take a test. Underground. Difficulty, moderate. Awaiting response from team leader. Affirmative response. Test starts in 10, 9... Son of a bitch. I knew that I would soon be taken God knows where, and then the big guys would just tear both the semi-truck and everything inside it to pieces. I mean, I hadn't promised anybody anything, but 9 seconds. It was more than enough. Swing! The blade sliced through his thick skull, and a second later a massive spiked fist flew right through me. 8. Crack! My blade pierced a knee joint from behind, and the big guy started to fall forward. 7. The body fell through me, landing on the concrete with a crack and a groan, and I, rematerializing, but a little to the side this time, took a wide swing to hit the bastard. The blade hit him on the neck,
but they were just cracks on his bone armor. I would have to do it a couple more times. 6. His spiked fist whistled past me again, cracking into the road surface, causing it to be covered in cracks. But I was distracted by the 2 other big guys who had come just in time to help their comrade. 5. 4. The high-level big guy lying on the ground tried to knock me down with a powerful hit once again, but his fist, missing its target, cracked apart the legs of his comrade who had also wanted to catch me. A moment later I appeared again and swung a killing blow from above, breaking through the neck vertebrae of the big guy with the broken legs. 3. The other one was lying next to him, having been knocked in the back of the head with my brass knuckles. I had materialized right on his shoulders and activated my weapons skill, slamming it down with all my might and once again getting covered in the stuff inside one of these monsters' skulls. 2. Cleave. Regular zombies were drawn in by the sounds of the fight, so I had to call their ranks. Whatever. I had gray spheres enough. I would just get repair sets from them. Right afterward, not paying attention to anything, I started laying down blow after blow, aiming first at the eyes and then the neck of the mutant. 1. "Just die already!" I shouted, so angry at this beast that would just not give up the ghost. The blade had already pierced through the bone, and now it was squelching fountains of rotten black blood out of the injury in the monster's throat. Over and over, my weapon stabbed in deeper and deeper, and eventually I could feel that I was just about to sever the beast's spine. Transfer activated. Chapter 20. Everything was just like last time. A couple of moments of darkness, and then I was standing in a place I didn't know. But this time, instead of an endless field, there were the arches of a cave in front of me. You couldn't say that it was too cramped here, and the lighting was completely acceptable, but still, it was kind of uncomfy. I looked around and found my team. The people were looking all over, not understanding what was going on. They were expecting something like this, but still, the first transfer is always strange. Your brain simply doesn't want to accept that you were just in a familiar area, and then within a second you find yourself who the hell knows where. "What's up, G's?" I said, waving my hand, stepping away from them. "I suggest you don't come near me, otherwise you'll be left without mana." It would have been good to restore my reserves using theirs, but if this place was really as dangerous as the internet said it was, then it would be better for them to save their strength. But no matter what, I would go first. I didn't want to share the rewards or the experience. "Okay, have you already been in a test like this?" The first one to come to was Brownie, who immediately asked me a question. "No," I smiled and shrugged. "But I have a crystal ball," I said, and took the head out of my inventory. "Gosha, what should we do?" "Go to the rock, you idiots, and you'll know everything," growled the head. "And don't put me in your inventory, dickhead. You're gonna die here anyway, so I could survive." "And what do I do with the stone?" I ignored his request. "Touch it, or what?" "How am I supposed to know that? There is nothing but the stone that stands out from everything else here." Gosha grinned. "You think I know everything here? You have to raise my level, and then I tell you stuff." I had to raise his level still. Let him prove his usefulness first. Huffing to drop Gosha on the floor, I touched him with my leg to put him back in my inventory. Actually, I could look for some kind of life and feed the freak. I mean, he would really be more useful then. Otherwise, I could just use him as an unpleasant conversation partner, nothing more. And I need to question him about his usefulness again, in more detail. I never even figured out how to give him skills. "Can you not take that piece of crap out around us?" I heard from one of the fighters. He was around the same age as the bald guy, a little less than 40. But he was of medium build and armed with 2 brass knuckles. I would have to find out who had what skills in order to know how to use them. "2 heads are better than 1, I said, putting an instructive finger in the air. "Let's introduce ourselves so that I can use your names when I swear at you. Like so." I'm Casp. I can disappear and reappear whenever and wherever I want. So you can escape here too? Growled the man with the brass knuckles. Oleg, why the hell did you kick out Misha and take this guy? Out of pity? He asked Brownie, glaring at me angrily. Calm down, he answered quietly. You're making a lot of noise. Casp, what now? Are we going to the stone, or do you have another plan? Give me a minute. I'll go do reconnaissance. I nodded and vanished into thin air to the surprised gasps of the team. Ah, shit. What if he sneaks up behind me now? Hissed the fighter with the brass knuckles angrily through his teeth. So what? It definitely won't be the first time for you, brayed the fighter with a spear who looked like a palm tree. He was tall, skinny, with an unkempt mop of hair on his head. The rest held back their laughter, and all I could do was shake my head. Impossible to find good help. Not listening to them anymore, I headed off to check out the area. As far as I understood, the test itself had not started yet. Yeah, we had been transported to its specific location, and we had a fight ahead of us, but that didn't mean anything yet. What's more, it seems like we were now locked into a spacious and rather long room. The arches near its entrance seemed like a cave, but after flying about 100 feet, I realized that the place had felt the touch of sentient beings. I wasn't going to bet that they were human beings, though, since the architecture was fairly unfamiliar to the eye. And at the end of the place was an exit that was now tightly sealed up with a stone. And what was surprising to me was that I couldn't fly through it. It was like I was pressed up against a wall. The system wasn't going to let me go any farther, even though I was incorporeal. That was annoying. I wanted to see first what I, or we, would have ahead of us. I was sure the stone door bolt would fall aside as soon as we touched the starting rock. What would happen next? We could only guess. Well then, nothing is clear. We have to start the test. I appeared by the stone, waiting for everyone else to touch it, and then put my own hand on its rough gray surface. The rock was suddenly covered with a blue light, and runes appeared on its surface. Task: kill the main boss of the underground. Difficulty: moderate. Enemies: 118. Bosses: 2. The test begins in 30 minutes. 29:59. 29:58. The timer started counting down the seconds, but I continued studying the fascinating stone. Besides the main menu, there were also a few tabs. For example, one of them let us see a map in advance. The test was presented as a series of fairly long caves, and it was a very good thing that there was artificial light there in the form of torches. Otherwise, the guys would have a tough time, even if they had pretty powerful flashlights in their inventories. We would come across some branching paths along the way, but if we always stayed to the right, then no matter what, we would never get lost. There were also 2 rooms where, as far as I could tell, the bosses would be waiting for us. I thought it would be worth it to kill everything, since that's what the value of the rewards was based on. After studying the map, I went to the menu item that said Group. There was a list of all the participants in the test, with their names, levels, and classes. "Are you really a ghost?" the berserker murmured with surprise in his voice. That was what the guy with the brass knuckles class was called. A gold class? Holy shit! The men started loudly discussing my accoutrements, while Brownie tried to calm them down as best he could. He himself was a green class. Thanks to that tab, I didn't even have to get to know them. All of that was shown in their profiles. Brownie, also known as Oleg, had gotten the green class, Beast. I think there was a ton of them on the planet. As far as I recalled, there was also a gray version of the class with the same name. I think the quality of the beast that the owner of the class could turn into depended on that. Like, a gray first-level beast could turn into a normal dog, or a parrot. That would be funny. But a large, powerful bear, that was cool. Increased regeneration, thick fur, powerful claws, and iron jaws. And also the ability to run fast with a huge mass, capable of knocking down even the densest sets of enemies, being able to swim, and even climb trees. It was high value. And a useful fighter, no argument here. In fact, his attacking capabilities were even higher than mine. You could not say the same for the rest of the members of the team. The Berserker had picked the name Slob. Judging from what I saw from the other members of the team, they just took something with the first letter of their last name so they wouldn't get confused later. He really looked like a berserker. He would start shouting and cursing at the drop of a hat. I could only guess about his abilities, but it seemed to me that he has designed to massacre. For a long time, persistently, and brutally. And the more he got hit, the stronger he would become. I was suddenly reminded of the masochist ring that the guy at the store was bragging about. I think it would be great for our berserker. If he managed to survive this underground cave, I would have to make a deal and get that unique artifact for him. The boy that looked like a palm tree had called himself Bale. I didn't know what his last name was, but his new nickname definitely came from his head. His class was pretty boring, just called Spearman. He had come to the test with his spear at the ready. Later, I would be able to see how effectively he used that weapon, and what his class did for him. The other one I recognized as the Air Mage. I had noticed him a long time ago when he had almost hit me with his spell in the very first days while he was training in one of the rooms. A boy of about 20 years old and half a head shorter than me. He was armed with a bow and had chosen the class Air. It seemed like a good combination, especially if he knew how to use the weapon he had. All right, now we've been introduced, I smiled. And now I want to remind you that you should not come closer than 50 feet to me, or you won't have any power or mana left. They immediately looked at their interfaces and took a few steps back, looking at me in surprise. What are you? Some kind of energy vampire? Growled the berserker angrily. Well, yeah, I am. I was surprised. I did tell you to stay away from. That wasn't for no reason. They grumbled for a while, but Brownie calmed them down and started giving out instructions. Everyone already knew their roles, like who would take point and who would bring up the rear. But there were no tasks for me. Or he just didn't want to risk telling me what to do. While they were getting their tasks, I put my hand back on the rock to set about studying the last remaining tab. There was no way I was going to pass up looking it over, since it was called the Bestiary. Unfortunately, there was no information about the bosses at all, but I could look over 3D models of the other creatures we were about to fight. I had already guessed that it would be something fantastical. The system had already shown me that it didn't have any imagination of its own, and pulled all of its stuff from ours. Right now, it had picked some kinds of skeletons to be our enemies. It was most probable that they were just zombies that had rotted away as much as possible. The flesh had disappeared over time, and now the white bones continued to serve their mindless, bloodthirsty hosts until someone knocked their skulls in. Ahead, we would face skeletons of 4 types, to put it simply. Normal ones that were no different from human ones, except that the bones were noticeably wider, and they were definitely shorter in height. Big guys. These ones were the height of an average person, but more massive, and they were also covered with bone armor. We would also come across skinny weaklings among our enemies. Their hands were stretched long, and they moved on all 4s like macaques. And the last ones were the shooters. Those would be the hard ones, but most likely I would take care of them personally. The descriptions of the monsters convinced me completely that these creatures had once been zombies. The only thing was that their eyes glowed with a red fire, and they also had a barely noticeable red light around their solar plexus. Maybe they had something like the crystals our zombies had there. But why is the light? Hey, I wanted to say thank you. I was distracted by Brownie's voice. He offered me his hand, and I shook it without thinking about it. What for? I frowned. Definitely not for dragging him into this test.
Well, you saved us. When you left, the zombie forces first got stronger, but then weakened considerably, and the strongest ones ran away, and that was the only reason we could withstand them. He trailed off.
I could tell that it was uncomfortable for him to communicate with anyone, too. "Ah, that was part of the deal, don't worry," I said, waving my hand. "I thought you were thanking me for the sporting goods that I left in one of the rooms there." "What?" His eyes narrowed. "Why didn't you say anything? A lot of us don't have enough. People are sleeping on the concrete floor and eating cold food." I just shrugged in response. I thought they would at least look through the rooms once in a while. Well, now they knew at least. I mean, if we make it back. To stop him from being upset, I offered him a can of beer. He wasn't about to turn that down and downed the whole thing under the envious eyes of his fighters. 14:27. 14 minutes. We could prepare better, it seemed. In principle, I would be the main strike force, but we had no idea how the bosses would look, so it was possibly that the team would also have to join in going through the test. And I thought it would be best to give everyone a set of potions. I had more than enough potatoes, so I didn't need to save them. I mean, these were the exact situations I was saving them for. I had 233 potatoes in total, and I gave everybody 20 of them so they could all try their luck. I got 2 mana potions, while the rest of them got their own set of red and blue vials. But the berserker was less lucky than everyone else. He only got buckwheat and rice, which he swore and moaned about very loudly. I had to share a red vial with him and warn Brownie that he shouldn't let the berserker open any more rewards in the future. He would definitely just get trash. "All right, yeah. How are we going to split up the rewards?" the berserker asked, a reasonable question once he had calmed down.
There were 7 minutes left until it started, so we were just sitting around. They were in their group, and I was a bit away from them. "Evenly," I shrugged. "Half for me, half for you." "Hey, that's not right." He leaped up from his spot. "We share it how it was offered. Everyone gets an equal share." "Could you get through the underground without me?" "No. But I can without you," I said, playing with some blue potatoes in my hands. I had decided that I definitely needed stats more than a tasty dinner now, so I decided to pop them in my mouth. My perception went up by 1 point, but I couldn't see any obvious changes, as usual, besides a slight headache. What was weird was that I never usually felt as bad after eating as I did when I used my stat points. Clearly, the system didn't like when you took things into your own hands. The berserker yelled even louder, and only when Brownie got to his feet did he chill a little. It was clear that he respected his commander and didn't want to defy him. "We don't know what rewards there will be, so let's not count our chickens before we catch them. I mean, you got it," Oleg said, a little embarrassed at the end of his speech. The guys broke out laughing, and the discomfort eventually went away. "There is another way. I can pay you in advance." I offered this option 4 minutes before the test started. "Your equipment is total shit. I have some spheres that you can open, and all of you can take what you need, but you have to hurry." They hesitated for a few seconds, but finally they all agreed. There was definitely not enough time, so I immediately started taking green spheres out of my inventory, opening them up, and throwing the items I got on the ground. The guys would pick what they wanted themselves. In total, I had 20 uncommon items, but I decided not to be selfish, since I would have to deal with this backlog of rewards sooner or later anyway. Plus, one way or the other, I had filched these 20 spheres from them anyway. Bow, uncommon, perception +3, bullseye. 300/300. Description, mana, 10/10. Bullseye is an activity ability allowing you to shoot an arrow at a distance 10 feet times perception of the shooter. The arrow is guaranteed to hit the target. Recharges in 1 minute. Cost 5 mana per durability. I immediately regretted my offer, but the archer nearly jumped for joy, immediately grabbing the new item. It really was a great bow. It would not go amiss to get my hands on one like it, since then I wouldn't even have to learn how to shoot. Just notch a fire arrow and shoot it straight into their eye. Even a big guy couldn't stand up against that. But what could you do? And this was the right decision anyway. I mean,
How dangerous undergoing this test would be really depended on their strength anyway. And I would find new spheres. Also, I wanted to use just the blue ones. The green ones were whatever. Then came the pieces of armor. The guys didn't leave anything on the ground, immediately trying on their new stuff. But nobody took anything from anyone else. Everything was fair, and everybody took care to make sure none of them ended up weaker because of someone else's greed. The only interesting thing that came out was a hammer, one part of a set. It had an ability called Throw. The description said that once per minute, you could throw your weapon at a target, and as soon as it started slowing down, it would begin to come back to its owner's hand. It was like a Mjolnir, except it couldn't call lightning. It was a pretty useful feature for a hammer to have. After that, we got all kinds of rings and clothes. And in the very last sphere, there was a quiver of enchanted arrows. They had air magic within them, so they would fly even farther, and they would never fall apart on any hit. We also ended up having to share 2 repair kits.
Since they were not small ones, but medium ones, I announced finally that if I didn't get one of them, then we might all die. Nobody was about to argue with that, so I increased my halberd's durability by 150 points right before the test started. The guys were discussing their new stuff animatedly, bragging about their new abilities, the durability of their armor, and the features of their weapons.